yours in your backpack. Here's one.
Studio, this is Weld, TV house.
I would have been more prepped this morning, so all things for a reason. You getting yours taller? I'm gonna get it the same height that I had yesterday. Because it also lets our cameras not hit each other.
Yeah, I think I just I need this today, and then you're good. Even flathead.
He's a Weld star.
Ethan, you have keys or something?
What? No, I don't. I just didn't bring any keys. Sorry.
That's okay. No, just something to screw this in. Okay, cool. Here we go. I'll give this back to you.
No, the thing is, I need to be able, because my battery isn't, I don't have a power source, I gotta be able to remove the battery. So we might just have to cut to garage speed every so often. And if the radios are down, it's gonna be really hard to torque.
Well, we'll get the radios going here in a second. Just want to get the beat up first.
Yeah, I can.
Then we'll. You mean is we just need to reboot the mobile server?
Okay.
Because yeah, it's not doesn't want to connect to. Studio. This is Weld radio check.
All right. The other issue. Not looking to be final all the time.
Working? Well, nobody can hear us.
Radio and feed check for camera 1 CBC.
CBC, this is Weld. Can you hear us?
Copy, Weld, we hear you.
Roger, we got a good copy too. Apparently Studio's not up on radios. I'll get a hold of Brandon inside. Alright, so radios are working, I just don't have them on in the studio yet. Okay, so you heard both. Okay, so you can hear both CBC and Weld? Because we're... Okay, good. I think we've got our camera feed mostly up, right guys?
Yeah.
So, I'm at Weld. Can you confirm there were... Yeah.
Well, just checking. Do you have H6?
H6? Copy. Weld, we have H6.
Okay, I'll move you to the correct base unit so you can talk with,
Copy, thank you.
Okay, and then our power. Power is here. Where's our power?
What do you mean? It's in this.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, he is.
It locks right here.
Okay, we got it. Awesome. Thanks, man.
There it is. It's like, how did he wrap
Alright,
this up?
yeah, so Studio's bringing up the radios, so this should be functional now.
Yeah, we just got it.
Brandon said he sees a playback menu on that. Other than that, you guys are golden.
Cool.
on what you need to do to change to make the picture right.
Yeah, that's good. Okay.
Bro, I need the lights.
Alright, otherwise you guys are good, right?
Yeah. Just
Alright.
the lights, dolly lights. Tally lights.
Tally lights. Where are the tally
They're in the.
lights?
Yeah.
That takes like 2 seconds.
They should be all good. All you have to do is just put them on the camera.
Yeah, they're all good. They're plugged in already.
Yeah.
Alright, so Ryan.
Yes, all you should have to do is just slide it on. Everything should be set up on that. Alright, you guys good?
Yes.
Cool. Alright,
Thank you.
good luck guys. Shoot the group chat if you need anything.
Okay. Jeez, it's right in our eyes. Alright, so.
Oh, Ethan, I don't know if this will work.
What?
Right here.
Here's the workflow. So the spotter's going to look and call out bound numbers. And you guys are the spotter, right? Nope, you're a flicker. Okay. So you guys are flickers. Ed is a tablet. Full-time operator. I lead and run a scribe and run the spot. So he's going to be spotting and pulling out bound numbers. The scribe's going to write those down as they're approaching. If things are close, the person on the line, the side of the line, is going to be calling it out. Timing? Yeah. Okay. Just in time. Alright. Yeah. What? There was a big traffic jam. Nice today. And you're on radio. You're on radio. I think you did this last year. No, I didn't.
Nope. Alrighty.
Okay.
Here's the deal.
Alright, I'm gonna give you.
When the HDMI is plugged into my camera,
So,
anything that
I'll be on
that you're seeing, so everything you see, I want to see. When you see a display,
We'll hear
I know, I don't get that.
Bob approaching.
And in addition to that, when I'm on live view, I can't see through my LNG function. So I blind. Yep. So what we're gonna do?
When the boat cross this one,
Are you gonna do this for us or is Matt? Okay. So you're gonna have to see whenever my menu is on. That means I'm looking.
You don't have to worry about
when I switch it back over, I'm gonna try my best to track the boat through the light. I'm probably not gonna be as efficient. You got to manipulate.
Right, so if it's tight, you'll
And
see
then
that.
when you decide you want to close up, because it's going to be a radio.
Also had the key.
Yes.
Brandon said call Sawhill. I don't know.
I'm
if
on fire. I'm coming right now.
Okay, perfect.
Send it to each other.
Okay.
So there's 2 times you can pick 2
Yeah, I'm looking for that.
independent timing. So, so once I get on blue flickers that flick, and then we have a time capture.
Here, I'll try right now.
Tablet operators
So-
are going to basically
Right now, you should be on menu, right?
They'll be called out as they're approaching the turning out.
Coming now. You're blank?
Tap the bound number on the display. The sign that captures the message.
How about now? Do you see menu?
Nope. Okay. The
How
click, all the
about
click
now?
does
Do you see
is capture the sign of the day.
Oh, I'm not on live view. Okay, how about now?
Well, yeah, they don't have to look, but they have to be looked at the being safe and the time that you capture is the time that
Now?
you that trip.
It says image quality? Alright, and now how about now?
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess with live view,
No, yeah, you don't have to worry.
you're literally going to have to talk me through like every single movement.
Paperback. You should be going off of what is called.
No, weld right test.
This is like the best thing that happened. I mean,
We're on different channels.
right? They're right.
Okay, bye.
Alright, so Ryan, I want to have you use a good outside voice.
You have to be up here.
No, actually, I can say it.
Back here. I'll get into the
Why is that? Did we run into the same issue last time?
Well, the thing is, last time we were also hooked up to a monitor right next to us. I could see what I was doing with my camera.
Is there another way?
Nope.
so you don't want to click on your
Because this time, anything I just look straight into the interface.
Okay. Yep. Alright, good news.
Now one approaching.
Yeah, so
Sure, maybe go.
we'll do just 3 votes, and let's just do the first 3 votes, and then we can raise your hand after. Go ahead and tell me when we're approaching.
And you know what might be helpful too, just from experience, if I cheat a lot of racing stuff. Yes, well, it would help because it's unlike sprint, they're coming up. There may be other class votes, maybe that something say. Another thing,
Yeah, but you won't have foul 1. You could have foul 1.
More people will be at the bridge today.
well, that's I think more people in accuracy. What if foul 1 has some problems?
Well, I mean, they're already.
Yeah. Basically, we need to know if we're seeing a foul of different percent, then sure, then you.
But I mean, you could say, oh, type of things that are
Weld
Right.
left test.
There might be
Weld right test. I just spoken to both. I just spoken to both of them. One of them says weld BH3 for channel. Oh wait, hold on. I think I got something. Yeah, now I am. Weld test. Weld mic test. Anything? Weld right test. Awesome. All right. We also have H6, which hasn't been working yet. It's on and everything. It's just. Oh, there we go. Weld left test.
Alright, so let's have those approach, Brian.
Okay. Okay.
foul 1 approaching.
H7.
Ready in line, and mark. Foul 1. Ready on the line. Foul 2 approaching, ready, mark.
Foul 3 approaching.
Foul 3 is approaching. The line, and mark. Yep. Okay, so yeah,
It's,
now you're back to capture. Push the flag.
Connecting. Refuse. Okay. That's H7, the working one. Yeah, it's not working anymore. Yep. Reboot. Okay.
Right. Okay, I know Brian.
Okay. Hi.
Morning.
Good morning. I'm Ann. Hi.
Ann. Pleasure. Ethan, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Garrett.
We're gonna be
We met last year
Did we?
at reunion.
We might have. Reunion where?
Reunion Village. Reunion Village.
I was not here last year. So
Oh,
maybe
okay.
it's a
Dylan?
different person.
Maybe it's Dylan.
I'm throwing it out
It's a
there.
year. It's a year. It's been a year. Okay.
Well, nice. Well, it's good to meet you.
It's good to meet you as well. Where are we for commentary here at Weld?
You're right here.
Okay.
So feel
I don't
free
have to stand the
adjust.
whole time, do I?
We were wondering the same thing. We were like, do we get chairs or? Because we
Find
were.
one, I think it's.
I know everybody in this boathouse. Watch me go.
All right. However many you need, and then 2 maybe for us. Thank you.
Step Weld test. I have 2 walkies, H6 and H7. Neither of them are working. Testing, Weld test. I'm hearing the click. Weld test. Yeah, okay. Okay, so file, active. So right now you can see the file. I see in real life. Oh, actually, tell them right. Well, I can't shoot. I can't see. No, I physically cannot see the line. Like the light is actually blinding. No, that's all the way in. Alright, okay. Otherwise, the other option is I can flick back into, like right now you can't see anything, right? Yeah, so right now I can see through my viewfinder. And then with this, I can track on, I can lock, and then from here I can try my best, just kind of pan the boats as they go. The viewfinder is everything else you use. When one is on, you don't have to pan through. I know. And then, no, exactly. With the LCD connected to your eyes screen, I have no. Right. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, actually, if I go right here, is it back on the bridge? Alright, and if I zoom in right here, is it gonna be on that middle column? So actually, I kind of have like a tripod. I can get horizontal panning with main over. You're gonna have to let me know. Out. Yeah, okay, Garrett. They're gonna have me getting the boats coming in, and then you're gonna have to. Yeah, good. Well, assuming. I think I should stop here. Yeah, it's just water, right? sure I brought my AirPods, huh?
Yeah, just a little. I should have just given you mine.
Yeah, you should have.
So do you still not have a walkie?
Oh wait, how I have a walkie, hold on. Weld test, weld test.
Oh wait, say that again.
Weld test, weld test. Thank you. Yeah, it's working, so they're gonna move it right quick.
Weld is H6, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is H6 for Weld.
You guys run the live cam?
We do, yes.
Okay, thank you for making us look better than we really are.
Of course.
How much would it cost our KD so we can pass? Like speed it up so we look like we're just flying and passing.
So your stroke rate is going up to 80 instead of 40? we can work something out. Alright, let me set the lens up real quick, so give me a second.
Hi again.
Hi.
I'm Greg Check, class of 92.
Yeah, but
We do it every year.
I'm not class of nothing here, so
Well, hey, it doesn't matter. It's all one community, right?
very much, very much. Which is probably why we're
Yeah.
sorry. What's your name again? Hi. Nice to meet you. I'm looking at you.
Thank you for putting one on. I realize that you guys are alike. Yeah. We should have won. So we are in the quad 4 event at 8:55. Death bar.
Okay. What's that mean?
I know what that is. What does it mean? Okay, so wait.
I need to know how you want to make fun of your teammates as you call out their names when they go well.
Okay, that's
Because
worth
it's all a community.
Okay, so wait. How does let me
Sure can. Alrighty. This is it fully zoomed out. How's the resolution?
I hope they row better than their name.
Thank you, Dan.
We're at the age where we're lucky if we're putting much attention
You're
on
hoping for the tension to get your heart rate up. Right. Okay. Get some bridge, everything, and
Wonderful to meet you. Enjoy the day. Yeah.
Come on back up.
All right, I will. That's great.
Okay, so we've got these chairs.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
It took me a minute because the coaches weren't there when I first went out. I'm like, I can't say things like, "God, everybody, I can make it happen," and then like, I can't fail that fast.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you.
We got the official Harvard throwing chairs. This is great.
It's on brand, baby.
I know.
It's their brand new boathouse. They are on brand.
I left my coffee in the car.
Cyclists. Cyclists. They will.
Let me ask Brett. Do you think he's still? No, he's probably gone.
We got microphones. What do we got here? Sorry, I'm gonna be pushy for what's
No, please. Okay. Continue. Did they not give you a debrief or anything? Oh boy. Alrighty.
Officially, they didn't even tell me what time to turn up. I just know what shift I'm on, so I'm like, be there before the first race goes off the line.
Well, I guess you're here before they. So we're actually not in charge of audio. They have their own team.
Okay.
And they're supposed to be working with that way.
Okay.
And they're not here, so.
Okay.
Oh yeah, it's my team.
Is that Dan?
No, none of us are in charge of this audio at all.
Weld. Can you let like someone know that we don't have any like none of the audio equipment is set up at all? And we're missing all the mics, all of the like the mixer is still wrapped up, and like the announcer's already here, but there's like no one here to set it up.
Ina, however, continues to push and is opened up a decent lead over Maren Bruce, who's actually moved up to 9th position. So she's already passed a number of competitors at not even the halfway point in the race here. Okay. We then have Elsa Panagos at number 10, racing for Narragansett Boat Club, closely followed by Erica Whalen from Ravenna. Coming in a pretty tight little pack, we then have Founders Rowing Club, followed by Greenwich, the Greenwich won the Independence Day Regatta under 17 and continues to push. And then we've got another Emma Kirk from Cambridge Boat Club, moving up swiftly, but she is in a neck-and-neck tussle. Who's she tussling with?
It's 12 and 13. 13's just ahead.
Okay. So Founders Rowing edging just ahead of South Jersey Rowing Club.
And 14 right behind.
With bow number 14 from Greenwich right behind.
And 17.
Emma Kirk from Cambridge Boat Club at number 17, continuing to push.
Another neck and neck. It's...
But we've got 13 continuing to move ahead, now moving down to 3/4 of a length lead as they enter the bridge. And we've got another
15, 18, 15 on the camera side.
close one on the water where we've got Kent School and Potomac duking it out. Potomac currently maintaining a lead and continuing to pass, moving ahead strongly.
Yeah. 16.
Coming in tight on the Cambridge side is Jaiwoo Oh of the Redwood Scullers.
21's middle, but the far is 19. Far is 19, 21's right.
Okay. Seattle Scullers currently well on the outside of the course, but 21 moving ahead. I think number 19's actually moved out in order to give her the room to go. That would be Rachel Dowd of Red Dog Rowing Club, winner of the 2022 Head of the Mississippi.
24 right for us.
Then we've got Grace Moore from Newport Rowing Club. She's got an extensive resume of rowing wins. But at the moment, it's 21, continuing to move, and now has open water over 19 as we move into the bridge. And she's just very, very long, looking elegant with it on a great line through the bridge.
26? Yeah, 26.
All the way from Australia, we now have Kate McNeil from Mercantile in Melbourne, Victoria. A very strong and storied club, and they've sent their athletes here to do very well this year. And she is continuing to open up a very nice line over 22. Number 22, Capital Rowing Club, Amelia Nelson. Amelia's been rowing for 4 years and is very excited to be here.
23 right for us.
Then we have Gina Gerber from Haddon Township, USA. She was 17th in the youth quad at Nationals last year, but we've got quite a little three-way tussle going on here.
25 Cambridge side.
Okay.
25 Cambridge side, then
Between Aaron Antis of Hockaday,
31 pulling out,
and then we've got
and then 20.
Bridget Duffy from the American School in London, coached by Jamie Kirkwood, former GB athlete. They've got a very strong program there on the Tideway. And 30 continues to push, and we've got
20.
And 30 currently edging ahead of 20. Lucy Marshanack of Beaver Creek Sculling. 27, however, is continuing to also push. That's Elsa Karasati from Riverside Boat Club. Currently taking an excellent line through the river is Leah Cornejo from Germantown Friends Academy in Philadelphia, PA. And then we've got another tight tussle as each tries to get the line going through the to line up for the bridge.
28's us, 31's far. Sorry, 28. And 31.
All right. So Founders Rowing currently being overtaken by Bridget Duffy from the American School, also from the American School. So she's raced for the American School before here at Head of the Charles, and is currently overtaking 28 and taking a very nice line through the bridge.
36, 38.
So Sadie Bell from Putney, Vermont, continuing to lead over Manhasset High School, who are now taking a sharp turn in. Everybody's vying for the correct line here to set themselves up for the wide turn through Anderson.
33 in the white boat.
Elizabeth Kaufman from South Jersey Rowing Club, very keen, currently trying to find her place, taking a quick peek over her shoulder. But she's taken a different tack to number 35 from Maritime Rowing Club in Norwalk. They're taking a tighter line here on the Cambridge side as they go through.
We're about to get two big groupings.
And I can see it setting up as they come out of Weeks Footbridge. We've got a couple of very tight clusters. And as we all know, the secret to getting through Weeks is to setting yourself up to come through past here through Weld and Anderson. And there's been some real vying for the right line here.
47 is first.
First one we've got is Therese Portillo from Ava Maristella High School. This is her first year of racing, and she's navigating it quite well, and she's managing to keep herself quite far ahead of Star Rowing from Derby, Connecticut. But Star Rowing's closely followed by
42's passing.
by
38.
by Aiden Alfie, who's currently passing Manhasset High School and doing it very strongly, just continuing to increase that lead with every stroke. And as we have the last few competitors in our event, don't rule any of them out. We've got Maria Proden, who's only 14, racing for CRI in Brighton. So she's one of the youngest competitors in this event. And we've got Eden Alfie from Row House, Miami. She's got quite a pedigree going to her. And then Reese McGeary from Three Rivers, who was second in the single at U.S. Rowing Youth Nationals.
46.
All right. Hannah Hill from SCAR Boat Club in Winter Springs, Florida. She's a member of the varsity there.
That is maybe our
Yeah.
last.
Don't rule out against her just because she's last. That's the lineup order. She's going to push, and she's going to keep going.
Okay, that could have been worse. Could always be worse.
Oh, I don't know. I've seen some. That's tough. You're going to want that, yes. Could have been better. It could have been worse.
It's the first event
No, I know.
of the day.
I know, but if I'm not wildly self-critical, what am I going to do? Right? No, trust me, it could have been worse. Because last year I turned up really early to figure out something pizza. And I get there, and I knew the camera guy. And the camera guy was just like, you got it there, it's going to pick up later. So I turn out, and I was oil girl, but man on the line. The woman says nothing. Absolutely nothing. The guy wouldn't even like it. And all he's doing is bow 42 and Atlantis. So, like, that's it. And I'm like, hey, you guys done this before? They're like, no. I'm like, you know anything about right? No. I'm like, okay. Do you need any help? Nope, we're good.
It always kind of confuses me that they don't pair. Because I feel like the announcing committee has people who've been doing it for years. True. I mean, it's the balance of 2 minutes to get through this part of the course is going to be astronomical. It's definitely a 40. I want to say it might be 41.
Yeah, we didn't have. Yeah, she hasn't. She definitely hasn't come through yet.
Oh, that's cool. She's from Ethiopia. She's about to hit the sun spot.
Where is she?
Right in the sunspot.
Wow, and she's way wide. She's been rowing for 10 years?
I wonder if something happens. Yep, and it is 41. Oh, rise of steel.
And just passing in front of Weld now is Salamawit O'Neill from Orleans, Massachusetts. She has been rowing for 10 years there in Orleans, having arrived in America in 2012 with her two sisters and brother from Ethiopia. It's long been one of her goals to row in the head of the Charles, and here she is doing exactly what she needs to do.
I'm so impressed by singles. I'd never be able to do that. Oh, the only way to go. You don't have to be nice with the other children. I know, but then also, it's all you. You're just there by yourself. You're there alone.
Well, let me tell you, I had a good day.
I sat stroke seat though, so I never had to. They all had to do. I never had to play nice anyways. I say that, but some of my best friends were on the team, so it's not even like that. But it was like one of those things where like, you're all in it together. Why else am I waking up at 4:30 in the morning?
Okay, so we got U4s. How are we doing time-wise? Okay, they should be coming up pretty quick. We got a couple of minutes. 90. We got 90. It's so obnoxious. It doesn't matter because nobody from Florida was runner-up or semi. First of all, semifinals. Yeah, and the Prince Philip? No. No. Gotta grow a third eye and a third arm. Pretty positive the Prince Philip is a boys event. We should know. No, oh no. Prince Philip is women's A.
Might be hat time. When they gave us those damn bucket hats, I was like, this is the funniest bucket hats.
I haven't got my bucket hat yet.
look.
I need the bucket hats.
I'm so happy they added hats this year. I think it's so good.
Yeah, here we go. Yep.
We can flip flop on ones too. No, I'm happy. I'm happy to spot you too. I'm also here until 1:30. Go back and forth. I just have to figure out how chemistry is as a professor is. Because then sometimes we like to do the whole thing. I'm like,
Okay, and we've got the men's youth fours with 90 competitors in this event. Newport Aquatic Center returned to defend the title they won in 2022 when they set the course record. How are they doing here at the moment, Katie?
we have our first groups coming in and hitting our sunspot, but they're looking like they're taking a nice path through, hitting that straightaway to kind of gather their strength before they hit the next bridge. And we have boat number 2 out of...
It's the Brunswick School out of Greenwich, Connecticut.
Who've already passed boat number 1.
So it doesn't look like it's going to be Newport this year. But you never know. Things can change under the bridges. 2 continuing to press their advantage as they take an excellent line through the bridge. Newport seems to know it and is absolutely right on their tail.
We have bow number 3 crossing Weld Boathouse right now in the red unisuits.
That's Row America Rye.
Bow number 4 crossing Weld with a nice little, he's staying strictly in the middle there as they try to get to the next bridge.
It looks like Los Gatos there is putting on a push, Katie. What do you think?
You know, the thing about Head of the Charles is everything's a push.
This is true. This is true. But you got to call your moments.
That is, and that's why having a coxswain helps with these fours versus the sculls that just went by. And we have bow number 5.
Greenwich crew.
We have bow number 6 crossing through Weld right now.
It's PNRA from Mercer, New Jersey.
Except for that first mix-up between bows number 1 and 2, we seem to be sticking pretty in order.
They are, and they seem to be progressing very nicely, keeping the gaps they probably had at the start.
But I will take that back immediately and say we have bow number 8 just behind bow number 6.
Oakland Strokes. So they finished 8th last year. So they're definitely looking to improve on that.
And bow number 7, not too far behind. Still time for them to make up through the rest of their course. Just enough time to figure it out and make up that time.
Well, they know this course, so they could very well do that. They're local lads from Belmont Hill.
There is the home team advantage on the Charles.
If you know how to line yourself up for these bridges, you can shave a lot of time.
Yeah, I rode out of Milwaukee, and when we came to Head of the Charles, it was not the same as what we were used to on those Wisconsin rivers, I can tell you that.
You do have to be used to it.
We have bow number 9 with a close clustering, so bow number 9 is leading this first little pack.
So bow number 9 is also Belmont Hill School. They've got more than one here. And they're followed pretty closely by bow number 10. This is the B boat from Greenwich crew.
And then bow number 11 is definitely putting in a push to try to get themselves in a position to pass either hopefully right after the bridge and not before.
I think they're going to go for under. That's the Kent School, and there is no love lost between the Connecticut rivals there. And yes, under the bridge they're going, and it's going to be a tussle. Do I hear the swapping of paint under the bridge, Katie?
Oh, you might. And I heard cheers from the bridge. So, you know, there's always a little bit
We
of
always
uproar.
love a rowing blood sport, don't we?
You know, it's either a little oar crash or the often unseen crab, which is I've only seen once in real life, and it was actually something to truly put in the record books.
If you're going to go big, go epic. That's what I say. We've
And
got
with-
bow number 13 coming here from Northfield Mount Herman. It seems to be all prep all the time at the moment.
And then bow number 14, not too far behind. Looking strong and pretty straight going to the bridge.
So that's White Rock Rowing from Dallas, Texas.
All right, and then we're about to have quite a kerfuffle coming through.
Oh, they're already getting all tangled up and tussled. This is going to be a good one while everybody figures out what order they want to be in.
Well, everyone wants to be in front. We have bow number 15 leading this next pack.
That's Lake Oswego Community Rowing. They were 15th last year. At the moment, they're actually maintaining a nice spacing and distance, and I think they see what's happening behind them and are not wanting to get involved.
Okay, we have bow number 17 on the Boston side and bow number 18 just behind on the Cambridge side.
18 definitely putting in a move. That's St. Joseph's Prep. They swept the Stotesbury Cup Regatta last year, and they're putting the moves on OKC River Sport.
And that's bow number 16 in the yellow shell behind, not giving up the gas even though they have been passed. Still got to hang in there till the end of the race.
Phillips Exeter. They know what they're doing out here. They're going to keep pushing. But we've got another one tussling it out.
And we have bow
They're
number
looking at the bridge and looking what they're gonna do.
19 just in front in the yellow shell with bow number 12. Okay, hanging in there.
So number 19 is Balin Jesuit crew, and number 12 is Haddonfield crew from Haddonfield, New Jersey. That's an all Frosh crew.
And then bow number 20 just behind, again, putting in some pressure to get themselves in position to have come through that bridge really strongly.
So number 20 is Vancouver from Vancouver, British Columbia. Every athlete in this boat is a Canadian secondary schools rowing champion. And they, too, are lining up to swat some paint under the bridge.
Bow number 21 with a nice little distance between them and the next boat.
Lawrenceville from Princeton Junction, New Jersey.
And then bow number 22 just behind.
That's the Berkshire School from Sheffield.
Oh, and it seems like we have some cheering on the dock for bow number 22.
So bow number, so Berkshire's a local school, as I said, so they're definitely going to have some local support cheering them on along the banks.
And bow number 23, not letting them get out too
They're
easy.
even closer, so that's Nobles, just out of Dedham. So you're definitely going to have the fans out. It's turned into a glorious day compared with yesterday.
And here I was thinking I was sad to not be able to volunteer all weekend, but I picked the best day for it.
I think you have, but every day is the best day.
At Head of the Charles, that is certainly true. Now we have bow number 25 in the red shell just crossing Weld.
I think you'll find that's a blood red shell because it's Blood Street Skulls.
That would make sense. Bow number 24.
So Blood Street Skulls have passed Pacific Rowing Club from San Francisco. But Pacific are not giving up, continuing to move it, but they've got an excellent line, but we've got a little cluster here.
We have bow number 27 holding in front for now.
That would be St. John's Prep from Essex.
Bow number 28 pushing there to try to pass before the bridge.
So that's Gonzaga. It's fully a Catholic Prep on Catholic Prep tussle there.
And then bow number 29 just behind.
NorCal out of Redwood City, California.
And then not too far behind, not letting it go, bow number 26 in the yellow shell.
That's that is the Brooks School crew. They're all multi-season athletes.
And bow number 31 crossing Weld.
That's Hawk Rowing Club at Philadelphia. They, too, apparently swept the Stotesbury Cup Regatta last year for the third time in the history of the regatta.
That's a three-peat, we say.
We can't say that. Somebody trademarked it. We owe them money now.
All right, we're about to hit quite a bit of boats in a row, so we have bow number 32.
Argonaut out of Toronto, Ontario.
And then we have bow number 30 on the Boston side with 33 on the Cambridge side making that push.
So that's Triangle Rowing looking to take over St. Paul's from Concord, New Hampshire. We need to make a big distinctions here because we've also got St. Paul's in from London.
I will say, you can hear the Power 10 out of that coxswain, but at some point, the Power 10 turns into a power race.
That's a Power 4702. Who we got now?
We've got bow number 34 with 35 pushing to pass.
That's Notre Dame Crew taking on the Petty School. Notre Dame Crew program is only 3 years old, and this is the first time they've actually managed to qualify. And at the rate they're moving, I think they're going to qualify for next year as well.
And then bow number 36.
Friends of Brookline. So very local. And again, they're going to have a whole lot of screaming for them all the way down. You go, Brookline.
And you might have guessed, bow number 37 will be next.
At the moment, everybody progressing in a nice order here. That's Radnor. They roll on the Schuylkill just outside of Philadelphia. They're on the main line.
In that lovely blue shell, we have bow number 39.
That's Pinecrest from Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
Bow number 38. So we did have some switch up. So bow number 38 in the white shell passing Weld.
So you may understand their issues here because they're from Milwaukee. And it's a different kind of beast, isn't it?
It is extremely different kind of beast. But I will say at least the weather is similar.
Excellent. We do love the weather. And we're back with St. Catharines Rowing Club out of St. Catharines, Ontario, home of Canadian Henley.
And then bow number 41.
That's New York Rowing Association. But they are being absolutely chased
by bow number 42.
King's Wimbledon from London.
So bow number 42 is definitely putting the pressure on 41 and has had quite a bit of open water behind them.
So King's Wimbledon's a very strong program there on the Tideway, and they've been producing some very good results for the last few years.
Watching them row, that does not surprise me.
So who is it they've opened up some lead on?
And that would be bow number 43.
Upper Canada Club, which is a Toronto-based boys prep school. They're rowing strong.
And then we have bow number 45.
So bow number 45 are the most local of locals. That is Cambridge Ringen Latin School. They boat out of Cambridge Boat Club and, again, have built into a very, very strong program.
It's funny, as you go down the Charles, you'll see that what becomes local or the most local at any boathouse will change depending on location. We have bow number 48.
That's Pittsford Crew from Pittsford, New York. They practice on the Erie Canal.
All right, and we have our next tight grouping coming through in front of Weld. Starting with bow number 46.
That would be the Groton School. They're Groton's first boat this year. And fun fact for the Groton crew, the stern pair are the school's ice hockey captains.
Well, you need something to do in the winter.
You can't just erg all the time.
We have bow number 47 on the Boston side with bow number 44 on the Cambridge side hanging in there.
So bow number 44 is currently being overtaken. Bow number 47, CRI, is currently overtaking bow number 44, which is Kearney Boys Crew from Kearney, New Jersey. And then rapidly coming up as well.
Bow number 49.
Bow number 49, Gainesville Area Rowing. They're quite a young crew out of Gainesville there. I'm very happy to be here.
Bout number 51.
So bout number 51 is another of those local crews we're talking about. They were next to CBC out of Belmont Hill Boat Club, Belmont Hill Docks, because it's Belmont Hill.
And we have bout number 51, so about halfway through the race. We have still another 40 competitors coming down the river.
We do. It's all to play for.
And then we have bout number 54.
That's SA Rowing Club, who finished 19th in the straight four at Youth Nationals. Now that they've got a Cox, they're going to be a lot happier going through those bridges.
Bout number 53 in the stripes.
LaSalle from Winmore, PH. LaSalle College High School won gold in the varsity lightweights.
Oh, and look at them go. They're looking like they're staying strong and hitting that bridge in a decent line. Hopefully not literally hitting the bridge.
Give it time. It's early in the day.
Neck and neck, we have bow number 55 trying to pass bow number 52 as they hold in there.
So 55 is Buckingham Brown and Nichols, taking advantage of their local knowledge over Twin Cities Youth Rowing. Twin Cities getting a little pushed out to the side. And then we still have coming up 50, which is East Bay Rowing from Barrington, Rhode Island. Oh, and we've got some drama starting to develop, or at least the potential thereof.
Thing about the bridges on the Charles is they pinch you together. You can use this straightaways to hopefully pull away, to then get pinched together again.
Well, I'll say it every year. The secret to weeks is about lining up for Anderson. If you don't take it right, it's going to go all kinds of crazy.
So we have bow number 56 leading this next kind of grouping of competitors.
So Ann Arbor Huron is going to take the wise move and just stay ahead to stay apart from all this. But we've got 61 making a heck of a move. That's the Haverford School. They've been doing very well over the last year. We've got a list of accomplishments here as long as your arm. And they've obviously passed a few.
And we have bow number 59 holding off bow number 60 in this first kind of duo.
So that's Rockford over Ransom Everglades.
With bow number 58 right in the mix.
Sorry, 58 is Ransom Everglades. My apologies. Bow 60 is Morristown High School, but 58 is looking to put the moves on Morristown.
And we got 57 hanging in there as well.
57, I think, is biding their time to make their move after the bridge. That's City Honors from Buffalo, New York.
And bow number 64.
Bow number 64 is PNRA Mercer. That's their second boat in this event.
And bow number 62 with the red skull.
Middlesex from Concord. They're usually only a spring racing group, but they put together this crew to try, because they did so well last spring. They're going for the fall ones this year.
I will say the spring versus fall rowing is a different beast, so good luck to them.
Yeah.
We have bow number 65.
So bow number 65 is St. Paul's London. They've been very dominant of late, although this is their second. This comprises members of their second 8.
Bow number 67 crossing Weld right now.
Salisbury School doing well, and they've managed to open up a bit of a gap on the next little cluster that we have, which is great. It gives them the opportunity to set up very well.
Yeah, enjoy this peace and quiet they have on this river until it hits the busy again.
I think it's going to be fascinating the other side of Anderson.
The bridges are always the best place to watch. Bow number 69.
69 is Bedford from Bedford, New Hampshire. They're only joined NYRA's in 2023. It's a relatively young program. They've opted for a line slightly on the Cambridge side.
And then bow number 66 with the high-vis unisuits.
They're resilient. Very resilient, number 66, as they overtake number 63, Marianapolis, out of Thompson, Connecticut. But, boy, you can see resilient coming. You go, boys.
All right, bow number 68 in the yellow shell.
That's Davenport from New Rochelle, New York. They've managed to create a little gap of water all to themselves here. I saw some wild turns coming through 2 at a time under weeks, so I'm not surprised we've got an interesting little cluster here.
I have bow number 73 on the Cambridge side.
That's the Hun School from Princeton, New Jersey.
With bow number 70 hanging in there on the Boston side.
Yeah, but the Huns are going right the way through. Pioneer Valley Riverfront Club from Springfield.
Bow number 72 still in the mix there.
St. Peter's Prep from Jersey City, New Jersey.
And then bow number 71.
That's St. John's High School from out in Shrewsbury. Up in Shrewsbury.
I bet someone has the stats, but I would always love to see the percentage of Massachusetts-based crews versus everyone else in this event, or any event, truly.
This is very much shaping up as Massachusetts versus Connecticut versus New Jersey.
And, you know,
with an occasional English accent.
We'll even take all of New England on the Massachusetts side and leave the others in the dust.
Massachusetts versus everybody else. 'Twas ever thus.
Okay, we have bow number 74 coming through Weld right now.
So that's Hingham High, down on the South Shore.
Another Massachusetts-based crew.
Another Massachusetts-based crew. We got it. We got them just coming right through.
We're about to hit a pretty tight grouping of about 6 boats coming through in the next 30 seconds.
Hingham's just getting the dickens on out of there.
And leading that pack is bow number 78.
So that's Orchard Lake St. Mary's from Orchard Lake, Michigan. This is their first varsity 4 from last season. Bousy obviously checking out Harvard.
Bow number 77 in this next group in the white shell.
That's Fairmount out of Fairmount Rowing Association in Philadelphia.
And then we have bow number 80 on the Cambridge side, passing bow number 76 in the blue shell.
Okay, so that's Long Beach Junior Crew taking over Glastonbury, Connecticut.
With bow number 79 also trying to sneak in on the path bow number 80 is treading.
That's TBC Racing. Get your eyes on that bridge. It's looking good. Everybody breathe in. Breathe in, boys. You can all do it. Row skinny.
And we have bow number 82 enjoying a little bit of peace and quiet before trying to hit that line through the bridge.
This is the One Arlington Rowing Crew, all 17 and 18. So relatively senior boys compared to some of the other ones that we've got.
Bow number 81.
That's Northampton. There's another year Massachusetts crews. They've been racing together since the COVID break when they were in singles.
I think COVID was a great time to start rowing. Nothing like a single sport. I guess in the fours, you got to start your pod early.
So we got bow number 84 for Litchfield Hills in Litchfield, Connecticut. They want us to know that they are best in show.
We have bow number 75.
That's Philadelphia City Rowing from Philadelphia, PA, obviously. They appear to be having some technical difficulties in their 2-seat. Sorry, in their 3-seat.
And then bow number 83 with the black and white oars just behind them.
That's Maine Coast Rowing from Brunswick, Maine.
technical difficulty seems to have been a line through the bridge because 3-seat for that boat has gone back into rowing formation.
It's a bold strategy. I hope it works for them.
And then we have bow number 87 with the 2 neon hats.
Middletown, Connecticut. Visibility's key in the glare.
You need to be able to see each other.
Well, I hope these two boats can see each other because they are close to each other.
Oh, we have bow number 86 just ahead of bow number 89.
So that's Westford Community leading Oyster Bay Community Rowing. And Oyster Bay is making their move.
Oh, yeah, they are passing before that bridge.
They are, yeah, they're getting exactly what they want under that bridge. But not to be outdone is Lowell in bow number 85 that are continuing. They're going to let the two above tussle it out, clear the way, and Lowell's just going to mop it up.
We have another head-off approaching. Bow number 88 on the Cambridge side.
That's Arlington Belmont.
With bow number 90 just behind in the red shell.
That's Chaminade out of Mineola, New York. Yeah, Chaminade's pressing, but 88, Arlington Belmont is absolutely holding them off in the run-up to the bridge.
And that may have been our last competitor.
I think, yeah, so I'm just giving her the turn it off sign. Oh, here we go. We got the Director's Challenge Men's Quads.
They didn't give us a time start.
We can have a look here. That would be 8:58. Oh, we got some intel here on the Death Bloods. Crimson Death Barge. They're bound number 33. And then pre-announcing station. They're just going there.
That's the thing. Sometimes I do feel like it's like, let's see if we can get the announcers to say this.
But yeah, but did you see Henley Royal last year?
No.
So, and Martin knew exactly what he was doing because I had confirmed from his comments. And someone's Harvard's getting completely blown out by something. They basically, I had changed Bel Air to Canada, but they basically gave the bio of one of the athletes as the plot to push them into Bel Air. It's on the audio forever because they put every phrase up on YouTube.
Really funny. I'm a 9-year-old. Yeah, it makes those 30-year-olds are up at the. Tom Darling, 65 now? Jeez. I thought he was that old.
So are you, yes, you cycled in, so you are here now.
Yes, I live in Brookline.
Okay.
What about you? You said you were. I don't know actually if I heard that. Where are you from?
Well, I'm originally from Allentown, but I rode here. And now I live in Henley.
Yeah, you did say Henley. Okay, I did hear that, and then I was like, did I make that up or was that accurate?
Is that right? Warming into it. It's always much more fun when there's actually something happening, as opposed to it's like number 62.
Here's a boat.
Look at him go.
Looking straight.
It's even worse if they're not going straight. You're like, I don't want to comment on what they're doing.
It's like
because it's just bad. It's just.
They're trying hard.
Look at him giving it their all.
Hi, I'm Katie.
Hi, Katie. Ethan.
Nice to meet you.
We're with Garrett. We're part of the webcast team, so we broadcast. Giving some images to your words.
Wonderful.
No pressure.
So people are listening to us?
People listening.
People listening to us online?
There's live streams. One to start and finish. And then we have a camera and an announcer over at Cambridge. We have a here and we have each one of those locations has its own.
I knew they were all streaming. I didn't know the announcers, the commentary did it too.
Oh yeah.
It's
not just
So they go off at 8:58. So should be any second. Oh yeah, because you're here for next shift.
Yeah, I am.
With Asia.
I've never met either.
I'm not the person to comment. She won't talk to me. She's literally never spoken to me. she will come up to a person next to me that she knows. What did you do to her? Found her housing, made sure she got her any women's entries, advised on GDPR, assisted her about hydrating. I went to bat for her several times. Okay, cool. She was a rude ass bitch.
Alright, well, I'll go on with extremely low expectations.
She is, however, the first row. Well, you may have a completely different expectation. You may have a completely different experience.
In the best way, I hope I do.
So do I. So do I.
Spending 3+ hours with that does not seem ideal.
That's okay, because the coach who told her to get in touch with me, who I've known for years, Coach from Hydro, here we go.
Round number 1. Are we live?
And we have the next event coming through. Our first competitor is, as you may have guessed, bout number 1.
That's Narragansett. So 3 of these 4 have been multiple national team members and have raced the Charles 20 times totals. Lots of medals, lots of wins.
And this is the Director's Challenge Men's Quad. So you have bunch of age range here. The average age of this boat coming through right now is approximately 30 years old, but we do have a competitor that is 90 years old in this event.
I know, it's wild, isn't it?
If I am as in good shape at 90, I hope I could say the same.
If I can move at 90, you and me, Katie, we're doing the double.
We're doing the double.
They do seem to have opened up a little bit of a lead. Who's the next boat we've got coming up? Apologies for the late in this. We've got one dickens of a glare.
And that would be bout number 2.
Club Náutico de San Juan out of Puerto Rico. They want you to know they're back for more.
Then we have bout number 3 about to approach Weld Boathouse.
That's 6-112 endurance. They were the handicapped winners last year. They're an older boat, average age of about 64. And they want to defend their title.
And then we have bout number 5, who seems to have done some passing.
The Fruit Loops. They're back this year, you know. And they're better than ever. They've got a brand new stroke. Brian Jameson. He's with Russ Cohn, Greg Benning, and Dan Gorrigan.
And while they have passed bout number 4, who's just behind them, bout number 4 is not going down easy.
So a lot of the Fruit Loops come out of CBC, and this is a CBC quad that they are passing. So there is an extremely competitive rivalry amongst these gentlemen. Friendly,
we'll
but
say
competitive.
very friendly competition.
That's right. Bout number 4, Jay Manson, James Pierce, Tom Darling, and Greg Stone. Always helps to have an Olympic medalist in your boat, don't you think?
I was like, we might need to up our double to a quad and get some of those in for us to potentially help our competition in the race.
We can do it, Katie. We are women. We can do it.
What's 20 minutes of pain? We have bow number 7 in the yellow shell approaching right in front of a large grouping. So hopefully they keep their bit of their lead so they can get through the bridge without too much interference.
So bow number 7 is Station L. They need you to know it's a Rocky movie out there kind of thing. 4 guys filled with the inner city grit of their broken concrete boatyard.
And then we have bow number 6 on the Boston side with bow number 8 on the Cambridge side, neck and neck.
So here on the Cambridge side, that's Long Beach, which has a number of people coming back, starting with Simon Hoadley, and then bow number
12.
Bow number 12, that's KTC Riverside. And these are all equity partners at one. Well, they're at one equity partners, and Long Beach absolutely making a move to overtake number 6 out of Conshohocken.
Then we have bow number 12 kind of pulling away from bow number 10.
Number 10 is Rocky Mountain, the Mile High Roarers from Aurora, Colorado.
And then bow number 9 in the yellow shell, sticking in that mix.
So I got to tell you that the bow out of number 9 is my personal favorite rower in this whole event, and that is Patrice Rioux from Cambridge Boat Club.
It's like, that's high praise. This is
It's the French accent
star-studded.
that does it for me every time.
You know, I can't really argue with that one. So we have a bit of space on the river. That last grouping definitely.
They all wanted to hold hands and go through the bridge together. And this one's just going to let them to it.
No, we might have just actually missed in the high vis bow number 11 that's passing through the bridge right this moment.
How did we miss them in their high vis? That's Commencement Bay from Tacoma, Washington. Excuse me very much. And this is their debut performance in the quad here at HOCR.
And bow number 13 approaching the boathouse.
CRI. So CRI, average boat age in this one is 57. We've got Peter Sobiezik, Kevin Dutt, Michael Richardson-Bach, and John Senner. And they're actually rowing really well. They're taking a lovely line, exactly where they should be, and letting everybody else fight it out amongst themselves.
Bow number 16.
It's another boat from Conshohocken. These were fast guys some time ago.
And they're looking pretty fast right now, too. I'm not writing them off.
It's always a good thing. We were all a lot faster a while ago, weren't we, Katie?
Yes. I still wouldn't bet against them in an erg contest, though. I'm sure they would crush. I'm going to say this, both of us.
I don't know. They look small.
All right, bow number 14 with the 2 orange shirts.
Fat Cat.
That's just my favorite boat name, I will say. I love the Fat Cat team.
What I particularly love about this Fat Cat boat is they're all former lightweights.
Okay, the Fat Cat, not.
So it's the Princeton Lightweight 1993 crew, and it's their 3rd consecutive head of the Charles Go.
And they're looking great and have nice bit of open water before this next grouping, which seems quite a tight cluster.
Oh, we've got some interesting developments a little further down.
Bow number 17.
Looked like they were going to stop, but no, they've untangled themselves. But right now here in front of us, we've got Dartmouth. Dartmouth class of 1979 teammates celebrating their 47th year of racing together.
And the bow number 21 in the red shell.
Who are a San Diego rowing club.
And we do have a bow number down, so they will remain unnamed, but they're looking good going into the bridge.
I'm just going to call them a stealth crew. Nobody needs to know who they are. They're just going to sneak up because we've got everybody. Everybody wants to hold hands here.
We have bow number 18 just in front of bow number 15.
That's Mohawk River from Amsterdam, New York, just ahead of Rio Salado from Tempe, Arizona, but rapidly being caught up by Belmont Hill. These are Belmont Hill School classmates from years 73, 74, and 77, and they are absolutely going ahead there.
We have bow number 22.
Bow number 22 is CRI. It's great for them. They're just rowing home at this point. They're going to keep on going and keep on going.
Bow number 25.
Narragansett. They've not raced the squad in the head of the Charles before, but each of the rowers have.
Oh, get out of the way, geese. Bow number 23.
Bow number 23 are also CRI. George, Whitney, Fred, and Rob are once again planning a spirited effort to better up their times. Average age in that boat is 67.
Bow number 24 in the all white.
That's Long Pond from Plymouth, Massachusetts.
And then bow number 26 just behind.
Also Long Beach. This same crew won gold in fours in the straight four at the recent Masters Nationals.
And they're looking pretty decent going into the race this year as well.
It's impressive they won this Masters Nationals because they're former Russian national champions, Serbian national rowers, German national rowers, and there is one American in it.
A true multinational boat. Then we have bow number 28 on the Boston side and bow number 29 on the Cambridge side, trying to make that push right before the bridge.
So 29 is Potomac, is currently trying to make that push. They're the Potomac Boat Club men's quad. They drink tea with their pinkies up, they want you to know, but you need your thumbs on the end of the oars, boys. Let's keep it going. They're overtaking Litchfield Hills, and it's a squeeze play under the bridge.
Bow number 31 coming through Weld at this minute.
These are the Harvard Once Lights. They are lightweight oarsmen from the classes of 1968 to 1972. Average age in this boat is 75, and they're doing pretty well. We also have Upper Valley rowing from Hanover. Their two-seat has 15 total appearances at Head of the Charles.
And we have bow number 33.
Bow number 33, the Crimson Death Barge. Former Harvard lightweights who are back for their 25th reunion. They're very excited to be here, and they're looking extra good because you always row well when you know the coach is watching you here at Harvard. Right?
And then bow number 35.
35 chasing down the Death Barge is our Swiss crew. They are, but although they are Swiss, but they're from 3 countries actually.
I was like, the Swiss crew might give the French accent a run for their money, so you might have to pick a new favorite from this event.
I'm sure they're German Swiss. I'm sure they're German, maybe Italian.
Completely different accent.
Completely different accent. Do you know why it's called the Death Barge?
I do not know.
Because they are the 4th boat. They all looked like they were going to die.
You know what? I thought they looked great.
I thought they looked great too. But they named themselves the Crimson Death Barge for that reason.
Maybe we'll just go with that they're ushering in the barge for other people. And they're cleaning up the mess behind or in front of them.
You got to start somewhere. You got to start somewhere.
We have bow number 30.
Those are the Harvard Once Lights.
And bow number 34 just behind.
That is Bainbridge Island rowing from Bainbridge Island, Washington.
And then bow number 32.
That's New Haven from Oxford, Connecticut. They won Masters Nationals in 2021.
And that looks like that might be the end of our Masters Quad Directors. Directors Challenge Men's Quads. Did you turn off?
Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's why. That's why I wanted to make sure.
Social media's on there for a minute.
Don't need to explain that to me.
I'm a little too old to be on social media, so that's all I have to say about that.
That's why it's so appealing.
It's like a big high school yearbook is what it is.
That's a funny way to put it.
Yeah. It's actually warm out. Nice.
I know.
It's
I know.
gorgeous.
Compared,
I'm overdressed.
yesterday I'm hearing all these people are we gonna have to shorten the course? I mean,
How many entries in the next race?
47.
Okay, so I'm going to turn you on. I'm going to go find the bathroom after I turn you on, and then I'll be back.
You'll have time.
I think there's one on this floor.
Oh, yeah, I'll find it. I just was going to wait till...
Yeah.
Something's coming already.
Really?
Yep.
Are you ready?
90 votes. 47. 47.
Good to go.
And we're spotting our first boat coming through Weeks Bridge for event 51, the Men's Youth Coxed Quad. We've got age ranges from 14 to 18, all are the US, UK, and Canada. Wide range of experience and some definite, but they're very much aided by having a cox in the boat to steer them through these bridges.
And there are about 47 competitors in this race, and we're starting to see the first of them approach us.
It's only 4 people, but it's 8 blades, so these boats move very quickly.
And we have bow number 2 in a little bit of an early upset coming through Weld Boathouse at this minute.
When it's Windsor Boys School from Windsor in GB, you can never count them out. It may not be that much of an upset. They've been very, very dominant on the British scene.
I also think bow numbers 1 through 5, it's effectively just a lottery box at that point. You never count any of them out.
It's all going to be very close, and of course, with schools, you're always graduating talent.
Then we have bow number 1 crossing Weld.
Los Gatos. They raced at Henley Royal Regatta this summer.
With bow number 3 pressing hard on their back end.
That's Row America Rye. But Los Gatos is not giving it up to Row America.
And in the yellow skull, we have bow number 4.
That's Maritime Rowing Club from East Norwalk, Connecticut. They won Youth Nationals. We've got a little bit of a gap here, and then we've bunched up a few. Bunched up a few right into the glare, unfortunately.
And we have bow number 5 really hugging the Boston side here.
That's Newport out of Newport Beach.
With bow number 7 just behind them, taking a little bit more of that direct cut towards the bridge.
So that's Long Beach Junior Crew, who were 7th here last year. And they're absolutely looking to catch up to number 5.
And bow number 6 in the red unisuits.
Potomac. The Stars of the Potomac. But let's take a look at this tussle between 7 and 6, between Long Beach and Potomac as they go under the bridge. It's going to be a good one there. Then we have number 8 rapidly coming up. That's Camp Randall from Madison, Wisconsin.
We have bow number 9.
Those are the Redwood Scullers from Redwood City, California. I'm noticing the wind's starting to pick up a little bit. We've had very calm conditions until now.
Yeah, and you can definitely see it on the river, too. Things are starting to look a little choppier.
From the angle we're at, it's a straight headwind at this point. They're going to go right into it, into the bridge.
Got bow number 11 with the red skull, blades, and unisuit.
So that's CRI out of Brighton, Massachusetts.
Oh, yeah, the first two events definitely made it off a little bit easier looking at how the wind's turning now.
Definitely. We've got a pretty good order going on here. We've got number 14, which is White Marsh Boat Club from Conshohocken. And then absolutely level at this point.
Bow number 15 on the Boston side.
That's Nereid.
Pulling away from bow number 12.
Bow number 12, California Yacht Club. So Nereid really continuing to push. Even as I'm watching, they've moved from half to 3/4.
And bow number 17.
St. Catharines from St. Catharines, Ontario.
Bow number 16 just behind them.
That's Three Rivers out of Pittsburgh. They've been producing a very strong youth program of late.
And then bow number 18 before we're hitting a 3-boat cluster.
It's Niagara Rowing School out of Vineland, Ontario. And then, yes, we've got 3 boats, not quite straight across, all heading for the bridge, all vying for the line.
We have bow number 20 who's currently leading, but really trying to hang in there.
So bow number 20 is Miami Rowing Club. They are being pushed by bow number 19, Norwalk River, who in turn are having 13 trying to hold their ground. That's Unity Boat Club out of Washington, D.C. The boat that's overtaking has to get the line. The other crews must give way. It's going to be 3 of them simultaneously under Anderson Bridge, and they seem to be coming closer together and not further apart. This is going to be a good one. No swearing, please, athletes. No swearing, please. Number 21, Vero Beach, just opting to avoid all that and go through by themselves.
Definitely a smart move from them. Then they can use kind of the chaos on the other side of the bridge to try to make their push.
Well, we've got a couple other clusters coming up at the moment, taking advantage of some nice water all to themselves.
Bow number 22 in the orange unisuits.
Manhasset High School.
Bow number 23 passing Weld right now.
So the crew members here have only been rowing for 2 or 3 years, and it's their first time ahead of the Charles. This is Don rowing from Mississauga, Ontario.
Bow number 25 just behind.
Which is Buckingham, Brown, and Nichols.
With bow number 24 still hanging in there.
That's Nobles out of Dedham. But BB&N continuing to move ahead there. Lengthening out nicely before the bridge.
We got bow number 28 making a push.
So again, that's Windsor Boys B crew. The average age in that boat is only 15, and they are looking really smooth.
They are looking very smooth. And at 15, this is just the beginning of their head of the Charles journey. I imagine they'll be rowing it years to come.
So their head coach, is the GB under-19 coach. So they've got a lot of preferences there.
We have bow number 26 just past the boat club.
That's Beavers Creek Sculling from Charlottesville, Virginia. They won Stotesbury last year and were second at SRAAs.
Bow number 30.
Lake Phelan Rowing from St. Paul, Minnesota.
bow number 27.
So bow number 27 is a muskeg from Hooksett, New York, which is the Sculling Center for Juniors in central New Hampshire.
You're looking at the blue and red oars for that. Bow number 32.
Bow number 32 is Germantown Friends. Comparatively young crew with an average age of 16. They do look to be moving very well.
With bow number 34.
Bow number 34 is the Haverford School. They were undefeated last spring in all local regattas.
Not that they don't look great, but it makes you wonder how many local regattas are there.
In Philadelphia?
Oh, there we go. Thank you. I was like, that sounds really impressive, especially for the group of young kids like that.
So Philadelphia, there's a good group in the Philadelphia local regattas. They're doing okay, and they'll have had some nice warm-ups for here too. Ooh, neck and neck.
Bow number 37 currently sticking ahead.
That's Tideway Scullers.
With bow number 35 really pushing and looking like and have finally passed.
Okay, so that would be hang on. So that's University School moving ahead of Tideway Scullers. Tideway Scullers in their distinctive yellow and red bands, still taking a very nice line through the bridge. And number 31, boy, they're okay. That's the American School. And they're coached by former GB lightweight Jamie.
Might be able to hear the coxswain. I wonder if their microphone went out.
I hope so, or those are going to be some deaf boys by the time they get to Elliott.
We have bow number 36.
Bow number 36 is Riverfront Recapture.
With bow number 39 trying to hold on, make that push.
So Ridley absolutely pushing Riverfront Recapture here. They have got some decent overlap for that as they go into the bridge. And speaking of decent overlap,
we have bow number 41 head at this moment. Oof. And then bow number 40 just used the time to pass bow number 38.
So that is Vashon Island from Vashon, Washington, just taking over Belmont Hill and desperately trying to chase down First Coast out of Florida. And they're going to line up nicely through the bridge. But Belmont Hill is going to need to move out of the way and yield to the passing crews. We've got number 42, Waterford. It's a recent combination that they've had, and they're looking well.
And bow number 33.
Bow number 33, Gordon Rowing from Wenham, Massachusetts.
We have bow number 44 approaching the boathouse at this second.
That's Burton Beach Rowing, also out of Vashon, Washington. So they've got some local rivals in this race.
You have bow number 45.
Bow number 45 is Long Island Rowing Club.
And then in the blue unisuits, we have bow number 43 just behind them.
That's Bromfield Acton Boxborough, which is a local public high school. So Long Island taking a very nice line to set themselves up through the bridge. And Bromfield Acton Boxborough, the Cox is getting animated. I can hear him up here.
And then we have bow number 47 coming through.
That's Charlotte Youth Rowing from Charlotte, North Carolina. This is their first quad since 2014.
Well, we're happy to have them back. Almost a 10-year delay on that.
And then we have coming up what I think is the last boat in this event.
Bout number 46.
Bout number 46, Greenwich Country Day School from Greenwich, Connecticut. They're looking a little more comfortable. The wind is still up here, but it has died down from some of the gusts we were having. So that should help give them an easier line through.
Yeah, and the waters seems to have calmed a bit. Still a little choppier than it was this morning, but, you know, the river's got to warm up, too, just like the rowers.
I have a photographer friend who calls it, who would call this level an artistic ripple.
I think I might agree with that.
Do we have one more? Or is that the next event already? No, because it's 8.
It's 8.
All right.
Hang on, Casey, we might have one more, God bless him. I'm going to email Jamie about that Cox. Just be like, your Cox is going to lose her voice.
I was like, this is either the most intense, like, Power 10 or something.
Something. Because also they should have been faster than that.
No,
No, the next race is 8. So this is a...
No, that is. It's like, unless everyone's very lined up.
You got a little time.
I think it's 29, but I'm not positive yet. Yep, got him 29.
Yep, that's cool.
And then we actually still have one more competitor from the last race. This is bout number 29.
Bout number 29 is Dublin School from Dublin, New Hampshire. They're a small school, and this is one of their first quads.
Where's Jamie? And Bob Ernst.
Yeah, we're heard on the live stream.
I literally had texted my family. My mom said, "We can hear you." I'm like, "Good thing." Oh, see?
Yeah, that's because he wants to say nice things about his daughter in the chip A.
Said that the next race started, but they just came out of the chute.
Okay.
It's perfect.
Okay. Where's Jamie? Where's Jamie? Figures the course record is St. Paul's 2017. St. Paul's 2017 crushed everything. If there'd been an Olympics, I think we should have sent St. Paul's. But no, seriously.
No,
I mean, head of the river, Henley Royal, records everywhere, bum bum bum. They rushed it. 90. I like to learn about top 5 is like anything can happen. Anything can happen. Because especially in juniors racing.
That's the thing is, like, you have one kid hit puberty a little bit earlier and you're like, done. Especially if it's like a returning pro or like one in, one out.
Please guys, don't give us Don't.
Oh, is that just welcome back?
Who knew? Not us. We'd never figure it out. Youth AIDS. All 90 of them.
That's the 90 now. It's coming out of the chute. Great. Then I really am 41.
You definitely have time on this one, but at the same time, I'm also going to say 90 youth AIDS. Hold it, man, because chaos is coming down the river.
I'm predicting at least 90 votes.
Oh, 100%. So I
hope it happens here, though. Like, in a specific.
You were so bad.
So I got to tell you, I did this shift last year at Reunion. I got called in last minute, and it was the youth AIDS and
You had a little
and
fun
youth
announcing?
fours, and it was just like, I mean, it was great. Just say what you see. Like, there's so many things just go in so many ways. Like, you know, because the primary rule of this, especially in the youth, is everybody gets a shout, right?
Yeah.
Right? Because their parents are watching. You never know. It might be the only time they do it. Right? Everybody gets a shout because it's their, especially for you, right? And so you're down there at Reunion, and it's just kind of like, whoa! Can I get a medic? Can I, you know? That's gonna hurt. Well, it's the way, like, we had 3 of them tangled up, and they just stopped dead, like 10 feet after Anderson. But of course, because of the curve, they can't see. So other people are just like, oh, look at that! What do I do now? What do I, you know? Yeah.
See if I can get them to. No! No one's waving.
You want him to wave? Is there another camera over there?
No, I just want them to wave. I want, like, people on the bridge to wave.
Turn both mics off? Well, my mother was apparently listening, so she can hear both of us.
Which is now on, you know, like.
According to this.
We got 8s. Oh, okay. All right. Gotta be fast, so.
Well, either I'm gonna turn your mic off, or it never turns it off. Because right now it says it's on.
But also, why would the webcam? Somebody's doing that. Somebody's like editing the webcast. They're not going to be this time. Even if we left them up. Oh yeah. Welcome to the rodeo, my friends.
Ready for me to turn it on?
Yes. Okay, welcome to event number 52, the men's youth eights. We have 90 competitors in this, and they are going to come fast and furious because that's what you get when you have 8 people rowing in that boat.
And we've got the first one through Weeks Bridge already. And they've got actually a pretty decent lead going on.
And that makes sense because that would be bow number 1, Greenwich Crew.
So Greenwich Crew won this event last year and are looking to repeat. And in fact, all top 14 entries are returning for this race this year.
And I think you can even see the level of competition we're having because we're already starting to get some groupings, at least within the first 3, and don't even write off 4+.
Oh, yeah. No, they're coming hard and fast now at this point, which makes everything to play for, bearing in mind that they have...
And that's,
medals for the top 5 places.
I love that. And that's bow number 1 coming through Weld Boathouse again.
Yep, so that's Greenwich Crew from Coscob, Connecticut.
And about to approach the boathouse, we have bow number 2 followed by bow number 3.
So St. John's Prep there leading Row America Rye out of Rye, New York. And it's a little closer of a gap than I think they'd like.
Yeah, and that's either great rowing by bow number 3 or bow number 2 is going to start speeding things up and saving their energy for the back half of the race.
I mean, it's a long race. You've got to pick your strategy and pick your times.
We have bow number 4 approaching the boathouse.
Saugatuck from Westport, Connecticut.
We're getting some great oar clicks out of bow number 2 there.
So at the moment, everybody apart from that little closeness between 2 and 3, everybody seems to be maintaining their initial gap, although I see another little closeness starting to come up and approach us on the river.
And that's bow number 5, followed by bow number 6.
So bow number 5 is Nutrier. They've got only 2 returning athletes from last year's crew. So this is going to be a bit of a trial by fire for most of them. They're rapidly followed by Marin out of Greenbrae, California. Historically, a very good rowing program, more for the seniors.
Yep, bow number 7.
That's PNRA out of Princeton Junction, New Jersey. Again, everybody's proceeding at the moment in a nice single file. It's a very nice parade.
I think we're only going to be able to say that for so long with 90 competitors. I think once we get into the 20s, things will be anyone's competition.
I think you're absolutely right, and I am absolutely looking forward to it. While we're all here for good racing, as a commentator, you love to see the fun.
And we have bow number 8, followed by bow number 9.
So CRI is heading for home, going home through, and bow number 9, following actually pretty closely behind them, is Oakland Strokes from Oakland, California. They're certainly giving it a push. So we've got 3 coming up here again in that perfect parade formation, and then the 4th one's taking it a little wide, coming out of Weeks Footbridge. Who have we got?
And that would be bow number 10.
So Gonzaga from Washington, D.C. Opting for a line slightly more on the Boston side. We have
bow number 11.
That's PCRA from New Rochelle, New York.
We have bow number 12 with bow number 13 on their tails.
So bow number 12 is Milwaukee, and bow number 13 is Kings Wimbledon, who we saw before in the Youth Cox Fours. Kings Wimbledon is going for it. They are making an absolute move. They've got overlap before the bridge. Big cheers going up from here at from here at Weld for them.
Yeah, and that's setting them up for a powerful position as they come through the bridge.
They are going to be very well situated as they come through the bridge. And we've got a bit of a gap now going on here.
Bow number 14.
So bow number 14 is San Diego Rowing Club from San Diego, California. And then that ends the top 14 entries from last year. The rest of it is the lottery.
And the beautiful thing about the lottery, it is just that. It is anyone's game. You never know if you're going to get in or get out. Getting those bids is one of those, you never forget when you get a bid.
You never forget when you get a bid, and as you said, it's a lottery, and anyone could be a winner. And I think that's doubly so in youth rowing.
We have bow number 15.
Atlanta Junior.
followed by bow number 16.
That's Hawk Rowing Club from Philadelphia, PA. So bow number 15, Atlanta Junior, at least they were in the top 20 last year. So they're still in pretty good shape.
We have bow number 17 crossing the middle of Weld right now.
That's Rowe, New Jersey. They were 18th last year. So I hear the cheers going up for Greenwich. That would be bow number 18, and that is amazingly their B-boat. A lot of depth in that Greenwich crew.
Bow number 19 just behind.
Sarasota crew from Osprey, Florida.
And we have some neck and neck. That's bow number 20 on the Cambridge side.
So you have NorCal crew is bow number 20, and St. Ignatius out of Cleveland, Ohio.
And bow number 21 in the yellow.
Bow number 21 is St. Ignatius. But St. Ignatius are moving, and NorCal are not. They're not giving way. They're not giving way. Everybody's fighting for their lines under the bridge.
And then again, another tight grouping. We have bow number 23 passing bow number 22.
So bow number 23 is Green Lake out of Seattle, Washington, and they're passing bow number 22, CRI. Green Lake actually overlapping CRI by 3/4 of a length at the moment and pushing CRI out of their favorable line.
And bow number 22 is really holding on there. They're not gaining too much more.
No, but they're refusing to give up their line, and that may be one for the umpires to sort. Oh, they're having to take a sharp angle through the bridge.
We have bow number 24 approaching.
That's Texas Rowing Center from Austin, Texas.
Then bow number 25 with quite a bit of open water behind them.
Yes, so that's Saugatuck as bow number 25. And as you say, so Saugatuck currently passing here in front of Weld, and you have two boats just coming out of Weeks.
Yeah, and in an event like this, you're usually pretty tightly clustered, so they might be putting some distance in there between their competitors.
I mean, this is one of the points where they're going to want to have done it. You'll often try very hard. We've talked about the strategies of the course. You're going to make a lot of big moves, like to come in the powerhouse stretch because it's straight and you can see what's going and make your moves before you get to Weeks. But Weeks is a pinch point.
Yeah, and you rely on your coxswain a lot during the race for general morale, but especially in a course like the Charles, they need to hit their lines and they need to know how to get their rowers to do what they need to do to make sure they're coming through those bridges in the right way. We got bow number 26.
Bow number 26 is St. Peter's Prep from Jersey City, New Jersey.
And just behind them, bow number 27.
That's Port Rowing from Port Washington, New York.
And again, quite a bit of open water, but we will not be saying that
for long. I see the rodeo coming.
We seem to have 5 to 6 boats pretty quickly clustered, and that's gonna prove out in this nice little straightaway for them.
So I see 2 boats coming under Weeks simultaneously. That's always a fun one. And the boat on the Boston side is really forcing the boat on the Cambridge side to take a very wide turn. But in the meantime, we've got 3 starting to spread out, approaching here at Weld.
And at the front of that, we have bow number 28.
So that's Upper Arlington from Upper Arlington, Ohio. But our little cluster of 3 here seems to be spreading out. But the 2 that came out from under Weeks, they are swapping paint, and they're not happy about it.
Neck in neck. But coming through Weld right now with bow number 28, as we've already called, and then bow number 29 just behind.
So bow number 28 is Upper Arlington. They are just ahead of Whitman Crew out of Glen Echo, Maryland.
And then bow number 30 really trying to set themselves up for success throughout the bridge.
So they are South African. Those are the Bennies out of Gauteng, South Africa.
You're looking at the yellow skull for that. Then we have bow number 32 just ahead of 31, so they were able to push past.
So these are the two that have been swapping paints under weeks, and 32, who were forced to take a wide line on the outside, are Central Catholic Pitt, and they're still ahead. They've moved ahead of number 33, which is Pittsford Crew out of Pittsburgh,
Move ahead
New
of
York.
31.
Sorry, out of 31, excuse me, which is Dallas United.
And the white unisuits with yellow stripe coming up right now. We have bow number 34.
34 is Balin Jesuit. Looks like they've got a pretty deep mix, and their stroke seat is mostly a sculler, but he seems to be having a lot of success in the sculling. They've opened up a gap, and then we've got another cluster at the moment spread out wide across the river, but they're going to start to narrow in as we approach the bridge.
And at the start of that pack, we have bow number 35.
So that would be Annapolis Junior Rowing
And then
out of Annapolis, Maryland.
We have tight to the Cambridge shore. We have bow number 33.
That would be Pittsford Crew out of Pittsford, New York. Yeah, Annapolis Junior just absolutely taking it as much as they can. Pittsford.
We have bow number 36 and 37 in tight succession.
So that's Bethesda Chevy Chase Crew from Chevy Chase, Maryland, and Rose City from Portland, Oregon. They are in very tight succession, but they're going to go single file through that bridge at Anderson. Who we've got coming up next?
We have bow number 38 crossing the midpoint of Weld at this minute.
So Saratoga from Saratoga Springs, New York. So we're missing a couple out of the gaps here, so I think we're going to see some clustering further back.
And one of those clusters, we have bow number 40 ahead of 39, so we've already had a passing further down the course.
So that's Montclair over St. Joseph's Collegiate Institute in Buffalo. Montclair continuing to open up a lead, actually, over St. Joseph's.
Yep, we have 41 approaching Weld.
So 41 approaching, that's Los Gatos from Los Gatos, California. I'm seeing some very wide turns coming out of Weeks.
Seeing some wide turns and quite a bit of splashes, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm seeing some unforced wide turns coming out of Weeks, although I'm looking at one that's about to be forced to go wide. But here in front of Weld, at the start of all this buildup, we have...
bow number 41.
Bow number 41, Los Gatos, California. This is our second varsity.
Anytime you have more than one varsity. And then we have bow number 43 in the red unisuits coming in front of Weld.
That's Fairfield College Preparatory School.
Followed closely by bow number 45.
That's Canisius. This is mostly a lightweight crew for Canisius here in bow number 45.
And then with the blue oars, we have bow number 42.
That's Bromfield Acton Broxborough.
And we have neck and neck, bow number 46 just eking ahead of bow number 47, but they are not letting that go.
So these are the two that came under the bridge together, and they've just continued to try and match each other, although...
bow number 46 on the Boston side is still hanging in there.
Yeah, that's Jackson Reed High School crew out of Washington, D.C., and they're leading ahead of Pacific, and Pacific are absolutely making that move. They're going to be able to claim the line they want through the bridge, and Jackson Reed's going to have to move and give it to them.
Bow number 44 with the pink unisuits.
Bow number 44 is Maritime Rowing Club from East Norwalk, Connecticut.
And with bow number 44, we're about halfway through our competitors, which will remind you there are 90 in this event. We have bout number 49.
So bout number 49 is Chaminade from Mineola, New York. They're making a nice pace, but you're right, 90 athletes. We're halfway through. 810 athletes just in this event alone.
When you have 9 people in a boat, those numbers add up quickly.
They really do.
We have bout number 48 past the halfway of Weld.
That's Pinecrest. This is a more senior crew, mostly juniors and seniors at Pinecrest High School.
And then bout number 51.
That's Wayland Weston from Wayland, Massachusetts. They had a very good spring, but they've lost a couple of people, and now they're looking to see what they've got for the fall.
Hugging closer to the Boston line, we have bout number 50.
Bout number 50 is Hingham High School from Hingham, Massachusetts. Relatively small program down there, but they produce a good set of crews every year.
We have bout number 52.
That's TBC Racing from Washington, D.C. And then, we've got a little bit of a squeeze going on.
We have bout number 54 in lead.
That's Erie Canal AC.
Trying to pull away from bout number 53.
Bout number 53 is Boston College High School. Boston College High School is looking to try and force them over further than TBC wants to be. And TBC's saying, we've had enough of that. We're taking the line we want through this bridge. And we've got a little bit of a gap. We've got 2 boats coming down and then another little bit of a gap. But, I can see something turning into something under Weeks there.
Oh, we have 2 angles that seem to be...
Oh, the rodeo is coming to town under Weeks Footbridge, ladies and gentlemen. And everybody wants to go to Cambridge today.
You know, it's a great...
Is there a special at the Coop?
I will say, Boston has its pluses, but don't write off Cambridge. In front of Weld, we have bout number 56.
So that's Radnor from Wayne, PA. They've opted for slightly more of the Boston side of the river. Harvard Business School there. You know, it's a good view. It looks nice.
And bout number 55.
Bout number 55 is Belmont Hill with their boathouse just above Elliott Bridge.
And from our 2 boats who came through the Weeks Footbridge at such an angle, we seem to have gotten some distance there. So we have bow number 59 in the striped unisuits.
So bow number 59 is LaSalle out of Windmore, PA.
And then we have bow number 57. You can see the coxswain sitting up in the high-vis jacket.
Yep. So bow number 57 is Old Dominion from Alexandria, Virginia. They're the ones that were forced quite wide onto the Cambridge side, and they've still started to take that line. I think they're going to need to come in a little bit through the bridge.
Yeah, but they're definitely working on trying to pick up that distance they left on the table from their angle.
They absolutely are.
And then we have bow number 58.
Bow number 58 is Greater Lawrence Rowing from Lawrence, Massachusetts. This is their varsity A boat. Coxswain giving them the orders to punch it. And that seems to be working, as there's actually a gap between our next little sort of cluster of 3 boats.
We have bow number 63 leading that.
Bow 63 is Brentwood from Mill Bay, British Columbia. Brentwood College School is happy to be back at the head of the Charles. And it's mostly comprised from rowers from their 3rd place 2023 CSSRA under 19-8.
And then we have, in the red unisuits, bow number 62.
Bow number 62 is St. John's High School from up north.
And they have just passed their bow number 61.
Bow number 61 is Great Bay in Dover, New Hampshire. There's a nice little gap here, but again, it's all developing to watch that come out of Weeks Footbridge there.
And we have a group of 4. We seem to have 2 hugging the Boston side and 2 taking the Cambridge side.
I don't know. One's going for both.
I might have to take that back. We have one crossing over to set themselves up, hopefully on that angle to get under the next bridge.
So the course is 4,702 meters if you take the absolute perfect line. Oh, they're going right the way over to Cambridge. They're not. They're going the long way. They want everybody to see how good they are. Oh, they're going very much the long way.
Okay, so
do not cross the and
in front of this group we have bound number 64 in the green unisuit.
We're doing a hard square turn for them to not cross the buoys into the travel lane, which is a minute violation. In front of us here in Weld, we have the Chargers from Liverpool, New York.
And then in the yellow shell, we have bound number 65.
Those are the Bennies from South Africa. Out of Gauteng, South Africa. They're still really pushing it.
And then we have bound number 60.
Bound number 60, as the wind starts to pick up here, is Middletown from Middletown, Connecticut, who is our scenic traveling crew.
We have bound number 67 with the coxswain has his hand in the water. I wonder if something happened to their rudder.
It's one Arlington Rowing from Arlington, VA.
And then we have bound number 69 just behind.
Right,
no.
we have boats stopped going under Anderson Bridge, and we've got a third boat going into them. It's all happening. There are two boats still stopped under Anderson Bridge. And there are two more boats about to plow right into them.
Stop and
they're stopped. Okay, they're starting to disentangle under the bridge.
And we still have boats managing to sneak through the right side. We have bound number 74 using that to really crush some distance there.
There's some absolute shouting going on. They appear to have disentangled from under the bridge, but wow.
And that's why standing at the bridges is some of the best viewing in this event. We have bound number 71.
Bound number 17-1 is Stonington Rowing out of Stonington, Connecticut.
And then bound number 70 in the red unisuits.
Those have been Niskayuna from Niskayuna, New York. And they do not know what excitement they've just missed. Bound number 66, Wilmington Youth out of Wilmington, Delaware. Coming along, you can't miss them there in the bright orange.
Oh, and we have another really tight grouping of boats as we approach this bridge.
This has the potential to be another doozy.
In lead, we have bound number 76.
So bound number 76 is Christian Brothers High School from Lincroft, New Jersey. They're rapidly being gained on the outside by
bound number 71, we think, but they have lost their bow marker, so a bit of an educated guess.
And bow 71 and 76 are putting the squeeze play on 72, who's also being taken on the outside by bow number 75. Bow number 75 is PCRA. Have we lost 74 in all this? I would expect St. Paul's to have been in there. Amazingly, everybody progressing under the bridge without apparent incident from this angle. Well done.
I believe 74 was the boat that managed to use the collision under the bridge to their advantage and snuck through the right side.
Well done, St. Paul's.
And then we have bound number 77.
Bound number 77 is Resilient out of Fairfax Station, Virginia. And we have a little gap to let my pulse rate recover.
And you know what? That's why Head of the Charles is such an exciting event. You have real Head of the Charles natives who know this course, can manage this course, but then when we throw in some newbies, you never know what's going to happen.
Anything can happen. You got newbies, you got equipment failure, you've got unfamiliar coxswains, you've got bridges. The wind comes up and it can be a head, tail, or cross anywhere you are.
You have rental boats you don't know how to work.
They're not rigged for you.
You've bound number 78, the yellow shell.
That's Davenport Rowing Club from New Rochelle.
And in the blue boat upcoming, we have bound number 81.
That's St. Ignatius from San Francisco, California.
And bound number 80 still hanging on there, not letting 81 pull too much distance.
So that's St. John's Jesuit. I'm telling you, the Catholics are going toe-to-toe today. We got a lot of tussles between the prep schools here.
All right, 79 approaching Weld.
That would be Hudson River out of Poughkeepsie, New York. Ooh, we've got, again, some interesting steering coming up. but that's yet to fully fathom out. Right now, just crossing in front of Weld
is 79 with 83 on their tail.
So we've got Hudson River, but we've got 83, which is Collegiate Ignoyed out of Galway, Ireland.
I studied abroad in Ireland.
There you go. Where were you?
Galway.
Excellent.
I could have joined that team, actually.
You could have joined that team.
Well, not the men's and not the juniors, because I was.
I think you would have done well.
Thank you.
I think you would have done very well, my friend. Right, who we got kind of neck and neck?
We have bow number 85 on the Boston side with bow number 82 on the Cambridge side.
Okay, so on the far side there is Seton Hall Prep. And starting to move in just a little bit is St. Ignatius. And they are moving in kind of tight here under the bridge. St. Ignatius just behind. Seton Hall taking the tight line. St. Ignatius making sure they stay on the right side of the buoys, but they are close to the abutment.
And just in front of us, we have bow number 84.
Bow number 84 is Swan Creek from Lambertville, New Jersey. And it's almost exciting to just see how calm of a time they're having. There's a nice gap in front. There's a nice gap behind. Just row your line, boys.
Bow number 86 crossing the midpoint of Weld.
That's Concord Crew from Concord, New Hampshire. We've got 3 just staggered abreast across the river.
We have 87 in the lead on the Boston side.
So 87 is Ringe. Cambridge Ringe and Latin School, doing well.
In the middle with the checkered unisuits, we have bow number 88.
Bow number 88 is Boston Latin.
And pushing to pass right now is bow number 90.
Which is Row America Rye.
Oh, yeah,
But
and they're doing their power
could
10.
Get exciting here under the bridge. So you've got Row America Rye putting the squeeze play on Boston Latin with Cambridge Ringe and Latin.
Seem to be taking
and Row
the
America
midpoint.
Rye's taking a pretty sharp point there through the bridge. We're going to go all through it. Boston Latin just dropping back that little bit. Safety first, safety's fastest.
Bow number 89.
St. Anthony's from South Huntington, New York.
And we believe this might be our last competitor in this event, which was very exciting. Which nothing.
That was great, wasn't it?
Always to be expected with races like this.
We thought we were off last time, right?
Whose mom was making stuff up? My mom. I think she was watching a tape delay. Because I'm like, the broadcaster turn it off and turn it on, right?
See, now we have girl aids. That's gonna be
Equally fun.
No, we have youth doubles.
Oh, we have doubles.
Yeah,
Okay.
men's youth doubles.
Men's youth doubles. All right.
And they launched it.
Oh yeah, like when you could. I mean, we spotted that one as they came out from under Weeks, man. That was wild. That was wild. Let's see, we've got a verdict on that coxswain. No.
I think we're chilling for now. I thought it was just getting some of that good action. Okay. Cheers.
Basically all the information is there.
Yep, and we can go back and forth on the mics. I have binoculars. I'm Pete. Yeah, Aisha.
Yeah, sorry. Okay. Yeah,
My husband's on the bridge. So you still
Okay.
want to get
waving photos.
Can you, please?
So I gotta get him the. He's probably still doing paperwork for the grad.
It's a great view. You have like a great line of sight coming in, and you can also make sure you have timing here. So you can like catch when they come over too. So you have to see.
Oh, perfect. That's nice.
Wait, so how do they see it?
It's almost like musical IPR live for you.
Oh, you guys have boats coming again?
Do we?
Apparently. That's what they're yelling.
Oh, there we go. There's one. There's one. Yeah, it's actually lined it out according to events.
Okay. Let me know when you're ready for me to turn it on. We're on? You ready? Okay. You're on.
So we do the fours. Do the youth fours.
All right, we have the first competitors for the next event, event number 53. This is the men's youth doubles. We have 50 competitors in this race.
So the current reigning champion is Quad Cities. Quad Cities have been having an incredible 3 or 4 years. They've got women's wins at Henley Royal. The youth have actually gone pretty. The youth boys have actually gone pretty deep there as well. They're reigning reigning head of the Charles champions.
That is reigning world champions at this point.
They're reigning world champions at head of the Charles for youth doubles. Absolutely. And apparently, if this is Quad Cities coming through, Eamon Matlock and Fielding Stalin spent the majority of the summer training for U.S. Summer National Championships.
And this is indeed bout number 1.
They're looking strong. They're looking strong, and they're on an excellent course. We've got another crew. They really just want to go to Harvard Business School, don't they?
Hey, you know, this is just the feeder event for HBS.
For HBS. There we go. They're going to need to take a sharp turn soon, or they're going to be in the travel lane. That's a 1-minute penalty.
Bout number 3 is really hugging that Boston side.
Is that bout number 3? So bout number 3 is overtaken bout number 2, but they're taking the long way around.
Yep, and we're seeing bout number 2 come quite a bit on that straightaway, dead in the middle.
Okay. So bout number 3 is now starting to come back through. That's Niagara Rowing School out of Ontario, Canada. So they're coming back around. And bout number 2 is Redwood Scullers from Redwood City. They placed second in this event last year in 2022.
And, you know, for taking such a drastic angle, it does not seem to have impacted their speed at all in bout number 3.
It really hasn't. It has to be said. It really hasn't. It's some interesting... No, they've straightened up to go through the bridge.
We have bout number 5 right at the midpoint of Weld, start of kind of a nice little pack of doubles coming through.
So bout number 5 is California Yacht Club.
Bout number 6 just behind them, closer to the Boston side,
is Ravenna from Charlottesville, Virginia.
Then we have bout number 7,
which is Concord Crew. They've also been taking a little bit of a swervy path, trying to figure out where they want to be on the river.
Okay, we have bout number 4.
Bout number 4 is Miami Beach Rowing, Ethan and Simon.
And then the double white caps, we have bout number 8.
So bout number 8 is really chasing down bout number 4, and for whatever reason, they've both opted to go very far wide towards the Boston side for this bridge. That's Miami Rowing Club.
Then we have bout
chasing Miami Beach Rowing Club.
With bout number 10 with the blue and white oars.
That's Cambridge Boat Club. They've got a relatively new youth program, didn't exist a decade ago, and they've actually been coming out very strong. It's only for children of the members there.
Oh, what a great way to get your kids involved in a sport you also have passion for. In the red unisuits, we have bout number 9.
Which is Row Boston, which is a local program out of CRI.
Then we have bout number 13 and 14 neck and neck. That's bout number 13 on the Cambridge side.
Which is Oak Neck Rowing Academy. And on the Boston side, we have Potomac Boat Club.
That's bout number 14 in the red unisuits.
But they seem to be just getting closer and closer to each other.
They secretly want to row a quad together, just mash those boats into one.
But Potomac is continuing to move ahead, though.
And they seem to be creating some more distance, so I think we're going to be civilized as we go through the bridge.
Yep, Oak Neck Rowing Academy, they appear to have backed off just a little bit, give them the extra space and let them take the line they want.
In the blue unisuit, we have bow number 12.
Which is Gordon Rowing out of Wenham, Massachusetts.
And with the stripes of high vis, we have bow number 11.
Resilient. They're very resilient. You can see them come in from so far away.
Yeah,
I quite like it. I quite like it.
Makes
It's low light in Henley at the moment, and we're all about the high vis.
It makes it way easier to see things on the water. Some of it is safety. That is definitely stylistic.
Teenage boys in bright colors, match made in heaven.
And we have bow number 16 coming through.
Bow number 16 is Port Jefferson Rowing Club.
And then
it looks like they've jumped some places.
They have it. Bow number 17's right behind them.
Beaver Creek Sculling.
And with bow number 15 really hugging the Cambridge shore.
That's Germantown Friends Academy.
And those are the orange oars.
So we've got another two kind of neck and neck here. Who have we got?
On the Cambridge side, in the red shirts, we have bow number 18.
So bow number 18 is Star Rowing from Darby, Connecticut.
And then on the Boston side, we have bow number 20.
Which is Episcopal School of Dallas. I don't think we've seen any internationals so far in this event, have we?
No, I think these have all been homegrown heroes. We have bow number 19 in the red shell passing Weld.
That's St. Mark's, Dallas.
And in the yellow shell, we have bow number 21.
Which is Oak Neck Rowing Academy out of Bayville, New York.
Just behind them, bow number 22.
22 is Malvern Prep. So we do have an overseas school, and yet it's the American school. So we got the American schools brought quite a big contingent. I don't think historically they've been particularly represented here at Head of the Charles.
Well, we're always happy to have more representation. And we have bow number 24 in the pink unisuits and yellow boat.
That's Maritime Rowing Club from East Norwalk, Connecticut. And we've got a little bit of a gap. But we've got quite a cluster coming up. This could be interesting.
Leading this next pack, we have bow number 23 with a little bit of open water.
Mm-hmm. So that's the American school. They're all here. Their coach came 6th yesterday.
Okay. Leading this pack of 4 in the green, we have bow number 29.
So that would be White Marsh Boat Club from Conshohocken, Pennsylvania, and it is a tight pack.
In the pink, bow number 28.
28 is White Marsh Boat Club.
In the blue, we have bow number 24.
So bow number 24 is Maritime.
And in the orange, we have bow number 26.
Which is Manahasset. At the moment, they're heading single file, but they're taking some sharp turns. You can see some of the white along the hull as they take some sharp turns, but they are taking it absolute single file. 25 opting to go a little wide under the bridge and having to make a sharp turn to correct as they go under it.
In the red, just passing Weld, we have bow number 30.
That's St. Paul's from Concord, New Hampshire.
It's so rare you have such a wonderful color spread that makes it so easy to identify everyone. Orange, green, pink, red.
All the autumnal colors of the fall here in New England.
Just approaching Weld. In the green unisuits, we have bow number 27.
So bow number 27 is Minneapolis Rowing Club from Twin Cities, Minnesota.
And then we have bow number 33 approaching.
So bow number 33 is Narragansett, just south of here in Providence, Rhode Island. They rode down there in the bay. I can see coming out of Weeks, we've got somebody absolutely heading for Cambridge. Almost out of the line of sight here at Weld. They're so far on the Cambridge side.
But before we get that, we have bow number 35 with the 2 neon hats.
So that's SORA out of Orlando, Florida. South Orlando Rowing Association.
Okay.
So South Orlando continues to take an excellent straight line. They've opened up quite a lead over an interesting little cluster we've got.
So we have bow number 37 approaching at the beginning of this pack.
So that's V skulls. Who have we got coming back from the Boston coastline?
We have bow number 36, which they still are in with the pack. Obviously, they did go outside of the buoys, but they're speeding up.
They are, well, that's good, because outside the buoys, it's 10 seconds for the first buoy violation and 5 seconds for every green buoy after that. So they're going to need to make up some time, but they might have been worth it the way they're cutting into it. So they're Swiss.
Yep, and then we have bow number 36 with the white oars.
So bow number 36 is Rockland out of Nyack, New York.
And then bow number 31 with the white and black stripes on the oars.
So that's Riverside. From right here, they'll have passed by their boat club on the way up the river.
Then we have bow number 32 with the ketchup and mustard colored unisuits.
Bergen County, New Jersey, hot dogs at the shore.
And then bow number 34
is Shipley from Bryn Mawr, Pennsylvania. They seem to be matching each other relatively well. Stroke from New Jersey taking a little look over this way.
Bow number 40 passing past the boathouse.
Bow number 40. Yeah, they're okay. Bow number 40 is Lincoln Park School from Chicago, Illinois.
Bow number 39.
Bow 39 is Lake Quinsigamond Community Rowing. Doing well. They'll be used to this kind of wind because the wind started to pick up again.
Looking quite strong. We have bow number 43 coming through.
Tideway Scullers. Tideway Scullers. And they look to actually be putting in a push. Looking very strong, actually, Tideway Scullers with the Radcliffe blades.
Bow number 42.
Bow number 42 is California Yacht Club.
And then bow number 41 with a little bit of open water ahead and behind them.
That would be Kent School out of Kent, Connecticut.
In this next grouping of two, we have bow number 48 just ahead of bow number 45.
So that's Deerfield in number 48 ahead of Potomac in 45.
And we're about to have a group of 5 boats. I think also some of the last competitors in the races.
I think they are. Yep.
They are leaving nothing on the table and coming in quite a tight pack.
They're pretty far spread apart at the moment, so they're going to need to get a little tighter. Although I think we've got somebody cutting buoys here on the Boston side.
We have bow number 47 in the lead here.
Mm-hmm. So bow 47 is Putney from Putney, Vermont.
Hugging the buoys, we have bow number 44.
So bow 44 is the Groton School.
And just ahead of them for now, bow number 46, but they are neck and neck.
So Oyster Bay, it looks like they're actually being overtaken by Groton. Groton's just eking out ahead of it, but I did see Groton cut 2 buoys. So again, Groton's going to need to make up that time.
In the green unisuits, we have bow number 50.
Hang on a second.
And then 49 to finish.
Okay, so our last 2 boats in this event are Peterborough, currently leading Brewster. And as they go through the bridge, everybody's looking relatively solid. a tent, like actually, not alone. Not alone. How many do you have? You got 8 tents and like 12, 13 people?
I think it was 8 tents. I'm not sure if you call it a garden. I think it's just a full yard.
No, yard's different in the UK.
It was nice.
Is that Matt?
When you get to the place of your house, do you force anyone to put their medals to in your garden? But the tent was huge. It was this palatial tent. It was great. They got a Henry Weld regatta doormat they were taking back to Canada. They like had it in front. They were really owning like the palatial. Henry's fun. Organized. So she's here. Andrew's here. She's also commentating. Dan's here. And we're hands back together, man. What is it? Because Dan helps on all the
Yeah. Yeah, so when he's like in the building.
Yes. So that's mostly Rand's.
Identify where the bathroom is.
But she's also fun.
Yeah, he was.
You see, race yesterday. Sorry, qualified the alumni vote this year. That was pretty great. Yeah. This is here. At the moment, I think so we're staying. No, I'm not even sure she's at CDC yet. So we stay with a friend of mine named and so I stay with Lee. So Lee boxed the
I got a report.
and they broke the course record. And they and the other clubs, they started. I think they had
I'm surprised the goals went from 72nd to like 70th.
well, Leander's going to be on a mission this week. So Leander men start fifth. Because last year they started fifth. So they started fifth. Leander Williams.
How pissed do you think Brand
No,
is going to
Leander
be about
men
Brand of
started
Shadow?
further up. So they started fifth. Leander Williams started fifth. Now they're all pissed. Was GD now GD has
We got the official cook. Oh, is that where you're drawing?
they are.
It should be
It should be a good one. It should be a good one. We've got West and Penn, second to the last year.
Get ready.
So obviously, it's a Pelican. I like so it's great. It's like commentating.
Would you
say that?
He said you're not live? Just wait. No, what did you say?
I think we're about to. Youth Force. Youth under 17. So it's not just.
Is that a race coming down?
It is a
Yes.
race coming down. Do you want to hit the button? One of us is. If you hit the button.
Got like 6 votes or something?
No, it's got 26.
All right, and we have had the first of the boats for the Youth Under 17 Fours come through the bridge. There's 26 boats in this event. I can see 3 at the moment. Unfortunately, due to glare, I can't quite spot numbers just yet.
So actually leading the way is Row America Rye with bow number 2, who appear to have opened up quite a lead on the boat behind them. Okay. So,
Number 1 is the second one.
all right. So Row America Rye has opened up quite a lead on Miami Rowing Club. And as a result, had their absolute perfect line through the bridge. Miami Rowing Club currently leading bow number 3, TriStar Rowing Club, who have opted to take a line much further on the Boston side. There's then a decent enough gap, but we've got 3 clustered relatively close together. But Miami Rowing Club continuing to take a lovely line, stroking very nicely as they head into the bridge, and leading on with TriStar out of Knoxville, Tennessee.
All right, we have bow number 4.
Bow number 4 is Friends of Brookline in Chestnut Hill, Massachusetts. They
Close.
seem to be doing quite well, but who have we got on the Boston side there?
You might be able to guess. Bow number 5.
Northfield Mount Herman from Mount Herman, Massachusetts.
And then bow number 7.
Bow number 7 from Ridley, St. Catharines, Ontario. They're taking an absolute bookmark out of Friends of Brookline's course, and they are absolutely on their 6. But Northfield Mount Herman still taking it wide, but being overtaken now by Ridley from Ontario. And that cluster has actually opened up a profound gap.
We have bow number 8 approaching the boathouse with a lot of open water in front and behind.
Yeah. So White Rock Rowing out of Dallas, Texas. Oh, but I see coming under Weeks. We've got 2 boats coming through under Weeks, and one's going to get pushed very, very wide here. And they're both trying to take some very sharp turns. White Rock Rowing continuing to pass here in front of Weld.
And approaching the boathouse, leading this next kind of significant grouping in the yellow boat, we have bow number 8.
Bow number 8 is...
Nope, bow number 9. Apologies.
That's okay. There's a lot of boats today. It's East Grand Rapids, Michigan. And so they only average 15. It's quite a young crew in this boat.
And in the bright orange unisuits hugging the Boston side, we have bow number 11.
So bow number 11 is Triangle Rowing Club from Raleigh, North Carolina. And then we've got a potential situation.
Just before then, we have bow number 12.
Bow number 12 is Row, New Jersey from Mount Arlington, New Jersey.
And then we have 3 boats quite in line with each other. On the Boston side, we have bow number 15.
Okay, so we've got Greenwich Crew.
Riding that middle is bow number 13.
That's Pittsford Crew from Pittsford, New York.
And in the red unisuits, we have bow number 10.
So that would be St. John's High School from Shrewsbury, Massachusetts. So we've got 13. So Pittsford Crew making an absolute storming move now ahead of Greenwich Crew. They are absolutely in the lead. However, St. John's is refusing to give up, and St. John's is actually moving into them as they go under the bridge. St. John's hull is going into their blades. There's been no contact yet. No contact, no foul, as long as no one changes course.
Bow number 17 utilizing that to kind of make up some ground.
Bow number 17 would be Canisius out of Buffalo, New York.
And bow number 18 in front of Weld right now.
Texas Rowing Center out of Austin, Texas. They're just taking advantage of the open water and just moving it along very nicely. Wind's starting to pick up. We're getting more than the artistic ripples here.
In the orange, we have bow number 14 crossing across the boathouse.
It's Manhasset High School from Manhasset, New York.
And a little bit of peace before we hit our next kind of tight grouping of 5 boats.
At the moment, everybody's lining up and behaving, but it's definitely got potential to get a little exciting.
We have bow number 22 in the lead here.
That'd be Row America Rye from Rye, New York. And everybody, so 4 out of the 5 boats here have opted for a very Boston side course.
That is correct. We'll see if the 2 coming through weeks right now follow that trend or try to set closer to the Cambridge side.
It can be a big psychological thing. You get unsure of yourself, especially as a junior, and you assume the person in front must know what they're doing more than you do.
A little bit of follow the leader there. But we have bow number 19 crossing Weld right now.
That's St. John's College High School.
With bow 20 hot on their tail.
Yeah, 20 is going to take them down, I think. 20 is absolutely going to do it. That would be the SA Rowing Club from Roswell, Georgia.
And then bow number 21 still fighting for those places as well.
Shrewsbury High School.
With bow number 24 just behind.
That would be OKC River Sports, so out of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. So everybody's actually spaced out quite nicely there. And it's continuing. It's it's a very nice parade, one by one.
With the blue oars, we have bow number 25.
Oyster Bay Community Rowing from Oyster Bay, New York.
And then we actually have bow number 6 behind them in the blue boat.
That's unusual. You have to wonder if something happened. That's Glastonbury from Glastonbury, Connecticut. And it's a unique event in that all boats have to be 17 or under. So it often rules out a lot of juniors and seniors.
In the red boat close to the Boston side of the shore, we have bow number 23.
Medford from Medford High School here in Massachusetts.
In the white boat, we have bow number 16.
Port Rowing from Port Washington, New York.
And then in the second red boat, we have bow number 26.
Bow number 26 is Holy Ghost Prep from Bensalem, Pennsylvania.
This may be our last 3 competitors in this event.
I think it is. We had a couple interesting moments, but mostly everybody's been very well behaved.
It's always nice to have tight competition at the beginning and the end.
It really is.
Keeps everyone in the race. But again, with races like this, just because they're last to go does not mean they're last in the event.
Never means they're last in the event. You can cross the finish line first and you just don't know.
Time is the name of the game.
Absolutely. It's been an absolute pleasure commentating with you. I'm going to go off for my next shift and trade off.
You know what? And with that, thank you to all the volunteers who contribute to make Head of the Trials a rousing success.
Particularly the one that managed to get our microphones turned on this morning.
Yes, very special support to our AV staff.
Thanks, and have a great day, everybody.
A pleasure.
I'll see you later. Grabbing my...
Join me. Do you have a preference on whether you'd like to spot or whether you'd like to be the book girl?
I can be the book girl.
That's, I mean, we'll both talk.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh, yeah.
You can't do. It's really hard to do both at once.
Yeah. I tried looking at the thing, but
Yeah, it's obviously a silly one. I like my eyes. I can't look through binoculars.
Yeah.
So I need the one.
Alright, what's the next race that we have? Women's U17 Fours. So these are basically like fun facts.
Yeah. So basically, when I think best to try to tell, because there's going to be a mixed level of people who know rowing and don't know rowing.
Yeah,
So like,
yeah.
obviously throw some rowing facts in there, but like for the people on shore who can't really see, it's important to give them like red boats, location, like colored boats, colored blades, location, stuff like that. So when I call numbers, I'll try to do either Boston or Cambridge side. I'll try to call out some color on their boats for people not to look for.
Okay.
And then for that, like when I say the number, I'll usually lead with that, and then you can, especially
The
so.
crew.
For the fours, like, you'll probably just say the name of the crews. If there's doubles and give space, like you can do the actual names of people.
Okay.
And if there are any like cool fun facts,
Yeah.
you can throw those in too. But it's really just like it's vibes.
Yeah. All right.
Sounds good. Yeah, and then when we see them start to come, we'll do like an announcement of this. So we don't have to read the full thing.
Yeah.
It's just kind of like a general summary.
Nice. Yeah, I was surprised Ellen gave me this role. I haven't done it before. She trusts me on doing it. New role?
I rode in college, yeah. But not now. Now I just volunteer every year. Or it might be delayed, but they are on the list. So just
Sounds good. I was watching the live stream yesterday. I read the signals at 8:30. Missed all the bad ones. But this weather, I don't know if I'll get that.
yeah.
It is a boring class.
Yeah, I couldn't do it. I had a wedding on Friday, so I was and then obviously recovered on Saturday, so.
And welcome to event number 55. This is the Women's Youth Fours, which launched at 10:43. We are about to start seeing the first competitors from this event roll down the river. There are 90 competitors in this event. And
that's a lot of boats.
yes, and especially with fours, not as fast as the eights, but quicker than you think possible, they will start to get clustered. So we should see some good competition here. And I do see actually the first competitor approaching the Weeks Footbridge, which is the first bridge kind of in our viewpoint.
And And here we are at Weld Boathouse, which is right in between Weeks Footbridge and Anderson Bridge. So an exciting piece of the river along the course. I don't know if you all can tell from the screen, but they're facing a little bit of a headwind coming up. So
Yeah, the water was definitely a little calmer earlier in the morning, but we do seem to have a little bit of current working against them as well. But our first boat coming down the line is bow number 1. This is actually the Greenwich crew, which won the event by 13 seconds in 2022, which doesn't sound like a ton, but is actually a pretty dominant showing. Thing about youth racing, though, is you never know what's going to change year to year, and you can have a completely new crew in a boat. But that's bow number 1, Greenwich crew leading the pack here in front of Weld.
we have a bunch of boats coming up behind the Greenwich crew.
And we actually have bow number 4 in upcoming, so seems to have done a little bit of passing earlier on the course.
So bow number 4, Connecticut from Norwalk, Connecticut. 2 athletes from this crew actually raced in the pairs in the 2023 Under-19 World Championship in Paris. And they finished 9th.
We have bow number 3 in the white boat approaching Weld.
Bow number 3 is from Newport Beach, California.
And hot on their tails in the red unisuit, we have bow number 5.
Bow number 5 from Phillips Exeter, from Exeter, New Hampshire.
Yeah, bow number 5 is going to have to go a little bit wider to use that power and try to pass as we approach the next bridge.
As we look at these boats coming through Anderson, bow number 3 actually started off at bow number 73 last year, and they jumped up to bow number 3 this year.
And that's the wonder thing is, like, once you place, you get to come back, and your timing really does impact your standing. We have bow number 2 approaching Weld.
Bow number 2 from NorCal crew, Redwood City, California. Oh, there was some clashing of oars under Anderson.
We have bow number 6 in front of Weld.
Bow number 6 is from Row America Rye, from Rye, New York.
A little bit of calmness on the river. Bow number 6 is going to be able to pass through Anderson with hopefully no issues and definitely at least no collision risk, as they have a little bit of open water in front of them and behind them.
And so does this crew behind them.
Bow number 7 with the blue oars.
And that's Northfield Mount Herman from Mount Herman, Massachusetts.
Following in the yellow boat, we have bow number 8.
Bow number 8 from Windsor, Boston, Massachusetts, right here.
With bow number 9 just behind them.
Very close behind them, that's Sagatuck from Westport, Connecticut.
Looks like bow number 8 is doing their best to pull away before we hit the bridge. With the orange and blue oars, we have bow number 11.
Bow number 11, that's Triangle rowing from Raleigh, North Carolina. They do have clear water in front and behind them, so looking pretty good there as they cross under Anderson.
We're seeing a little bit of neck and neck, and I think some pulling away. We have bow number 13 closer to the Cambridge side.
And that's your Cambridge Region Latin, right here from
and
Cambridge,
then
Massachusetts.
With the orange oars, we have bow number 12.
Pacific Boathouse from San Francisco in California.
Yeah, so they're staying a little neck and neck, taking each a little bit of a different line through the upcoming bridge. We'll see if bow number 12 can kind of make up that distance again, or if bow number 13 is going to pull away.
Oh, yeah. And if they stay in their lines, they can safely cross under Anderson.
In the upcoming blue boat, we have bow number 10.
They're from Ransom Everglades Crew from Coconut Grove, Florida. Sounds like paradise, that Coconut Grove.
We have bow number 17 approaching.
Bow number 17, you have Culver from Culver, Indiana.
And you can see them with their pinkish headbands.
Oh, that's always a fun one, having the same headgear.
Definitely makes it easier to spot on the river, too.
Yeah.
Upcoming, we have bow number 14.
Morristown High School rowing from Morristown, New Jersey.
Bow number 16, you're looking for the blue boat with the coxswain in the bright pink vest.
And that's from OKC River Spot, Oklahoma City in Oklahoma. Oh, I can see that pink vest. I love that.
Yeah, and I think you can hear the coxswain calling for a power 10 as we're approaching that bridge, too, trying to catch up.
They're making moves.
But we have quite a little bit of clustering upcoming in front of Weld. Leading that pack is bow number 15 in the green boat.
That's River City from West Sacramento, California.
With the cross on their blades, we have bow number 19.
That's Nobles from Dedham in Massachusetts.
Then bow number 18 in the pink unisuits just behind.
Yeah, Narrett from Rutherford, New Jersey.
And then bow number 20.
Bromfield Acton Boxborough from Harvard, Massachusetts.
And they're remaining pretty tightly clustered as we approach Anderson. I think everyone's going to have enough space to kind of make it through without any clashing, but
it looks like it. Oh. All right, what's this boat coming through?
we have bow number 21 in the bright blue boat.
21 is from Three Rivers in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
With the red oars, we have bow number 22.
Bow number 22 from Greenwich Academy from Greenwich, Connecticut.
With 23 just behind them.
Gainesville area rowing from Gainesville, Florida.
Seeing this competition staying a little bit in groups of two. We're seeing a little bit of open water between kind of each little grouping of competitors. Means there's a lot of moving up and down the course as people try to pass and really crushing those times as we make it our way between these bridges.
And the strong female rowers battling the headwind here on this part of the river.
Just in front of Weld, we have bow number 25, and the sun's seeming to come out for them too.
Oh yeah, Unionville from Pocopson, Pennsylvania.
And with bow number 24 just behind, taking a little bit more of the Boston side.
24 is from Holy Names in Seattle, Washington.
With the yellow and white unis approaching, we have bow number 26.
Havergal from Toronto, Ontario.
With bow number 27, trying to put the pressure on from behind there.
And 27 is from Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
I actually, when I was in college, rowed out of the same building as MRC, which is the Milwaukee Rowing Club. Okay, we have bow number 30 approaching with those long white T-shirts.
And that's from Prince William Crew in Woodbridge, Virginia.
With the Texas flag oars, we have bow number 29.
And that's from St. Catharines, Ontario. And right behind them,
bow number
we have
28.
Texas Rowing Center out from Austin, Texas.
So this looks like they might have gotten a little bit mixed up on the bow numbers there because
Yeah, because the Texas Rowing Center's
if that's not the Texas oars on Texas, so maybe the 28-29 will do a little bit of mix up there. So quite a bit of open water now. Our next upcoming boat, we have bow number 31.
And that's from Port Rowing from Port Washington in New York.
Garrett's gonna lock on to mine once they leave.
They definitely look like they are cruising through with this open water, which is always nice as you go through bridges.
Yeah. Bow number 31, this is about a third of the way through the list of competitors for this event.
Oh yeah, we have 90 competitors.
Yeah, there's a couple events this day that has the 90 number, which seems to be a sweet spot for a lot of these youth events.
Which is always a good sign for the sport.
Exactly. You know, the more young talent you have, the more elder talent you get.
Oh yeah.
So we have bow number 32 approaching Weld and passing through right now.
And they are from Nashville, Tennessee.
And then bow number 34 in the red outfits and red boat.
White Rock Rowing from Dallas, Texas.
And they should enjoy this little bit of open water they have because we're about to see a cluster come.
It's always exciting.
Leading that is bow number 35.
35, we have a team from Norwalk River, Norwalk, Connecticut.
And then in a bit of a line here, we have on the Boston side, bow number 37.
37, San Ignatius, Chicago, from Chicago, Illinois.
Then bow number 33 in the middle there.
33 is from Blood Street Skulls from Old Lyme, Connecticut.
And then trying to hold off bow number 36.
36 from Villa Maria Rowing in Malvern, Pennsylvania.
So that's 33 and 36, really tight as we approach the Anderson Bridge. 36 making kind of that power 10 to try to pass before we have to pinch in for the bridge.
You can see the wind is picking up from the ribbons in their hair.
The wind's picking up and hopefully their power is picking up too. And we have our next little grouping. We have bow number 38 in lead there with the yellow oars.
38 is from Twin Cities Youth Rowing from Eden Prairie in Minnesota.
With the white oars with blue stars on them, we have bow number 40.
40, Friends of Brookline, right here in Chestnut Hill, Massachusetts.
Just behind them, we have bow number 41 in the dark boat.
41's from Glastonbury, Connecticut.
And then 39 still hanging in there as 41 kind of extends their lead, but bow number 39.
39's from TriStar, Knoxville, Tennessee.
Again, a little bit of open water before we hit our next cluster in this event. Even with a little bit of this wind that they're approaching, especially on the straightaways, you cannot trade this weather, especially considering what our competitors had to deal with yesterday.
Although I must say, Katie, as a rower, I prefer rowing in the rain than in the wind.
Yeah, at least the rain, you're already sweating, so you're already wet, but the wind.
I hear you. The weather today, the sunshine. Oh my goodness, it's beautiful here out on the Charles River.
But we have bow number 42.
They're from South Jersey Rowing Club in Pennsauken, New Jersey.
And then bow number 45 in the yellow boat approaching through Weld.
Yep, we have a crew from Cambridge Rich and Latine right here in Cambridge, Massachusetts.
And then bow number 44 just behind. We're looking for the X's on their oars. That's bow number 44.
They're from Buckingham, Brown, and Nichols, right here in Cambridge, Massachusetts as well.
Yeah, a lot of Massachusetts competitors in all these events, really.
Oh yeah, especially for the youth teams. I row out here on the Charles River. Love watching the youth teams row.
We have bow number 46.
46, we have Kearney from Kearney, New Jersey.
Not too behind them, hugging that Boston shore. We have bow number 43.
From 43, TBC Racing from Washington, D.C. Do you know what club is that, TBC?
I actually don't.
Yeah.
The Boat Club?
I like that.
I have bow number 48 coming through.
Newton Country Day, Brighton, Massachusetts, right here. This is their home ground.
We're going to have about 8 boats coming in pretty quick succession. Not seeing too much competition on the head-on-head yet. We're staying a little bit in order, but we have bow number 49 leading.
That's from Academy of Notre Dame from Villanova, Pennsylvania.
Following by with the white oars, bow number 50.
Hudson River in Poughkeepsie, New York.
A little bit closer to the buoys on the Boston side, we have bow number 52.
Bedford, New Hampshire.
And all staying pretty aligned as we approach the Anderson Street Bridge. Then we have bow number 52.
52? Bedford, New Hampshire.
And then bow number 54.
That's from Litchfield Hills, Litchfield, Connecticut.
Then in the bright blue boat, we have bow number 53.
Green Lake from Seattle, Washington.
Getting a lot of cheering on the shore here. A lot of local competitors, and obviously a lot of people travel out here to cheer for all the rowers. But in a race like this, you just got to cheer for everyone.
Oh, yeah.
All right, we have bow number 51 in the white boat.
51 is from Gun School in Warren, Connecticut.
With 47 hot on their tails with the red oars.
47 is from Leander from Hamilton, Ontario.
All right, looking for the red unisuits. We have bow number 57.
From Orchard Lake, St. Mary's from Orchard Lake, Michigan.
They're going to enjoy this little bit of peace and quiet because behind them we have 3 or 4 boats that are really tightly matched here.
Oh, yeah.
We have bow number 59 on the Boston side.
That's from PNRA Mercer from Princeton Junction, New Jersey.
With the red unisuits, we have bow number 55.
From Fairport, New York.
And then sitting closer to the Cambridge side, we have bow number 56.
Lincoln Park Boat Club from Chicago, Illinois.
We're seeing a lot of tight competition here. Bow number 55 is really making that push. They're going to go through that bridge pretty tightly and try to fight for lead coming out of it.
You can see 55 making that move as they go under the bridge.
Then bow number 58 in the yellow boat just behind also can use potential dust up to come ahead and stay out of the fray.
And 58 is from Ann Arbor, Huron, Ann Arbor, Michigan.
We have bow number 60 coming through Weld right now.
They're from Sacred Heat, I guess it's Sacred Heart, Greenwich, Connecticut.
And just behind them, bow number 61.
Narragansett from Providence, Rhode Island.
And 161 passes. We have about, I would say, a 30-second gap here. We're just seeing our next two competitors come through the Weeks footbridge, and we're seeing kind of our last boat go through the next bridge. So a little bit of open water here, a lot of time for people to make up.
All right, we have a few more boats coming through here on this stretch of the river.
And leading is bow number 63.
Duxbury Bay Maritime School from Duxbury, Massachusetts.
Just behind them is bow number 62.
They're from St. John's College High School, Washington, D.C.
And they're just approaching the beginning of the Weld Boathouse compound. Bow number 64 just behind them.
Arlington Belmont crew from Arlington, Massachusetts.
And they're looking pretty strong, trying to make up some of that water and potentially pass right after the next bridge. And looking at the yellow and black oars, we have bow number 66.
They're from Northampton, Massachusetts.
A lot of these crews are looking really strong, but they still have quite a bit of the course to go. Unfortunately, unlike a sprint season, you have to save your energy just given the length of the course that we have ahead of us. All right, we're having a little bit of a cluster here. Leading this pack is bow number 65.
That's Row, New Jersey, from Mount Arlington, New Jersey.
In the black boat and white oars, we have bow number 70.
Connecticut, Norwalk, Connecticut.
And then 71, hot on their tails in the blue unisuits.
They're from Annapolis Junior Rowing, Annapolis.
Yeah, and you can tell they're both making pushes, one to try to pass and one to hold them off.
Oh, yeah.
We've got bow number 68 closer to the Boston side with the red and white oars.
And 68's from Lawrenceville, Princeton Junction, New Jersey.
And then 67 in the green unisuits and white oars just behind them.
And they're from Central Ohio in Dublin, Ohio. They have a really cool color boat as well. It's like gray with a yellow
yellow
bow.
tip.
Yeah. Oh,
Ooh,
do we have some clashing on that, Anderson?
I did hear some clashing of oars. Hopefully everyone sorted themselves out and sets themselves up for success coming out. But, you know, Anderson Bridge is an exciting one.
Definitely is.
We've got number 69 ahead of us right now.
We have CCHS crew from San Diego, California. They have a little bit of open water here.
Yeah, I bet they're happy about that, just given we had some oar clashing as well. As much as possible, if you can go through the bridges by yourself, you are set up for success.
That's a win.
We have bow number 72 crossing Weld right now.
And they're from One Arlington Rowing from Arlington, Virginia. This is their first season of competition.
And they're looking strong for that. It's looking easy from a viewer's perspective.
Oh, yeah.
I will say
definitely not when you're rowing.
Yeah, rowing is one of the most misleading sports, I think. So we have a little bit of a grouping here that could turn into some mess, especially as it's pretty tight on the distance here. Leading, but just barely, we have bow number 73 in the blue boat.
And that's from Pinecrest, Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
76 in the middle.
And that is Row LA from Marina del Rey in California.
And then 74 on the Cambridge side.
Philadelphia City Rowing from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
We're not seeing any of these boats weighing off. They are pressing
Oh, yeah.
forward as we approach this bridge. This is going to be definitely something to navigate for all three coxswains as they try to get their rowers set up for success on the other end. But I think all three managed to squeeze under
that's
there.
Pretty impressive.
Coming up next, we have bow number 77 with those bright green unisuits.
They're from East Bay Rowing, Inc., from Barrington, Rhode Island.
And then bow number 75, you can see the coxswain in the bright jacket.
St. Mary Bayview from East Providence, Rhode Island. Both Rhode Island crews here.
And it seems like they're doing a little bit of the buddy system and sticking together before we have our next group. But a good 15 seconds of open water before the next kind of grouping of competitors, which does seem like we're going to get a little friendly again. But leading this group with the bright blue oars, we have bow number 79.
Oyster Bay Community Rowing from Oyster Bay, New York.
Okay, neck and neck, just slightly ahead on the Cambridge side. We have bow number 78.
They're from Bishop's Ireton High School, Alexandria, Virginia.
And just behind them in the white boat, we have bow number 81.
And they're from the Pittsford crew from Pittsford, New York.
Yep, we're getting some definitely really close racing here. 79 continues to hold off, but 81 and 78 neck and neck here. Our next group of competitors, we have bow number 82.
Stonington Rowing from Stonington, Connecticut.
With the yellow oars with some stripes on them, we have bow number 80.
And that's from St. Anthony's from South Huntington, New York.
Hugging these buoys on the Cambridge side, we have bow number 83 with those white oars.
Archbishop Carroll from Radnor, Pennsylvania.
And you can hear the cock calling for her girls. They're keeping it strong as they approach the bridge. All right, bow number 84 in the white boat is the next kind of boat as we approach through Weld.
And they're from Radnor Girls High School crew from Wayne, Pennsylvania.
And then bow number 84 just behind them. You can see the coxswain sitting up in the high-vis jacket.
And that's 84. High-vis jacket coxswain.
Oh, 85. Apologies.
No worries. That's Gentle Giant, Somerville, Massachusetts.
And then in the red unisuit, we have bow number 88.
And they are from the Concord crew, Concord, New Hampshire.
Okay, we have another stripe of high-vis on 89, which is Resilience Rowing.
Yeah.
There we go.
Brazilian Rowing Club, Fairfax Station from Virginia.
Yeah, they definitely stick out on the water. It's really easy to identify those crews as belonging to Resilience. We have bow number 86 with those orange oars.
And that's Greenwich Country Day School from Greenwich, Connecticut.
All right, we have two competitors approaching pretty closely with bow number 87 on the Cambridge side.
And they're from St. Mark's School from Southborough, Massachusetts.
With bow number 90 in the red unisuits really making that push to pass.
And they're from Westford Community from Westford, Massachusetts.
We have a little bit of a ghost crew approaching. They seem to have lost their bow number, and their bow seat is not wearing a placard, so I do believe they might be the last competitor of this race, and hopefully they stay strong throughout the rest of it.
They are a quad. They must be another race because we are rowing fours.
Oh, no, I can see the coxswain just hiding. Oh, no, you're right.
Yeah, they're rowing a. No. No idea. Oh yeah.
What do we got for the next one?
We have the director's challenge.
Yeah. Oh, 36. That's good.
All right, welcome to event number 56. We have the Director's Challenge Women's Quads, which launched at 11:20. So we're having the first competitors come through the Weeks footbridge. There will be 36 competitors in this event.
And it's pretty competitive, this event. I heard there's some Olympians and representative of World Champions boats in this event, so let's look out for them.
The athletes in this event range in age from their 20s to their 80s, and the final result is actually adjusted for an age handicap. So while you can imagine average age of the boat does matter, it does also come into consideration when they tally the final numbers. We're seeing bow number 1 come through the course right now.
And bow number 1, also known as the Rampaging Bridge Crashers from Riverside Boat Club.
Hopefully this does not actually mean they're crashing into the bridges.
We hope not.
They are looking altogether too smooth for that and have quite a bit of distance between the next boats. So these are the striped black and white oars, bow number 1 from Riverside.
They actually had the fastest raw time last year, but after adjusting for the age handicap, they came in 5th overall. So you were just saying, Katie, about the age handicap, it does matter.
Yeah, and the average age of that boat is 30 years old. So in the bright pink on the Cambridge shoreline, we have bow number 2.
Bow number 2 from College Club Seattle, Potomac and Sarasota crew. So a bunch of mixed crew members in there.
And then fighting closely with bow number 4, they had been really close, but bow number 4 and bow number 2 are separating a little bit width-wise.
Oh yeah, bow number 4 is unaffiliated. They are from the USA Lightweight alumni in the mid-90s.
It's fun. And we have bow number 3 coming through.
And that's from Cambridge Boat Club from Cambridge, Massachusetts. And their bio here is, we won last year.
And we'll see if they have it in them again this year. The fun thing about this race is you'll notice there are no coxswains in the boat, and there's also, each rower has 2 oars. So you see the person in bow seat often has a little mirror device so they can help steer and direct the people and make sure they're not crashing into any crews or any boats. We have bow number 5 crossing through.
It's a mixed crew as well. We have some crew members from Cambridge and some from Riverside, both from Massachusetts.
Rivals, but in this case, also friends. Okay, we have bow number 7 approaching. This is the all black outfits and black boat. We have bow number 7.
Nice. They're from a mixed crew as well, from Dolphin, San Francisco, California, Marin, and North Bay, all from California.
And keeping it a little easier for me, in the bright neon outfits, we have bow number 6.
They're also unaffiliated, but this quad represented the USA at the 2000 Sydney Olympics, finishing 5th.
Then that's amazing. We have a lot of Olympians in this event. You'll see us say that about a lot. But we have bow number 8 crossing across Weld right now.
It's a mixed crew as well. We have members from Greenwich Crew, unaffiliated, and Upper Valley Rowing.
And we have those 2 crews really coming in hot together as we approach the next bridge. They're setting themselves up for success to come through, but also being really careful because, again, there is no coxswain, so we're having the bow seat turn around to kind of look, see where they're going.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of responsibility for the bow seat for sure.
We have bow number 9 next.
And they are from a mixed crew as well, from Atlanta, Ottawa, and Toronto Sculling. So the crew members are very familiar with the course. Most of them have rowed at the Charles a few times. Some have even won in other events.
All right. In the yellow boat with the fun outfits, we have bow number 11.
From Cambridge, Massachusetts.
Yes, and just behind them in the neon, we have bow number 10.
And they are mixed crew from Hooksett, New Hampshire, Independence Rowing Club, and Riverside as well.
Yeah, this is an event. You'll see a lot of fun outfits, but also potentially costumes, I think.
Oh, yeah.
The Director's Women likes to lean into the fun aspect of it. We have bow number 12 coming through with the multicolored shirts.
And I love their boat club's name, Lucky Charms, from Woodbridge, Connecticut.
And that might be why they have the different colored the colored shirts. They're representing each of the different flavors of Lucky Charms. All right, we have bow number 13 in the red.
And they're from CRI, of course. They call them the Army of Red here on the Charles River.
All right, they have a nice little bit of open water before we hit our next grouping. We have a cluster of 3 with one group pulling away a little bit. That would be bow number 16 with the pink outfits.
And they're from Lake Washington in Seattle, Washington.
And neck, we have bow number 14 on the Cambridge side.
And that's from Duxbury Bay Maritime School here in Massachusetts.
With bow number 17 on the Boston side.
And they're from Station L, Portland, Oregon.
They're taking a little bit of a different line here. Line is in the path to get to kind of where they need to be. They started a little bit more clustered and have opened up some space to each give them some wiggle room as we approach that bridge. Up next, approaching the boathouse, we have bow number 15.
And they are from a mixed crew as well, College Club Seattle and Smamish Rowing Association. Most of these mixed crew members, they have never competed in a boat together, so a scratch crew coming together is always very fun. But they look really good.
They look good together. There is definitely a level of skill required to just jump into a boat, because I would think of like a boat, especially when you're rocking in the 4s and 8s, you need that group mentality. So to be able to all jump in and make it successful, that's a lot of work there.
Definitely.
About 15 plus seconds between the last boat and this next one. We have bow number 22 with those very distinctive striped oars.
And that's from Riverside, of course.
All right, and then bow number 19 just behind.
And they're from Marin, Green Bay, California.
I hear Green Bay and I just think Wisconsin, but nope, this crew is out of California. All right, approaching Weld and bow number 23, that yellow boat we have.
We have a mixed crew from Chinook, CRI, and Sarasota County. It's mentioned here that the crew has raced in 3 DC events and provides visibility for breast cancer research. Which is great because October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month.
It is. Okay, we have our next competitor coming through Weld. We have bow number 26.
And they're from CRI.
And quite a bit of space in front of them to gain or behind them to lose. We have our next grouping of competitors. This is going to be a tight cluster of 4 as they approach the Anderson Bridge. On the Boston side, in the high-vis, we have bow number 18.
And they're from McGunty-Cook from Camden, Maine.
Next to them, bow number 27 with those blue oars.
Founders Rowing, Dallas, Texas.
And it looks like bow number 24 is put in on the steam to try to pass.
And they're from Duxbury Bay Maritime School from Massachusetts.
And just behind them, bow number 23 in the bright pink.
And 23 is a mix of crew. 23 just passed.
Yes, we are looking at 27 passing
27.
pretty significantly as we come in, seeing if they can put some distance as they try to approach the bridge. But 24 is not giving up. Looks like 24 is just slotting themselves in, hopefully just behind 27 to try to set it up for maybe a pass on the other side of the bridge. And we have bow number 31 in these red outfits passing through Weld.
And 31's from San Diego Rowing Club in California.
Quite a bit of open water. Our next boat will be in bright pink. This is bow number 25.
And they're from Upper Valley Rowing in Hanover, New Hampshire. And they want to dedicate this road to all the moms around the world.
And again, this is Upper Valley Rowing in the bright pink passing through Weld right now, enjoying a little bit of peace and quiet before we have a large group of boats behind them. They are fighting for these times here and making sure that they're hitting the correct lines to try to gain as much as possible throughout this course. We have bow number 32 with the bow seat in yellow. That's bow number 32.
And they're from Newport Beach, California.
All right, the next group approaching the Weld Boathouse. We have in lead bow number 29 in the red outfits.
And they're from CRI.
Just behind them, we have bow number 28 kind of doing that midline in the blue hats.
And 28's from Duxbury Bay Maritime School here in Duxbury, Massachusetts.
The crew taking a little bit more of the Boston side approach is bow number 26.
They're from CRI as well, Brighton, Massachusetts.
On the Cambridge side, in those teal outfits, we have bow number 35.
And they are from BIAC, Redwood City, California, and McGinty Cook from Camden, Maine.
And then in the red boat, just behind, is bow number 33.
And that's another crew from CRI. So 3 CRI boats here in this group of 5 quads.
Yep. So these 3 crews, especially the ones closer to the Cambridge side, are going to be fighting to pass through Anderson. Oh, dear.
Right.
Only thing worse than a collision is a crab. A crab is where your oar catches the water and jerks out. And if it's a particularly bad one, it can be called an ejector crab because it will pop you out of the boat, actually. But not the case here.
Hopefully not.
All right, and then finishing just behind is bow number 34 in those neon outfits.
They're from a mixed crew as well, Great Bay, Dover, New Hampshire, and Independence Rowing Club, Nashua, New Hampshire.
And that looks like that might be the last competitor for this event. Upcoming will be event number 57. That's the Women's Youth Coxed Quads, which launches at 11:38 a.m. Actually, I take that back. We might have one more boat. This is bout number 36 in the yellow and green.
And they're from Delta, British Columbia.
The average age of this boat is 67. All right, welcome to event number 57. This is the Women's Youth Coxed Quads, which launched at 11:38 a.m. We are starting to already see some clustering, and the first two competitors coming through Weeks Bridge. There are 50 competitors in this race.
And with 50 competitors, that means there's medals for the top 5 places with a special medal for rowers averaging under 17 years old.
Yeah, so the young women in these boats have a cox on board to take care of the steering, which is different from the previous event in which the bow seat has to kind of direct her rowers to make sure they're heading the correct lines. And we're proceeding in order. So the first two boats approaching Weld, we have bow number 1 in lead.
They're the returning champions from Narrett, Rutherford, New Jersey.
And then bow number 2, hot on their heels.
Ooh, they're from Redwood City, California, the Redwood Scholars.
And the average age of both these boats are 16 years old.
And they were first and second place last year, so let's see how it goes this year.
And events like this, it's always great to have a close competitor. It keeps you engaged and really hungry throughout the entire event to either try to pass or to keep ahead. Our next boat approaching with the red oars, we have bow number 4.
They're from St. Catharines, Ontario.
And seem to have already passed bow number 3, which is still sticking in there right behind.
And bow number 3 is from Row America, Rye, New York.
Bow number 7, hot on their heels.
They're from Notre Dame, Welland, Ontario.
With bow number 5, with the white oars just behind this group.
And they're from Los Gatos in Los Gatos, California.
Seeing bow number 7 make a push to pass bow number 3 right before the bridge. Taking a little bit more of a direct line. And then right in front of the boathouse, we have bow number 6.
And they're from Long Beach Junior Crew, Long Beach, California.
So some really close clustering in the first 6 competitors in this event. A little bit of open water now. You'll see that really in a lot of these races, bow numbers 1 through 10, it's anyone's race. And just because there's tight clustering does not mean necessarily that the times of some of the later competitors are not as competitive. We have bow number 9 straight in front of Weld Boathouse.
And they're from Kent School, Kent, Connecticut.
Just a bit behind them with the teal outfits and oars, we have bow number 8.
White Marsh Boat Club from Conshohocken, Pennsylvania. Is that how you say that?
Yes, that is how you pronounce it. Our next boat we have in the red shell, bow number 11.
Hockaday, Dallas, Texas.
Hockaday is an all-girls school in Dallas. All right, just behind them, we have bow number 10.
And they're from Camp Randall, Madison, Wisconsin.
That's Camp Randall's coxswain calling a power 10 right before the bridge right now, trying to put in some of that pressure. Just behind them, we have in the dark blue boat, we have bow number 13.
And they're from Miami Beach Rowing Club in Miami Beach, Florida.
A little bit of open water here, but then we're going to see the next 4 to 5 boats kind of come through really quick succession. So Let's get ready. We have bow number 16 with the blue unisuits.
And they're from Maritime Rowing Club in East Norwalk, Connecticut.
Just behind them in the green, we have bow number 12.
And they're from Minneapolis Rowing Club from the Twin Cities of Minnesota.
Sticking closer to the Boston side, we have another Texas boat. You can see the Texas flag on their oars. That's bow number 14.
You're right. That's from Texas Rowing Center, Austin, Texas.
And just behind them, bow number 15.
And they're from Oak Neck Rowing Academy from Bayville, New York.
A little Texas versus New York showdown right here as tries to approach right before the bridge.
So if you're wondering why some of the quads have coxswains and previous event they don't have coxswains, it's because the idea of a coxswain for this less experienced youth boat is for the younger athletes to focus on their rowing technique so that the cox can take care of their steering. I did not know that. That's a fun fact.
In the green and blue stripes, we have bow number 18.
And they're from Argonaut, Toronto, Ontario.
One of our international entries from our neighbors to the north. We have a nice group of boats coming up, kind of two leading this next pack. We have bow number 19 on the Boston side in those blue outfits. Bow number 19.
And they're from Maritime Rowing Club in East Norwalk, Connecticut.
With bow number 20 in the red unisuits on the Cambridge side making a push to pass.
And they're from Niskayuna, New York.
These two boats really fighting each other for the lead. Obviously, bow number 20 started behind, so has already kind of made up some ground, but bow 19 is making them fight for it. Okay, we have a next tight cluster. Leading that group, we have bow number 26.
Oh, they have beaten a lot of crews. 26 from Great Britain, Tightweight Scullers.
Okay, bow number 17 on the Cambridge side.
17 is from Rightly, St. Catharines, Ontario.
In the middle of this group, we have bow number 21.
And they're from Narragansett in Providence, Rhode Island.
With the orange oars on the Boston side, bow number 23.
And they're from Germantown, France, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
23 and 17 looking to pinch middle boat 21. But these are dead even trying to come through the bridge. Just behind them, we have bow number 24 in the red.
And that's CRI in Brighton. We have 3 crews going under Anderson. And we hear some clashing of oars. Hopefully they make it out safe on the other side.
Bow number 22 staying out of that kerfuffle.
And they're from Holy Name, Seattle, Washington.
I have bow number 25 in the red boat just in front of Weld right now.
And they're from Row Boston, who rows out of CRI.
Approaching Weld, we have bow number 28 with those distinctive white and black striped oars.
Oh yeah, you know that. They're from Riverside.
Our next head-to-head competition, we have bow number 27 with those yellow oars.
And they're from Petty from Princeton Junction, New Jersey.
Holding off bow number 31 on the Boston side.
And 31's from Connecticut, Norwalk, Connecticut.
Yeah, bow number 31 looking to pass right before the bridge, but bow number 27 really holding them off. Oh, and bow number 27 seems to be adding some water. And that will prove itself out on the other side of the bridge. Coming through Weld, we have bow number 32.
They're from NorCal Crew, Redwood City, California.
That's bow number 32, enjoying a little bit of peace and quiet before we have some competitors hot on their heels. With the neon visors, we have bow number 29.
And they're from Riverfront Recapture, Hartford, Connecticut.
And then with the orange oars, we're looking at bow number 30.
Manhasset High School from New York.
We have bow number 35 in the blue boat, just entering the Weld boathouse space.
And they're from South Jersey Rowing Club in Pennsauken, New Jersey.
Looking to pass bow number 38. Or, nope, 36.
36 will be from Great Bay, Dover, New Hampshire.
Okay, looking at the red unisuits, we have bow number 33.
And they're from Bergen County, Richfield Park, New Jersey.
We have a head-and-head here. We have bow number 39 sticking to the Boston side.
39 is from Norwalk River, Norwalk, Connecticut.
And then bow number 34 with those light blue oars on the Cambridge side.
And they're from Shipley in Pennsylvania.
We're seeing bow number 39 try to put the pressure on and pass fully before we hit the bridge traffic area. In the blue unisuits, we have bow number 38.
38 is from Garden Rowing in Wenham, Massachusetts.
As the sun continues to come out, so is the wind. You can definitely see the current in the water. They're fighting that the whole way up as they go through this race. With the red oars, we have bow number 41.
And they are from Burton Beach Rowing in Vashon, Washington.
With the red hats, we have bow number 40.
TriStar, Knoxville, Tennessee.
Oh. Okay, and keeping with the theme of the red, with the red unisuits, we have bow number 42.
Potomac, Washington, D.C.
Bow number 37 in the dark blue unisuits.
And they're from Detroit Boat Club from Detroit, Michigan.
Our next competitor we have in the gray unisuits, we have bow number 43.
And they're from Nobles in Dedham, Massachusetts.
Bow number 45 just behind them.
And they're from Oyster Bay Community Rowing in New York.
Oyster Bay has sent quite a bit of boats to these competitions.
They have.
Bow number 46 with the V's on their unisuit.
Of course, they're from Vero Beach Rowing from Vero Beach, Florida.
Looking at the yellow oars, we have bow number 44.
And they're from Greenwich Academy from Greenwich, Connecticut.
We have an upcoming crew head-to-head. We have bow number 47.
And they're from Newport, Delaware.
The average age of this boat is actually 14 years old.
That's a very young crew right there.
But they are neck and neck with bow number 49.
And that's from Thunder Crew, Richmond, British Columbia.
Ooh. Saw a little bit of a crab out of bound number 47, but
like
got back into the swing of things really quickly and still looking super strong.
And their oars are so close to each other, 49 and 47. But the coxswain has got it under control.
Yep, they got some nice distance and both have decent lines going through.
Oh. 47 is going under the wrong, a different arch,
yes.
I would say.
But, you know, safety does come first.
yes,
and
for
sometimes
sure.
if you need to avoid a collision or hitting the bridge, that is always the right call. We have bow number 48 approaching Anderson Bridge.
And they're from Mile High, Parker, Colorado.
And then bow number 50.
And they're from Cambridge Region Latin. It's always very stressful to be a coxswain, so highly respect these coxswains out here having to maneuver around these bridges and bends.
Especially if you're a coxswain and who's new to this course, and especially in some of these younger events, you only get one practice time, and the Charles is a hard river to navigate with only one kind of run under your belt. There is definitely a hometown advantage here. A lot of the Massachusetts and Boston-based crews are old pros at this and know exactly the type of lines and paths to take to maximize their efficiency and minimize their time.
Definitely. So hats off to all coxswains for braving this piece of river right here.
The other suggestion was also to add a little bit more of the commentary.
Yeah, but most of them are not commentary.
Yeah, no, understood. But especially when you've got like empty space there for a while, you can even go back maybe and talk about some of the stuff that wrote. Just throw a little bit more to the script maybe.
All right.
Okay.
Sounds good. There's a crew coming.
All right, we're coming about for event number 58. This is the Women's Youth 8s, which launched at 12:03 a.m. We're seeing our first competitor come through the footbridge.
12:03 p.m., Katie. 12:03 p.m.
12:03. There are 90 competitors in this race, so another really large one.
Mm-hmm. And who do we have here coming up?
Yep, this is going to be bound number 1. This is Romerica Rye.
And they're from Rye, New York. They are back here to defend their title, which they won under 2-second margin over bow number 2, Greenwich of Coscope, Connecticut last year.
Yep, both these crews will be chased by bow number 3, the second Romerica Rye, showing the depth of their program with 2 boats in the top 3. Actually, the top 30 crews are all returning entries out of all 90 competitors. There's always some close racing, and a powerful push or taking a tight line on the course can make all of the difference. Again, this is bow number 1, Romerica Rye's first boat coming through past Weld right now.
They have clear water here between them and bow number 2, which is Greenwich crew from Coscope, Connecticut.
And obviously, timing for start, different, but it looks like they might have a little bit more than that 2-second lead so far to see if Greenwich crew can make up that ground. They are looking strong, though. And 8 boats, you know, that was always fly by. We have bow number 3 next.
And there's a second boat for the Romerica Rye. They seem to be closing up the gap between them and Greenwich crew, but you'll never know, Katie. In this kind of races, and they have 1 mile of racing left, anything can happen.
A couple more. All right, and then we have bow number 4.
And they're from Saugatuck, Westport, Connecticut. And coming up behind them,
this is bow number 5.
Marin from Green Bay, California.
Bow number 5 from Marin is actually the 2023 Youth National Champion, so do not write them off even at bow number 5. They're pushing and also looking strong as they come through. We have bow number 6 with the teal and green oars.
And they're from New Trier, Northfield, Illinois. This crew has 3 seniors, 5 juniors, and 1 sophomore.
Followed pretty closely behind by bow number 7.
Another boat from Saugatuck, Westport, Connecticut. So this is their 2V8.
Okay, in the white boat with black oars, we have bow number 9.
And they're from SA Rowing Club from Roswell. Roswell, Georgia. All right, I will. And last year, bow number 9 they finished top 10 in a program history, so first time.
Yep, and we saw bow 9 already pass bow number 8 in the blue boat with the white oars. That's bow number 8.
And that's another crew from Greenwich Crew, Coscop, Connecticut.
We're seeing bow number 10 in the red make a push to pass that bow number 8.
And of course, we know where the red boat's from, CRI, right here in Brighton, Massachusetts.
We're seeing a lot of cheering on the deck here, but a tight push as we come about to the bridge. Bow number 12 in that blue boat,
And you can
sticking
see the
close to the group.
Bright and AC on their boat as well. That's Newport Beach, California.
Bow number 11 with the white blades and white boats.
And they're from Holy Names in Seattle, Washington.
Yeah, this school is actually only about 500 students, but their roster for their rowing team comprises about 80 to 100. So about a fifth of the school is involved in the rowing program.
That's amazing.
So we have bow number 13.
And they're from Saratoga, up in Saratoga Springs, New York.
Okay, with the M's on their oars, we have bow number 15.
Mount St. Joseph from Flowertown, Pennsylvania.
Just behind them, bow number 14 with
Milwaukee.
the blue unisuits.
And they're representing Milwaukee.
That's the Milwaukee Rowing Club, MRC, bow number 14. Bow number 16 in the orange hats just behind them.
They're from Oakland Strokes, Oakland, California.
It's like I feel like I'm screaming into it.
All right.
Upcoming, we have bow number 17.
And they're from PNRA, Mercer, Princeton Junction, New Jersey. There's not much bio that they have given us, but as you can tell, the headwind is still pretty strong in this stretch of the river.
All right, we have two close crews. In the pink hats, we have bow number 18.
And they're from the Sarasota crew, Osprey, Florida.
This is the battle of the caps, because in the white caps, we have bow number 19.
SAC, Gold River in California.
And these two crews, one trying to chase and one trying to stave off as we approach the bridge, looking strong from both teams. Upcoming in the teal oars, we have bow number 21.
And they're from White Marsh Boat Club in Pennsylvania. Ooh, we have a clash going on just as they came out of the Weeks Footbridge.
And
I can't really see what bow numbers they are.
They are having some struggles here. We're seeing them start to remove themselves.
But they are heading straight for the Weld boathouse, which we hope the coxswain will make a change. But who's right here
Bow
just
number
passing off?
20 is utilizing this in their
For
advantage
sure.
and really opening up some water.
And 20 is from Rowe, New Jersey, Mount Arlington, New Jersey.
We have bow number 22 trying to readjust course after their collision.
And 22 is from Green Lake, Seattle, Washington.
And bow number 23 also trying to kind of stick back in there, but 22 is, again...
Oh, 23 might have lost their bow number from the little collision they had. 23 is from San Diego Rowing Club.
And it looks like they are aiming close again as they both approach the Anderson Bridge at the same time again.
So as both boats approach Anderson Bridge, the coxswain has to make good calls here to prevent another collision from happening.
Both boats yet again approaching the bridge, but staving off a collision and eking through. That is set up from the other side of the bridge. We have bow number 24.
And they're from Wayland Weston, Wayland, Massachusetts.
With bow number 26 just behind.
And they're from TBC Racing, Washington, D.C.
Yeah. These crews will be able to use kind of the time given up from that collision by the other two crews to hopefully make up from their own. So we have bow number 27 passing through Weld.
And they are NorCal crew from Redwood City, California.
In the red boat, we have bow number 25.
And they're from St. Paul's Girls, London, Great Britain. The school is based in Hammersmith in London, UK.
Yeah, no one ever wants a collision to happen on the course, but we always just hope for safety in both crews to kind of be able to readjust and not let it ruin the rest of their race. So seeing strong competition from all involved and hopefully being able to kind of leave it behind them and leave it all on the course. Upcoming through Weld, we have bow number 28.
And they're from Rose City, Portland, Oregon.
Just behind them, bow number 29, trying to kind of make up that water and set up for a potential pass later down the line.
And 29 from the Pittsford crew in Pittsford, New York. They row out on the Erie Canal in western New York. They were also a crew in the Youth Nationals. It was their third consecutive year this year. And they have clear water between them and the next crew.
Yeah, definitely saw those earlier crews open up some distance between these ones following, have a lot of kind of room to try to speed up as well as we get to the second half of the course. Upcoming in the yellow boat, we have bow number 30.
And they are from Long Beach Junior Crew, Long Beach, California.
And just behind them, we have bow number 31.
That's from Port Rowing, Port Washington, New York. So the Long Beach Junior Crew, they were third at the Southwest Regionals, and they raced at the Nationals as well.
And that's bow 31 in the black boat, just behind that yellow boat, holding in there. Again, a little bit of open water as we see our next three competitors emerge from out the Weeks footbridge. Leading that next path, we have bow number 32 with the white oars.
And 32s from Branksome, Toronto, Ontario.
This is one of our international entries. We see a lot of competitors from Canada, from Great Britain, but don't write off the rest of Europe either. We have some Swiss competitors, some French competitors, so definitely a multinational event is head of the Charles. So again, that was bow number 32, and then following them, we have bow number 33 with those blue oars.
And 33 is from Montclair, New Jersey.
In the white and red outfits, we have bow number 34.
And they're from the Atlanta Junior, Roswell in Georgia. 7 girls in this boat are racing in their first heat of Charles.
Yeah. Only 2 of these athletes have rowed here before, but 7 are new. So this is a fresh boat here.
Oh, yeah.
All right, we have a tight clustering coming up. We have with the yellow oars with M's on them. That's bow number 36.
And they're from Mount St. Joseph in Flourtown, Pennsylvania.
And they are chasing down in the normal yellow oars, bow number 35.
And that's Marion Mercy Academy from Marion Station, Pennsylvania.
Both set of boats looking strong as we approach the next bridge. Kind of mimicking each other's lines to make sure that they can get through pretty smoothly.
All right,
We
we
have
have a few
bound
more
number
coming up here.
38 in those blue shirts. That's bound number 38.
And that's from DC National in Poolsville, Medicine.
Just behind them is bound number 37 with the red oars.
And they're from Pacific, San Francisco, California.
Yep, we see 38 breaking away and trying to kind of increase that lead they have over their next boat. In the dark blue unisuits, we have bow number 39 approaching the Weld Boathouse.
39's from Detroit Boat Club in Michigan.
Just behind them with the yellow oars and the M's, we have bow number 40.
And that's another crew from Mount St. Joseph from Flowertown, Pennsylvania. They have a few crews out here from Mount St. Joseph.
All right, bow number 41 coming up next in the white boat and the white and blue oars.
Los Gatos from California. They said they're pretty stoked to have earned their seats for the Charles and hope to improve on last year's top 50 finish.
And that's always the exciting thing about Head of the Charles is you do have that lottery system, so it is anyone's guess of who will be able to kind of race at that next Head of the Charles in the year, and really opens up for a lot of crews to join if perhaps they weren't able to get the bid next year. So it's always a new year. We have bow number 42 crossing.
Whitman crew from Glen Echo. They row on the Potomac River in D.C.
Okay, coming up pretty quickly, we have bow number 43 in those blue outfits on the Cambridge side.
And they are from Erie Canal AC from El Plos, New York.
We have bow number 44 chasing them down there in the red shell.
Gwinnett Mercy Academy High School in Pennsylvania.
We have our next group of competitors approaching. In the teal boat, we have bow number 45.
Bedford crew from Bedford, New Hampshire.
Chasing them down in the black and white checkerboard pattern, we have bow number 46.
And they are from Boston Latin, the oldest public school in the country.
And just behind them in the red boat, we have bow number 47.
Phillips Exeter from Exeter, New Hampshire.
We have bow number 49 in the red boat approaching.
And they're from City Island, Bronx, New York.
All right, bow number 50 coming through in the pink outfits. We have bow number 50.
And 50 is from Dallas United crew from Dallas, Texas.
Right, just behind them on the red boats with the red oars, we have bow number 48.
And they're from Windsor in Boston.
We have kind of a tight grouping of competition here. Again, this is about halfway through the event. There are 90 competitors here. And then we have bow number 51 in the white boat and white oars, bow number 51.
And they're from Duxbury Bay Maritime School. A fun fact here about bow number 50, the Dallas United crew. The DUC athletes are highly sought recruits for big-name collegiate rowing programs in U.S. and abroad.
And that's bow number 52 approaching Weld right now. Bow number 52.
And they're from Retna Girls High School in Wayne, Pennsylvania.
We have two crews neck and neck, but one taking a more Cambridge side, one taking a more Boston side. The blue boat, we have bow number 53 on the Boston side.
53 is from Glastonbury in Connecticut.
And then bow number 54 is the red boat, pulling away right now.
And 54 is from Hingham High School of Hingham, Massachusetts.
You know, 54 is pulling away, but That blue boat, 53, is holding on there. Still got a lot of fight left to give.
I love the red unisuit and the red blades and the red boat and the blue. There's a theme going on. I love it.
All right, coming up next, we seem to have a green boat. We have bow number 55. Look for those green unisuits. Bow number 55.
WJ Crew, the Walter Johnson girls rowing team. A top high school rowing team from Maryland.
All right, we have bow number 56 with the white long sleeve shirts. Bow number 56.
And they're from Lower Merion from Pennsylvania.
All right, and they're staving off bow number 58.
And 58 is from Jackson Reed High School in Washington, D.C. It is the only public school rowing team in Washington, D.C.
And both of these boats are staying kind of tightly clustered as we approach the next bridge. Seeing 56 pull a little bit away. Hopefully each can pull the correct line outside of the bridge. Okay, we have bow number 57 in the red unisuits. Bow number 57.
And they're from Concord Crew, Concord, New Hampshire.
Upcoming, we have bow number 59 in the black boat. Bow number 59.
And 59 is from East Lyme, RA in Connecticut.
Okay, in the black boat, we have bow number 61.
61 is BCC Crew from Chevy Chase. Chevy Chase.
Then bow number 63, which is approaching the bridge right now. They're entering year three of a building cycle coached by Colin Silvers and Jordan Krall. All of these entered athletes have worked extremely hard to bring Blair from the worst team in DC to only 10 seconds back from 8+ medal at the
WMIRA champs,
which is one of the nation's top scholastic leagues. This will be Blair's first ever appearance at Head of the Charles. We are happy to have them and hope to see them back again next year. But coming through Weld, we see bow number 60.
60, we have Greater Lawrence Rowing from Lawrence, Massachusetts. So Lawrence Rowing rows out of the Merrimack River, which is north of the Charles.
Okay, approaching Weld, we have bow number 63. They are in the red unisuits. That's bow number 63.
Is it another Blair crew? Because 63 is Blair.
So I just led them in. That's Blair, who we were just talking about in the building cycle. We have just behind them in the orange, yellow unisuits. We have bow number 64.
Aquinas Rowing from Hollywood, Florida. This boat won the Florida State Champs and earned second at the Scholastics Nationals as a junior 8, and is their first time here at the Charles.
We love to see first-time entrants in any of these events, but especially some of the younger ones. Gives us hope that they'll keep rowing for years to come, especially at the Charles. We have bow number 62 approaching. That's in the dark red boat. Bow number 62.
And they're from the Arlington Belmont Crew, right here in Arlington. So it is their home stretch right here.
All right, we have bow number 65 approaching.
65 is from Simsbury, Connecticut. And it's their first time back on the Charles since 2015.
All right, in the pink unisuits, we have bow number 66.
Notre Dame Academy Rowing Club in Toledo, Ohio.
This is about 2/3 of the way done with this race in terms of number of competitors. We are seeing them come pretty nicely paced one after another. Obviously, some passing has already happened, and we seem to have a really tight grouping of 3 after kind of emerging from the Weeks footbridge. But before that, with the white unisuits, we have bow number 69.
PCRA from New Rochelle, New York.
Within this nice 3-way headaway, we have in the bright green boat on the Boston side, we have bow number 70.
And they're from Nardine Academy Crew, Buffalo, New York.
In the middle, in the white boat, we have bow number 73.
And 73 is from Brentwood in Mill Bay, British Columbia.
And we're seeing bow number 68 in the black on the Cambridge side really make a push to try to hold off and break away.
And 68 is from West Side Rowing Club, Buffalo, New York as well. So 68 and 70, friends in Buffalo.
Friends in Buffalo, but we're seeing 70 try to hold off, but 73 making a push right before the Anderson Bridge and successfully making that push. We'll see who lines up for the entrance under the bridge, but bow number 73 seems to be setting themselves up for success. But closely followed, so who knows what happens on the other end. This race is not over till it's over. We have bow number 71.
And 71's from Holy Names, Tampa, Florida. This is also the club's first time at the Charles. A lot of first timers here in this event. There's always a first time for everything. And they have a beautiful day for it.
A very beautiful day, especially considering yesterday. And we have our next little grouping. We have bow number 76 in the white outfits with the yellow or orange hats. That's bow number 76.
And they're from Old Dominion, Alexandria, Virginia.
On the Cambridge side, we have bow number 72.
And 72 is from St. Ignatius, Chicago, Illinois.
Making a push to hold off bow number 74 on the Boston side.
And 74 is from Upper Arlington in Ohio.
We're seeing another probably tight squeeze under the next bridge as each competitor and each competition tries to hold each other off. We have bow number 79 with the orange hats. Bow number 79.
79 is from Oakland Strokes in Oakland, California.
Followed closely by bow number 75.
And 75 from Collegiate Ignite from Galway, Ireland.
Yes, they had entrance in some of the prior events too out of Galway, Ireland, one of our international entrants. We have bow number 77 in the orange, bow number 77.
77 is a local crew, Wayland Western from Wayland, Massachusetts.
A lot of local crews in this event and in this overall weekend. We have bow number 78 making a push at the end.
78 is from Mounties, Montclair, New Jersey.
And then bow number 81.
Niskayuna from Niskayuna, New York. Some of the members of this crew won the New York State Champs and were finalists at the SRAAs with an average crew age of 15 years old.
We have bow number 82 with the teal and white outfits. Bow number 82.
82 is from One Arlington Rowing, Arlington, Virginia.
We have bow number 80 in the red unisuits.
80 is Niskayuna, which we introduced earlier.
We have bow number 85. Bow number 85 out of Resilience. You can peek them from their high-vis stripe on their unisuit.
Katie loves that unisuit Resilient RC.
Easiest one to catch besides the Riverside boat oars.
They do have a lot of open water between them and the next group of crews coming through the Wicks Footbridge.
And we're seeing some of the final competitors in this event. Again, just because they're last in line does not mean they're last place. This is all a time game, not a finish game. So all of these crews has as good of a chance as any of the earlier ones, and we're seeing some tight clustering, which is usually a good sign to see that some passing has occurred or will continue to occur. So at the front of this little pack, we have bow number 87. Bow number 87 leading this little pack.
87 is from SK CrossFit in Washington, D.C.
And head on head, the orange boat on the Boston side. We have bow number 88.
And 88's from East Grand Rapids in Michigan.
And on the Cambridge side, hugging them, they have bow number 84.
84 is from Swan Creek RC in Lambertville, New Jersey.
And these two crews are neck and neck as we approach the Anderson Bridge. Neither one is giving up ground. They are each pushing hard. We're seeing a little bit of pull away from bow number 88, but that changes foot by foot. This is anyone's game as we approach the bridge to see who comes out dominant on the other side. We have bow number 86 approaching Welds right now.
And 86 from Academy of Notre Dame in Villanova, Pennsylvania. They do have an average age of 15 years old. It's a very young crew here and looking really good.
Looking strong as we approach the next bridge. We also have approaching bow number 89 in the white and yellow unisuits. That is bow number 89.
89 is from St. Anthony's in South Huntington, New York.
Okay, approaching next, we have with the bright pink hat in the middle of the boat, we have bow number 81.
And 81's from Victoria City in British Columbia.
One of our Canadian entrants here, quite a bit of showing from Canada in all of these events. And then last but certainly not least, we have bow number 90.
90, that's it. Brewster, Woolsboro, New Hampshire.
And they row on Lake Winnie. This is bow number 90, which should close out this event.
And that's it for the women's Youth 8.
Okay, we have event number 59, the women's youth doubles. This launched at 12:37 p.m. We have 54 competitors in this race, and we're starting to see our first two competitors come out through the Weeks footbridge. This is actually usually an event that produces big shakeups as new young crews get together and find some speed. But crews usually do not stay together for too many seasons because you can imagine, as youths, they do eventually grow up and graduate to other crews. As a result, the fast boats can be spread throughout all of the entries. Having said that, Cambridge Boat Club returns at bow number 1, and PJ Balazzi was in last year's winning crew and also in the double at this year's U19 World Championships. She is a new partner this year, Jamie Reedy, for this race. Bow number 2 were also the same double from last year and were the fastest U17 doubles in 2022. They were just 3 seconds back from last year and now have another year of experience. The next 3 entries are from Canada and Great Britain and could provide surprising international competition. There are medals for the top 5 places out of all 54 competitors. So right in front of Weld Boathouse, we have bow number 2 leading on bow number 1. Bow number 2, this is...
Bow number 2 is New York Athletic Club from Pelham Manor, New York. Farley and Oth were the under-17 winners in 2022.
And just behind them with the blue oars is bow number 1. This is the Cambridge team. All right, we have bow number 5 approaching through Weld.
This boat is from Canada. It's Dawn Rowing from Mississauga, Ontario. 5th in this event last year, winners of the under-19 women's doubles at Canadian Henley Regatta, Elizabeth Najer, is also the winner of the under-19 women's singles at Canadian Henley.
We have bow number 3 approaching. This is another one of our international entries.
They come from Canada as well, Notre Dame Rowing Club of Welland, Ontario.
You can already see a little bit of mix-up happening in some of the earlier crews, but they are coming pretty quickly down the course generally. So we have bow number 4 in the white boat approaching through Weld. Bow number 4.
A lot of international competition. This is Great Britain. Tideway Scullers out of the Thames River. This boat contains silver medalists from the under-17 National Schools Regatta.
We have bow number 8 in the red unisuits.
8's from the U.S., back domestically. Y Quad Cities in Moline, Illinois. Madeline and her partner won the gold at the U.S. Rowing Summer Nationals in the women's double event, and Lily brought home bronze in the other under-17 women's single event at the same event.
And quick succession here, head and head. We have bow number 6 in the orange boat on the Cambridge side, really closely followed by bow number 7 on the Boston side.
Boat number 6 is Litchfield Hills, Litchfield, Connecticut.
We have bow number 11 in the white boat with blue oars passing through Weld right now. That's bow number 11.
11 is from the Founders Rowing out of Dallas, Texas. They traveled a long way to get here.
And just behind them, we have bow number 9.
Bow number 9 is Oak Neck Rowing Academy out of Bayville, New York.
We've got bow number 10 with the red oars.
Bow 10 is out of the Potomac Rowing Club in Washington, D.C. Founded in 1869, the Potomac Boat Club is the oldest rowing club in the Washington, D.C. area.
Bow number 13 approaches in the white boat with the blue oars. That's bow number 13.
Bow 13 is Gordon Rowing out of Wenham, Massachusetts. They were 3rd at the Summer Nationals this past summer in 2023.
We saw some really tight clustering out of the first 10-ish entries in this event, which is to be kind of expected given the level of experience we have here. But we are seeing a little group of 4 come down the river, kind of tight succession. We have leading this little pack bow number 16 in the blue unisuits. We have bow number 16.
16 comes from Canada. They're from Niagara Falls, Ontario. These were the top 2 female scullers at NFRC.
And it makes sense how they're doing right now. They're looking strong. We have bow number 14 just behind them in the white boat.
14's a little more local. They're Narragansett from Providence, Rhode Island. They are the NBC Youth.
Then we got neck and neck. We have bout number 12 and 15. 15 on the Boston side.
So 15 is out of Canada, Thunder Crew from Richmond, British Columbia. This crew is comprised of many strong young women from the team who are pushing toward this regatta ahead of the lake and then spring 2024. Bout number 12 is the California Yacht Club out of Los Angeles, California. They were out of Marina Del Rey in LA.
It looks like bout number 15 is taking a little bit of a wide approach as we lead into the Anderson Bridge. And the distance between all three of these last boats is narrowing as we kind of go through the bridge and set ourselves up for the back half of the race.
Bout 15 is the Thunder Crew, and they're a youth performance team based out of the UBC Boathouse in Richmond, British Columbia. They serve all youth in the Metro Vancouver area, so they've got a large draw.
And another really tight competition here within the numbers. We have bow number 19 with the red oars and the white stars. That's bow number 19.
19 is the second entry from Potomac Club in Washington, D.C., one of the oldest rowing clubs in that area.
And just behind them is bout number 17, so they were passed, but they are still holding on there in a big way.
17 are the Redwood Scullers out of Redwood City, California. Again, another group that traveled a long way to get here. The Redwood Under-17 doubles took 17th last year at this event.
We have bout number 20 in the gray boat coming through the midpoint of Weld.
20 is the South Jersey Rowing Club from Pennsauken, New Jersey.
All these girls are making things look easy, which anyone who has rowed before knows that is absolutely not the case. All of these are doing this race without a coxswain, so it is truly just the two of them, this team mentality. They need to be so in tune with themselves. But we have bow number 21 passing the endpoint of Weld, leading into the next bridge.
21 is from the West Coast, out of Vashon, Washington. Then Burton Beach Rowing.
Bow number 18 with the neon hats.
18 is the Resilient Rowing Club, Fairfax Station, Virginia.
Bow number 22, quickly behind them.
And 22 comes out of Albany, New York. It's the Albany Rowing Club. They were the head of the Charles Regatta 2022 in the 10th place.
Oh, and I love to see them back again. In our next three grouping, we have bout number 24 in the white and blue unisuits.
24 is relatively local Maritime Rolling Club out of East Norwalk, Connecticut.
And then we have bout number 23 and bout number 25 approaching the bridge.
23 is Row House out of Miami, Florida. We've seen a number of entries from them today. And 25 is the Kent School from Kent, Connecticut. Last year, they were fortunate to have a crew in this event, and while the girls were inexperienced on the river, they finished in the middle of the pack. Hopefully, we'll see them back again next year.
And you know, at this point of the race, it is still anyone's game. Just because you are in the lead or just because you are behind, it does not mean you are out for the count. Our next boat, we have bow number 27.
27 comes from Hockaday Rowing Club in Dallas, Texas. Hockaday is an all-girls school located in Dallas.
We have bow number 31.
31 is also from Norwalk River, Norwalk, Connecticut. This double won the Under-17 silver medal at the 2023 Youth Nationals. They're a young crew as well, so they've got an opportunity to come back here year after year.
And hopefully we'll see this partnership again because they are looking quite smooth as they approach the bridge.
This is such a competitive group of girls here. I can't believe.
And with a long career of rowing hopefully ahead of them too. They haven't even hit their college experience, so we can see them in some of the super competitive collegiate rowing, both varsity or junior varsity. We have our next boat, boat number 29.
29 is Brewster out of Wolfboro, New Hampshire. And row on Lake Winnie.
Big cheers. We also have bow number 28.
28 is Brooks School Crew, North Andover, Massachusetts. Based on their crowds down here. Oh, the crowds down here are bringing on some rowers for a later competition.
But at some level, cheers are cheers, so we'll accept it for all competitors here.
Absolutely.
We have bows number 30 on the Cambridge side.
So number 30 is Riverside right here in Cambridge, Massachusetts. Go Stripes.
And then bow number 34 in the red oars seem to be pushing past and opening some water up on them.
So 34 comes from Haddon Township in Collingswood, New Jersey. This boat is comprised of 2 athletes who placed 17 in the Youth Quad at Youth Nationals last year. They also won the Garden State Scholastic Championship and earned a bronze medal at Statesbury.
We're seeing 34 definitely open some water, but they're both taking different lines throughout the bridge. So this could be distance eaten up in a matter of minutes. Upcoming, we have bow number 26 in the red boat on the Cambridge side, fighting with bow number 35.
28 is Bergen County out of Ridgefield Park, New Jersey.
26.
Excuse me, 26 is Bergen County, Ridgefield Park, New Jersey.
And having 35 past them right now.
35 is out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. This is Fairmount.
Bow number 33 also taking a little bit of a wide line, but in the mix of those other two crews.
So 33 is Pioneer Valley Riverfront Club out of Springfield, Massachusetts.
We have bow 38 crossing in front of Weld at this minute.
38's out of Canada. This is Ridley from St. Catharines, Ontario. They're so excited to be here at the head of the Charles race today.
In the red boat approaching Weld, we have bow number 32.
32 comes from Great Britain. This is from the American School in London.
We have bow number 37 in the yellow boat just behind them.
37 is out of Wenham, Massachusetts. It's Gordon rowing. A couple of 16-year-olds in this boat.
16's a good age to be starting to row.
Got a lot of years ahead of them still at the high school level, which is awesome.
Years. We have bow number 41 with those blue oars approaching.
41 is Founders Rowing out of Dallas, Texas.
And then bow number 42 really hugging that Boston shoreline there.
42 comes from Jacksonville, Florida. This is First Coast.
All right, we have a nice grouping of boats incoming, all taking different paths throughout this river. Really coming out of the Weeks footbridge is going to kind of set you up for the straightaway or have you maneuver to kind of get into place and hit the next bridge. So neck and neck, we have on the Boston side, bow number 36.
36 is from Middletown, Connecticut. Middletown, Connecticut is the oldest continuing running public school crew program in the state.
And there you go. And then bow number 46, cruising past.
46 comes to us from Utah, Waterford, out of Sandy, Utah.
Yeah, with bow number 39.
39 is Greenwich Country Day School out of Greenwich, Connecticut.
We've got bow number 45 just passing the midpoint of Weld.
45 comes from Minnesota. This is the Rochester Rowing Club. This is their first head of the Charles. They've rowed together twice at U.S. Nationals in the under-17 double.
Love it. And then another 43 pulling away in the blue boat from bow number 40. So 43.
43 is Mile High from Parker, Colorado. These Denver area athletes raced this combo as under-17 at the Youth Nationals in 2022.
Just behind them, bow number 40.
40 comes from a Long Island Rowing Club in Northport, New York. There's always a chance they get this bid, so they work hard to get it.
And that it does require you got to work hard, and you have to put the training in the off season too. It's not just a fall race; it is literally throughout the year is really earning that place. We have bow number 44 about to approach the Anderson Bridge.
44 is the Miami Beach Rowing Club.
We have bow number 48 passing through the front of Weld in those red outfits. Bow number 48.
48 is one of our Massachusetts schools. This is the Groton School. Sweep oarsmen and oarswomen in the spring. These scullers have been working hard this fall and are excited to be here at this race.
And we are excited to have them. We have a nice group of 3 coming up in the lead. We have in the blue boat, bow number 50.
50 is Miami Rowing Club. This is their at least second entry in this category. They were the bronze medal in Youth Nationals on the under-17 4.
Hot on their tails in the green unisuit. We have bow number 52.
52 is from Canada, Peterborough, Ontario. Young rowers in this boat.
And then in the yellow unisuits, we have bow number 47.
47 is the Berkshire Sculling Team from Pittsfield, Massachusetts. Brass, as they're known, is excited to be here having their youth racing at the head of the Charles.
In the yellow boat, just approaching the start of the Weld Boathouse area, we have bow number 49.
49 is the Maine Coast Rowing out of Brunswick, Maine. The top girls in this program want to take their senior year by storm and improve on last year's performance as they prepare to row in college.
And I wish the best to them there and hope they find a partner as in tune with them as they had through their doubles career.
Boats really seem to be coming down in groups here. A little bit of water space, which is nice. They can set their sight for the bridge and come in strong.
It's the blessing of the curse. It's obviously rowing as a whole is kind of a really mental sport. But when you're in the thick of it with other boats, it does make it a little easier. When you feel alone on the course, it could feel a lot tougher to kind of muscle through that.
There are 54 boats in this event, so we should be coming up with the final rowers here in just a minute.
Yep, and we're seeing bow number 51 cross through the front of Weld.
So 51 is the Mercy Crew out of Rochester, New York. Our Lady of Mercy is a small all-girls school in Rochester.
With the orange oars, we have bow number 54.
54 is Island Lake, another team from Canada. Brianna and Addison have been rowing for 2 years and competed in several regattas in southern Ontario. You can hear the crowd excitement here. I think that's for their girls going out, but as you said, cheering is cheering.
Cheering is cheering. All right, and that's bow number 54, which And we have one more competitor still making their way down the race course.
I think that might be Alexandria, Virginia, still coming out of Bishop Ireton, if I've pronounced that properly. It's a staple of Washington Metro High School rowing. A resurgence in rowing is underway with a successful new program and coaching staff. So it's exciting to see them here as they rebuild their program.
Especially a new coaching staff can really make all the difference. You never know what's going to be the right path, and obviously everyone has their own style of rowing, of training, of coaching, and when you find the right mix, it really can be magic.
The rowers from Bishop Riorton High School are on the younger side, 15 and 16, so they've got some couple more years ahead of them. Hopefully we'll see them back at the head of the Charles next year.
I don't want to pick that up. They flip somewhere up further. Thanks for that. We have the final competitor coming through.
We have the doubles coming.
Oh. Yeah.
Are they the 54?
No.
No, you want to eat my...
You have a sandwich?
Yeah.
You want to split?
Yeah, take it. I don't think the mic's on though. I know.
And we're seeing bow number 53 from the last event. The women's youth doubles come through the course right now. This is bow number 53.
And they're from Bishop Ireton High School, Alexandria in Virginia.
This is Julia Plunkett and Fiona Sullivan, both who are 15 going on 16, so the average age of this boat is 15 years old. Bishop Ireton is a staple of Washington Metro High School rowing. A resurgence in rowing is underway with a successful new program and coaching staff. So we're watching bow number 53 make it down the river. Currently crossing in front of Weld, looking strong, stroking hard, and definitely putting their whole heart into this race. This is bow number 53 from Bishop Ireton.
And that will be the final crew for this event. There's 54 crews, which means the top 50 will have a chance to qualify again for next year.
Okay.
It's top 50, am I right?
And I think
50%.
Our next event will be event number 60, the Women's Under-17 Fours, which launched at 1 p.m. So we will be back just after 1 p.m. for event number 60.
Hi, how's it going? Nice meeting you. Other one.
Oh, nice.
What's he chased up? So nice. Not a bad place to spend king. Or to announce them. Not today. Yesterday must have been a little unfun.
Yeah. Were you in a tent? Like a
Relatively. You want?
Do you live here in Boston? Yeah, I live in Brooklyn. Oh, nice.
Tough situation, you know?
All right, we have our first competitors from event number 60 making their way down the course. This is the Women's Under-17 Fours, which launched at 1 p.m. There are 26 competitors in this race, and we are seeing the first come through Weeks Footbridge right this moment. The Under-17 Women's Four was made into a separate event last year in 2022. Prior to this, the Under-17 rowers competed at the same time as the Youth Fours. With so much demand for spots, the head of the Charles made this into its own event to enable more young rowers to race down the course. White Marsh Boat Club from Pennsylvania won last year and are back to defend their title, starting at bow number 1. They won by an impressive 14 seconds. But Austin, Brookline, and Northfield, Mount Hernon, will be chasing them hard down the course this year.
So is that who we have in bow number 1 passing by Weld Boathouse?
We have bow number 1 with the teal oars, which indeed is White Marsh Boat Club, who took the title last year. They raced down this course with a time of 19 minutes and 14 seconds last year. So their next competitor would have come in at 19:28. Let's see if they can match this time this year with a little bit of wind, but gloriously weather conditions for rowing, we will say.
They're looking really good here with that open water between their boat and the second boat.
And the second boat is indeed bow number 2 with the white and red oars. That's bow number 2.
And they're from Austin, Texas. Austin Rowing Club Juniors. And coming behind Austin, there's 3 boats in a group.
And we seem to have already had a little bit of mix-up. We have bow number 4 ahead. That's bow number 4 with the blue oars.
And that's Northfield Mount Herman from Mount Herman, Massachusetts.
And they have been racing ahead of the Charles for over 50 years. So this club has a lot of history on this course. And in this new event, they're probably looking to start some dynamic history. We have bow number 3 just behind them in the red striped unisuit.
And bow number 3 is from Friends of Brookline right here in Chestnut Hill, Massachusetts.
And with the white X on the blue oars, we have bow number 5.
And they're from TBC Racing from Washington, D.C. This is their under 17 girls 4+.
We're seeing bow number 5 make a push to pass 3 right before the bridge. Not to be left far behind, we have bow number 6.
And 6 is from Connecticut, Norwalk, Connecticut. 2 members of this crew finished 6th last year in this event.
And with 2 new crew members, let's hope that helps their placing. More strength and new strength. Just approaching Weld, we have bow number 8 with the blue and white unisuits. That's bow number 8.
And they're from First Coast, Jacksonville, Florida.
Not too far behind, we have bow number 7 in the white shell with green oars.
And 7's from Pittsford Crew, Pittsford, New York, where they practice on the Erie Canal. Just a fun place to row.
They recently attended the Youth Nationals for the 3rd consecutive year, so that was bow number 7. We have bow number 9 behind them with the white boat and blue and white oars. That's bow number 9.
And 9's from Row LA, Marina Del Rey, California. I actually rowed out in Row LA, Marina Del Rey. A beautiful place to row around, for sure.
We have actually a 14-year-old in that boat, but the average age is 16, so she is helped by her elder classmates there. We have 2 boats coming almost head-to-head on the Cambridge side in the purple boat. We have bow number 10.
And that's Buckingham, Brown, and Nichols from Cambridge, Massachusetts.
Neck and neck, we have bow number 14.
And 14's from Row America Rye, New York.
We're seeing bow 10 really work to hold them off as they approach the bridge. They'll see how that continues throughout the rest of the course. We have upcoming right in front of Weld Boathouse. We have bow number 16.
And 16 is from Sagatuck, Westport, Connecticut.
Our next grouping, we have bow number 13 on the Boston side.
And 13's from Morristown High School, Morristown, New Jersey.
And in that bright orange-yellow boat, we have bow number 11.
And they're from East Grand Rapids from Michigan.
And this is another neck and neck as we approach the bridge. It's just the nature of that course. We're coming through one bridge. It gives people a chance to really get their legs under them to then kind of be neck and neck as we approach through the next bridge. But just behind them, we have bow number 12.
And this blue boat, it's Row, New Jersey from Mount Arlington, New Jersey.
We're hearing some cheers on deck for a launching boat out of Weld.
We are here in Weld, which is where the Harvard crew rows out from.
Our next upcoming boat, we have bow number 17 in the gray shell.
And 17's from SA Rowing Club in Roswell, Georgia.
Not too far behind them, we have bow number 18.
And they're from Nobles, right here in Dedham, Massachusetts.
We have a nice little space of water before the next couple competitors. We've already run through about half of the competitors have already passed through, so we're expecting about 9 more boats from this race. We're seeing some of our next ones roll through. This is bow number 19 in the blue boat. That's bow number 19.
And 19 is Holy Names from Seattle, Washington. It's an all-girls private Catholic school from Seattle, Washington, which is the one where they have only 500 students, but 1/5 of the students are in the rowing team.
We have bow number 15 in the red boat crossing through Weld.
And they're from Great Britain, St. Paul's Girls from London.
Bow number 20 with the black and white oars. We have bow number 20.
And 20 is from Whitman Crew, Glen Echo, Maryland.
Go Whitman. Just behind them with the X and the black X on the white oars, we have bow number 23.
And they're from Merritt, Rutherford, New Jersey. This crew got 4th at Nationals and want to try its hand at long distance. So this must be their first time doing a head race.
Yeah, and a head race is a very different animal from a sprint race. You train for it different. Mentally, it's different. It feels so much longer.
For sure. And it doesn't go in a straight line.
Which, you know, if you can hit your angles correctly, it is a huge advantage, which is why a lot of the Boston-based crews, but the way they come through the bridge, it looks like it's not even an obstacle at all. But it's also why the bridges are some of the most exciting places to watch this race, because that's where some of the action happens. Approaching through Weld, we have bow number 21.
And 21's from Evan High School, Evan, Connecticut. And Evan is celebrating their 16th fall season in 2023.
Just behind them, white boat, and you can see the coxswains sticking their arms up in that bright pink jacket. That is bow number 25.
And they are from Rockland, Nyack, New York. They placed 2nd at National Youth Nationals under 17 at the B final this year.
And the average age of this boat is actually 14, so it is another really young boat, but they are looking great as they approach this bridge. Their angles, their line is almost perfect. See them cheer up from the crowd. You know, again, cheers are cheers. We're happy to have them for everyone, but they're looking great.
Oh, yeah.
We have bow number 26 approaching through Weld.
And 26 is from Lower Merion, Ardmore, Pennsylvania. They won the PSRA City Championships, placed 6th overall at Stotesbury Cup Regatta. And 2 of them rode in the doubles and finished 11 at Youth Nationals.
Okay, in the black boat with blue oars, they seem to be missing their bow number, but we have bow number 24.
24 is from Shrewsbury High School, Shrewsbury, Massachusetts, and they row out of Lake Quinsigamon, which is where I do my daily rowing. Beautiful piece of water in Central Mass.
And what may be the final competitor in this race, we have bow number 22. This is the crew in those neon outfits and bright orange or yellow oars. That's bow number 22.
And they're from Watapa Rowing Center from Fall River, Massachusetts. This team is one of the lucky winners of the Head of Charles Golden Cup Grand in 2021 and 2022.
And they're looking good and obviously easy to see in those outfits. That's bow number 22.
So that should be our final boat crossing Weld Boathouse for the women's under 17 fours.
Our next event will be event 61, the men's championship fours. There are 13 competitors in this next event. The course record was set by the U.S. Rowing Training Center with a time of 15:07. They win the Steve Carr Cup as the trophy for this event. You'll hear a lot of noise on the docks right now. We're launching 2 of the Harvard 8s at this minute.
time? Yeah, it's crazy. Oh, the ender has it? Kind of assuming the assumption is the US is going to win.
Don't tell me the assumption. It's pretty like scary. Like if they don't win.
Exactly. that's like terrifying. It's like, can you imagine what the coaches might be saying if you don't win?
ETA 1 minute 30 seconds to champs.
Men's Championship 4.
Oh, yep. We'll take it live.
Wait, it's not that late still. Wait.
Okay, and we have the next event number 61, the men's championship fours, which launched at 121. We're seeing the first two competitors already come neck and neck down this course.
So last year, Cornell was leading off the men's championship fours. They were just 1 second ahead of bow number 2, which was Princeton.
And it's looking like that rivalry is going to be alive and well because we have bow number 2 in front of bow number 1. So that is Princeton ahead of Cornell, leading in to the Anderson Bridge.
Last year, Cornell was separated by Princeton with just 1 second between the two crews. So every stroke counts.
This course record was set in 2017 at a time of 15:07. So after 6 years, it feels like it might be time to be broken again. So let's see if either of these two crews have it in them after such an intense rivalry seems to continue. And yeah, while Princeton is ahead of Cornell, it's not by much, and Cornell is hanging in there. So this is truly still anyone's race as we head in through the Anderson Bridge.
And you'll never know what might happen through the last bridge, the Elliott Bridge. So
it's like, yeah, they still have effectively a 90-degree turn coming up. So it is anyone's game. Our next two crews in the orange, we have bow number 3.
And they're from Syracuse, New York.
Average age of this boat is 21 years old, which, makes sense given what we're working with here. We have bow number 4 just behind them.
And bow number 4 is from Georgetown, Washington, D.C.
We have some real heavyweights of the collegiate rowing just on these top, even 4+ competitors, but there's still 9 left on the course, and they seem to be clustered really quickly. All of these championship 4 events are coming in really quick succession, both from the competitors, but also each event. We are going to be running through these over the next couple of minutes.
And there's only medals for the top 2 places, and the winners receive the Steve Carr Cup.
So in bow number 7 with the red shirts, we have
another Cornell boat, Cornell University.
Just behind them in the yellow boat, we have bow number 6.
And that's Princeton.
And we'll see bow number 7's really holding off Princeton here, but it is anyone's game. And they already were passed, so let's see if they can keep that lead or if they'll give it back up. We have bow number 8 in these salmon unisuits. Bow number 8.
And 8's from Oregon State. Oregon State returns for the 7th straight year in the Champ 4. Go Beavs.
Yeah, bow number 9 in the red unisuits just behind.
And this is their stretch of water is BU men.
Then bow number 10.
And 10 is from University of Wisconsin.
We have a little bit of space here. The first 10 crews were super tightly clustered. We saw a lot of probably water taken up there, but we see, are those Wisconsin stripes? We have bow number 11.
And they're from FIT, Melbourne, Florida.
So not Wisconsin, but from Melbourne, Florida. We have RIT, bow number 11 in the red and white stripes. Just behind them, we have bow number 13.
And 13's from Penn. And Penn's in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Okay, we actually do have one non-U.S. entrant in this event. So keep a lookout for bow number 12, which is, I believe, one of the next two boats we have from Japan. So they are out of Keio University Rowing Club, which is one of the oldest clubs and the leading rowing club in Japan. So up next is actually bow number 5 in the dark blue unisuits. They gave up a bit of water. They seem to have been passed by most of their competitors. Never know if there was something that happened earlier on the course or they're just feeling a little slow today, but still have a lot of race that they can make up that time.
Yeah, you'll never know. And they're from Georgetown. So it might be that they are even launched later because of something that happened before the start even.
And here we have bow number 12. This is our crew out of Japan. We love giving a warm welcome to our international entry. So let's hear some cheering for bow number 12 out of Keio Rowing Club out of Tokyo.
They placed 5th in the 2022 All Japan Championship, 8th All Japan Collegiate Championship, 8th, and All Japan Freshman Regatta. They came in 3rd place. And this year, 3rd place at the Japan Championship Fours. And in the pairs, they were 6th place. So pretty good rowing there under their belt. And that's it.
It looks like that might be good for that event. So our next event will be event number 62, which will be the men's lightweight fours. This launches at 1:28, so we should be seeing them any minute. So this is the men's lightweight fours is the next event. We will be back shortly.
Nice to meet you as well. Aisha, nice to meet you. I'm Hudson.
I think you commented in the morning.
Yes, yesterday afternoon.
Afternoon, okay.
Yes.
Do you know who you're here with?
I think she's supposed to be here.
Is it your first time doing it or you've done it before?
Yesterday was my first time.
Nice.
Yeah. I don't know where. So this is all the information we have?
All right, this is event number 62, the men's lightweight fours. So we have 17 competitors in this event. The course record was set by Yale University in 15 minutes 42 seconds in 2017. So the winner of this event will win the Charles P. Coleman Cup. So last year, the University of British Columbia won this event by 7 seconds. And they're trying to defend their title this year, starting at bow number 1.
Their fellow Canadians, Brock University of St. Catharines, Ontario, finished seconds last year and are back to see if they can grab that top spot. 2 Penn, Cruz, Harvard, Cornell, and Yale make up the next 5 entries who are all vying for the lead position. Right now we have 2 crews going at it, less than a boat length behind one another.
So over here with the red boat and red oars, we have bow number 1, British Columbia.
British Columbia, the UBC lightweight men. Coxon's taking a strong point, coming right through the bridge.
And right behind them from Canada as well, Brock Rowing Club from St. Catharines, Ontario. They're looking like they're closing the gap between them and bow number 1.
Bow number 1, firm catches, stopping off the foot stretchers there. Bow number 3 now, we have University of Pennsylvania, the lightweight men, the Quakers.
And this is
nice
their
firm
A
catches there.
crew. All right, it looks like bow number 5, which is Cornell University.
Cornell is now past Harvard.
And Harvard's in bow number 4.
Nice firm catches from the gentleman of the big red. Bow number 4, the Crimson. At Strokesy, long stature, helping him get a very nice lengthening the puddles.
They look like they're sending the boat through these headwinds right here.
Yes.
Along this stretch of the river. And we have coming up here, crossing past Weld Boathouse, bow number 6, which is Penn. This is their crew, B crew. They do have open water here in front and behind them, which to me is always a win, especially when you're going down or through bridges.
Coming up a bit behind is the Yale Bulldogs. Always firm catches from the Bulldogs here. Coxon's taking a nice turn.
So they are in bow 7, and coming up close is bow number 8. Mercyhurst University out of Erie, Pennsylvania. There's a mix of youth and wisdom. Dusan Belic recently won a bronze medal at the Under-23 Worlds in the lightweight pair for Serbia.
Bow number 9 here at Weld Boathouse. We have Harvard University, the Crimson. Again, 2 seats. Nice catch. There you go. Sending the boat through. Now we have bow number 10. Oh, bow number 10 is now Dartmouth, the big green. Dartmouth lightweight rowing was cut back a couple years back, but they are now reinstated. The program is going to keep on continuing with its legacy.
And they have a big open water here to the next group of 4s.
A bit behind now. The big green is going right through the bridge.
All right, with blue unisuits and blue oars,
Columbia.
We have bow number 12, Delaware. Following a strong spring season while still recovering the team from COVID, University of Delaware is looking to make a strong showing here at the Charles. And right behind them, bow number 14, Georgetown.
Tommy Cohen there, St. Joe's Prep alum, a lightweight.
Bow number 15, Cornell University.
Cornell's trying to overtake Georgetown right now. They're about a boat length and a half right behind, trailing behind. Bow number 11 we have here, Gordon College. Gordon College from Wenham, Massachusetts. The lightweight men's team at Gordon doubled in size this fall. Exciting for a young IRA program. This boat has 2 seniors and a junior in it, but it's stroked by a sophomore.
And here we have bow number 13. The crew in white with white blades. They're from Undine, which is in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. And following close behind them with black unisuit and white and black oars, we have bow number 17 from Yale.
And one thing with Yale is that we always see firm catches with the Yale. You know, it's very important as well. The most important stroke, arguably, in the rowing stroke, part of the rowing stroke, is the catch. And the Bulldogs have very nice catches here as they enter the oars into the water and setting with the legs.
Especially as lightweight rowers, I feel that they are
Yeah.
technically better than the open weight rowers for
Yeah,
sure.
for
So you will see really good technical rowing here from the lightweight teams.
Yes.
And here is bow number 16 from UC Berkeley Lightweight.
Yes, UC Berkeley's club rowing team, now their counterparts, the heavyweight men's team, just won IRAs last year, back-to-back national champions. The club program at UC Berkeley is not a Division I varsity-funded sport like the women's crew team as well as the men's heavyweight team. It's a historic club and the only team in the western United States dedicated to men's and women's lightweight rowing. They placed fourth at ACRAs in 2023 and were winners at the 2022 WIRA Lightweight 4 event with Coxon.
And there we have it. The men's lightweight fours. Coming up next, we have the women's championship fours at 1:35 p.m.
I'm sure excited about the women's champ fours here.
Louder?
Yeah.
Is it because of the wind? Well, I'll scream louder, I guess.
Yeah.
I just feel bad.
You row?
I was a coxswain in high school, yes, and then I started a podcast, and I've been working on that for the past 2 years.
Nice.
Yeah.
Which high school?
It's a private school in California. It's called Collegiate. It's a private school.
Which part of LA?
Southern California, like 15 minutes north of Malibu, California. Yeah.
Nice. I was right out at Newport Beach.
Oh yeah, I'm always there.
Yeah?
Yes. I rode there this summer. It was wonderful.
Yeah.
Great weather.
All right, our next event here is event number 63, the Women's Championship Fours. The course record was set by the U.S. rowing team last year with 16 minutes 48.415 seconds. And the winner of this event will win the Hope Barnes Memorial Trophy. So we have 22 competitors in this event. The U.S. rowing won this race and set the course record like mentioned, but this year the national team are all racing in the championship 8s, which comes down to track in an hour's time. So BU is leading off the event with bow number 1, and they were just 3 seconds ahead of Calgary Rowing Club, who will be trying to chase them down the course at bow number 2 this year.
Bout number 3 is approaching here now. Ukraine against their counterparts, Brown University and Calgary Rowing Club out from Canada. So 3 different countries here competing right now. Less than a boat length back. We have Brown approaching.
So Ukraine has definitely passed Calgary and Brown. This team of 4 women here were the Eastern Rowing Championships winner this year.
Now it's very interesting here. We do have in Ukraine several women here that are up in the 30s as against their counterparts for all these collegiate teams. Some are 18 years old.
And right behind them is the crew from Brown. The Brown women's crew were 3rd at this year's NCAA champs. And they have a big open water between them and the next group of rowers.
We have 2 boats here, side by side, battle power here, as we like to call it. Firm pressure Coxon's looking around, trying to get that inside turn, that desired inside turn. Coming through the next bridge here we have.
So the crew that is closer to Boston is bow number 5. So bow number 5 is from Boston College.
Yes, and we have bow number 4, the University of Pennsylvania. Pushing through the line now. Bow seats on 3 seat.
So this team has its best ever finish at this year's NCAAs, placing 6th as a team. And bow number 7 is from Columbia University.
The Lions are only a boat length behind here at University of Pennsylvania.
And following close behind them, the team from Boston University.
The hometown rowers on this Charles River, the beautiful Charles River. Now, they are facing a headwind here. Now, in conditions with headwinds, coxswains have to make sure that the crews know that there's water pushing towards them. They have a bit of a resistance here. So you have to add a little bit more power to push through this resistance.
And with red oars and red boat, we have Calgary Rowing Club, our neighbor from Canada. This Fours finalists at the Canadian Henley this year. And bow number 9, they're from Dartmouth.
Hanover, New Hampshire, yes. Dartmouth Big Green, Dartmouth Women's Crew. New coach here, John Graves, moved over from the associate head coach position as the heavyweight rowing program at Dartmouth. Now he is the women's head coach. John Graves comes from a very historical and great family in rowing. Tom Graves and Peter Graves, both great athletes and family.
And following right behind them, bow number 8 from Northeastern University, right here in Boston, Massachusetts. Bow number 10, Washington State from Pullman, Washington. This crew will be the 9th to 12th athlete from the team to be determined by... No. They were determined already. Bow number 13. With orange blades, Virginia. They were the ACC champs this year and were 5th at the NCAAs.
Bow number 11, bow number 12, and bow number 16. Bow number 16 we do have here the California Bears. Yes, charging through bow number 11.
11's from Cornell.
The Bears are trying to take it over right here. This is the time when coxswains have to be vocal and to push away from other crews around them.
In fact, bow number 16, 2 of them are from Australia in the women's pair and U.S. pair team.
Very interesting. There are 4 Olympic gold medals in this crew there, huh?
Oh, yeah. All right,
and
coming
bow
up
number
here.
15 here. We have the Duke Blue Devils pushing through the line. Yes, Duke women's rowing, a solid crew. Volunteer coach past year, Hamish Bond, the well-known Olympic rower.
From New Zealand.
From New Zealand, yes, indeed. And bow number 14, we do have Oklahoma, the Sooners. OU returns to the head of the Charles for the first time in recent years with a couple of U23 team members and athletes from around the world. Oklahoma Sooners coached by Coach Sarah Trowbridge. Sarah Trowbridge used to be the coach at PNRA Mercer on the varsity girls team, moved up to Oklahoma to coach the Sooners.
All right, and this crew in bright yellow.
The Huskies, the Washington Huskies, yes, the coxswain. You can barely see the coxswain there. Very bright in those neon colors, as the Huskies likes to always show up to races with those neon colors there.
Definitely, and they placed 7th at the NCAA champs this year. They have left a big gap of open water between them and the next group of crews.
Now we have less than a boat length behind those 2 crews coming up to Weld Boathouse here in Boston, Massachusetts. A fantastic boathouse with so many fans on the dock cheering on their crews from Harvard. What a great group. Weld Boathouse is actually housing 4 of the teams here since new boathouse is under construction. So the heavyweight men's team, the lightweight men's team, and the lightweight team for the Radcliffe, and the openweight team for the Radcliffe. Now we have bow number 21 pushing through now from Brown University, the Bears. They are trying to charge away and move away from bow number 20, which is Riverside, a rowing team here on the Charles River.
The Brown crew, they came in 3rd at this year's NCAA champs, and the Riverside crew were former lightweights. And
Now we
yeah,
have bout number 22, Georgetown University. Yes, Hoya Saxa, as they all like to say, charging through the line.
And we have this bright yellow oars here passing by Weld Boathouse. Bow number 18, Iona University from New Rochelle, New York. It's their first year with a new head coach. And they have the best finish in Detteville's last year in the women's eights. And we have the final crew here from the women's champs fours with the bright yellow boat.
I believe that's Merrimack College there. Merrimack College is rolling as Division I college for its first time in history this year. We always like to see new crews popping in to the Division I circuit for the NCAA women's rowing.
That's always good news for the sport.
Yes, always wanting to get more improvement there. Trying to get their connection as the crew advances to their first time as Division I athletes. That must be a great feeling, your first time ahead of the Charles.
Oh yeah, definitely. All right, that's all we have for the women's championship fours. Coming up next will be the women's lightweight fours at 1:44 p.m.
We only have 11 entries this one.
Am I with you?
I think you're with him.
I'm with you. I'm taking not yet. Men's eight something. So you carry on.
We're done.
Oh.
No, you have one more.
You have one more. You have the fours.
Yeah.
I have
And
the
then
women's
champions
fours.
comes in.
I will sit
Hey,
back
so we're gonna hang out up here for the champions though.
Oh, sure. The eight. That would be exciting.
Yeah, it was. On the other side. So.
How do you know all these coaches?
I just know. Thanks.
That's awesome.
They're coming down.
All right.
Do you want to be a commentator when you grow up?
I mean, that's the goal, right?
All right, our next event here, event number 64, women's lightweight fours. The course record was set by Undyne Barge Club with a time of 17 minutes 54.864 seconds in 2010. Last year's winner was the University of British Columbia, and they're back in bow number 1 to defend their title. Chasing them will be Princeton and Wisconsin lightweight women with bows number 2 and 3. There are some local crews as well in the next 4 entries from Radcliffe, MIT, and BU. Winners of this event will win the City of Cambridge trophy.
Now,
So-
again, there's 11 competitors in this event, in the event 64, the women's lightweight fours. Last year's winners were the University of British Columbia. They're back now at bout number 1 to defend their title. Chasing them are the Princeton and Wisconsin lightweight women at bout numbers 2 and 3.
This stretch of river right here in between Wicks Footbridge and Anderson. Seems like a really straight stretch of water, but it just came up from a bend around Wicks and going through another bend around Anderson. And they are facing quite a bit of headwind here. So as you see these strong lightweight women pushing through this headwind, bow number 1 looking really strong, really solid strokes and finishes right there.
Bout number 2, we have Princeton rowing through the geese, similar to Texas at Henley Royal Regatta this past summer. Yes, we have bout number 3 charging through the line. Wisconsin's trying to advance over Princeton, the Tigers, coached by Coach Lori Daphne.
And if you're hearing the cheers here at Weld Boathouse, it's because the Radcliffe women are rowing past the Weld with bow number 4, trying to chase the top 3 boats as they go under Anderson. Definitely hearing the cheers will motivate you. As you can see, they're picking up the pace and looking really strong.
Aggressive catches there from the Crimson.
All right, red boat, red oars, you know who they are. Bow number 5, the Boston University women. So they have a little bit of open water in front and behind them, which is always a good thing as you go under a bridge. All right, coming close to Weld Boathouse here. We have two teams. We have another Boston University women's team closer to the Boston side of the river and closer to Cambridge side. We have Bow.
No, we're
Number.
Are you staying? You're on though, right?
I'm on, yes, but I have to leave a bit early, a couple races early.
Bow number 10, closer to the Cambridge side, which is Stanford women from California. And it looks like they are passing Boston in bow number 7. Let's see if they can keep that pace and see if number 7 will make a move as they pass through the Anderson Bridge. All right, and coming through here, we have our neighbors from Canada, Brock Rowing Club, Brock University from St. Catharines in Ontario, in bow number 9. It's a small number of competitors in this event, but really competitive.
Well, it's against the Champ Fours. Not many lightweight crews out there in Division I athletics, so they have to be able to all compete. So it's a smaller pool. Bow number 6 is approaching now from MIT, trying to advance throughout the headwind we have here. It's a pretty firm headwind.
For sure.
Bow number 11.
Boat.
Bow number 11, we got Georgetown trying to advance ahead of MIT here now. Coxon, I can already see, is trying to let her crew know to advance and to get through this bridge safely and abruptly.
And we might have our final crew here passing the Weld Boathouse in this women's lightweight fours event. With green and blue blades as well as unisuits.
I believe that's Brock Rowing Club.
I believe that's bow number 11. No.
That's Georgetown?
No, it's 8.
That's 8.
It is bow number 8 from Gordon College in Wenham, Massachusetts.
Anna sitting in 2 seat, was a coxswain for the lightweight men last year and did switch to rowing in the spring. Allison, the stroke seat, raced the double at IRAs in 2023, and Isabella was sitting 3 seat. She's a current freshman. Victoria is a coxswain. She's a novice coxswain this year, which is a great race for your first time coxing as a freshman.
I always have my hats off for all these coxswains trying to steer around the Charles River.
This really is a coxswain race. It really is a coxswain race. It's a great race to start off, especially for your first time.
It definitely is. All right, there we have it, the women's lightweight fours. The next event coming up will be an exciting one, the men's championship 8s. Thank you. It was nice working with you. Thank you.
Fun fact, U.S. Rowing did set a course record. As
So you have to let her know.
Oh, it's on.
We did fine. We're coming back next year.
Nice. Most important thing.
A gift for you.
Oh my God.
Awesome Comic Con.
Men's champ 8s.
How do you know who she is?
And you're working with Marlene. Marlene Royal. You met
Of
Marlene.
course, I know Marlene from Pressburg.
Yeah. And I heard you guys have never met in person.
We just have. I literally came
She's
to Boston,
here.
drove to Canada.
Oh my God.
Do you want to tell me is this permanently live?
I don't believe it's on.
What's this? It just stays on.
No, it's switched on.
Yeah,
Where
it
should
did.
tell her to switch it on?
I got it.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you, Aisha.
US is on and they're at Riverside. Woo! 318 to get
Nice
to
to meet you
Riverside.
as well. I think later on for the Directors Challenge Cups, I do have to leave a little bit early.
Just go when you need to.
Okay. Okay.
You take the lead and I'll follow him.
So I'm going to explain. So I know a lot of these crews and athletes.
Exactly. So you take the
Yes,
lead.
ma'am.
That's why I-
Yes, ma'am.
That's what I wanted to do.
Yes, ma'am.
So Andrew was saying that she has own like little
So our commentary is going with this feed.
so
Is that right? So
Hmm?
these cameras are with our commentary and lower down there are different.
Yeah, we're giving commentary, but we don't obviously have video of us.
No, but what they're filming is what we're talking about.
Sure.
Cool. Got it? So the minute they come round the corner...
Yeah, this is the Weld Boathouse broadcast.
Yeah, but when they come round the corner, that's when we can start talking.
Sure, they should be. I mean, I don't believe there's any other commentators. What's going on? Yeah. Harvard's actually stroked this year by a sophomore.
But they're bow 4. So they've overtaken 2 crews already.
Yep. I have a lot of things to talk about that crew.
Yeah. Mics are hot. They're hot. I don't know if you want to read the...
I don't think it's on.
It's on.
So hello everybody and welcome to the Weld Boathouse, where I am for the very, very first time sitting on the balcony. My name's Rebecca Caro and I have come from New Zealand today to sit with you.
Yes, you have. Yes, and my name is Hudson Forster. I'm the owner and founder and host of the Four Stars podcast. I'm 20 years old and I'm here at Harvard Weld Boathouse. I'm super excited to be here.
And I'm the owner of the Rowing Chat podcast and I'm 58 years old and proud of it.
Yes.
We're waiting expectantly, looking down the river to see the first bow number coming round the corner because, of course, we're getting updates from all of the fans here about what's happening lower down the course. You've heard some things, haven't you, Hudson?
Oh, I've heard great things, especially the fact that all these new coaches are putting in athletes, underclassmen, as stroke seats from all these amazing crews here. So I'm super excited to see all these crews do and all the results. This is the fastest race of the weekend. The last year, the U.S. rowing team started from bow number 4, blew away the competition, and shattered the course record, beating silver winner Syracuse by 10 seconds. Now, last year at Eastern Sprints, we had crews sub 5:30 in the A final, the grand final at Eastern Sprints, to advance to the IRA National Championship. As you may or may not know, IRAs is not a Division I NCAA, funded sport, so we have to compete in a different championship.
So the whisper we're hearing is that bow 4, which is Harvard University, is already 2 seconds behind the US rowing bow 1. And as coming through the arches, we see the first boat just taking the bend.
We have crews here. Here, the Radcliffe women are taking off, loading on the dock.
Nice turning there from the coxswain. She's getting her line, and now she's straight. And they're straight now on to the next course coming past us. Rating a really solid 32.5. Those blades are going into the water like a dream. And in the background, the yellow Empacher 8 is now just breasting the first arch of the bridge. Not such a good turn. They're going pretty wide, but the coxswain's steering super hard to try and follow in the wake of the leading crew.
Here we have the U.S. men pulling through Weld Boathouse here. Clark Dean, an alumni here from Harvard University, I believe sitting 2 seat of this boat. Jimmy Catalano, the Wisconsin coach here, sitting in the coxswain seat. What a race this year. They just came back from Senior Worlds. There's Clark Dean, the champion, the Tokyo 2020 Olympian. Here we have Peter Chattain as well, the Stanford graduate.
And the crowd are delighted to see them, giving a huge cheer. Meanwhile, Syracuse is coming up level with the Weld Boathouse, and behind them, the Yale New Haven crew has closed significantly. They are now 3 lengths behind Syracuse, rating somewhat higher. Syracuse a slightly more steady pace at around 31, but it looks like Yale have got their heads up and they're feeling the scent of a scalp.
Dave Reichman, the coach of the Syracuse Orange, making sure his crew has a really, really, really stellar race today in the Champ 8. Yes, here we have the Bulldogs, the Harvard rivals here. Yes, Justin Lobo as the coxswain of this boat, a San Diego Rowing Club alum back in his junior days.
And here is Harvard. We're at 6 lengths behind Syracuse, and Harvard with their rate up at 31.5, and they are looking long and strong, taking a fantastic line. Syracuse having taken a slightly different course, and you can hear the crowds behind me. They are delighted.
Oh, yes, Tyler Horler there sitting in that boat. Only a sophomore coming from Sarasota Crew, a 2021 Junior World Rowing Stroke Seat World Champion. This is amazing.
This is amazing. I couldn't agree more. I am so honored to be here.
Same here.
Now we have... Is this Harvard? I'm looking out for the Leander Club colours, but I can't see them. But this could be them. Of course, in a borrowed boat. Idiot, Rebecca. Of course they'd have borrowed a boat and not brought their oars with them. Bow number 5, Leander Club from Great Britain with a development crew from their heavyweight men's section.
Now we have Jack Pryor in this boat. Yes, you heard the name before, a GB athlete. What a stellar athlete for here from Oxford Brooks coming down the banks. We do have the man, Ewan Hadfield, the California Bear. Yes, a national champion here. And now we have the Northeastern University, the Huskies, coxswain William Dempsey charging his crew through Weld Boathouse.
They are charging hard. They're easily a point rating higher than Leander, and going into their bridge, they are only 3 lengths behind the Leander crew. Meanwhile, bow number 7 is the Huskies from Seattle, as you pointed out, and they placed second this year in the 2023 IRAs, and boy, does it show. Little bit of a gap now as we come through to the middle order, and we've got Brown, Dartford, and another Harvard crew coming down in the span between the bridges here.
The Bruno, yes, coxswain Jack DiGiovanni, the New York native, charging his crew. Now we see the Bruno in blue this time. Typically we see them in brown, but they're wearing those nice blue colors to shine out amongst the crowd. The big green charging through the line, Sammy Hudegi. Yes, you heard the name before. Just came back at the 2023 coxswain for the World Championships in the under-23 group as well, and they coxed 4. Well done, Sammy.
Bow 9 is, of course, Dartmouth, who are now closing quite hard on the Brown crew. And you can hear the cheers now from the crowd as bow number 10, Harvard, is coming up, being chased hard by Princeton, who are now under a length of clear water behind. Princeton must be sensing a little bit of blood here. I'm watching the coxswains. Which line are they going to take? Because you know that the minute their line is stern, the crew will be feeling the churn. Each blade worth of water is going to be stirring up, and it's going to make it extremely bouncy for the following crew. That makes it harder for them to overtake because the boat doesn't run smoothly.
Yes, indeed. Junior Connor Neal is the coxswain here, national champion as a junior.
We have an exciting visiting crew here. Ukraine's national team, bow number 12, are coming up just level with the Weld Boathouse now. It's a composite crew with athletes from the men's quad, the coxless 4, and the lightweight double. Oh, I think I can spot the lightweight. Can you see?
Yes,
think
I can.
that bowman's possibly a lightweight.
Yes.
He has the biggest 2-man sitting in front of him. And 3 lengths behind them, being hotly chased by another Yale crew, who are the B heavyweight crew.
The wonderful program about these large men's rowing programs, they have so many people on their roster, and that with all of this, you're actually able to throw in some new crews throughout the fall and see what works.
The difficult thing at this stage in the race, we're in the middle of the order, and you're just beginning to see them coming over 1 point lower than those leading crews.
Yes,
so
of course.
Bow 14 is British Columbia.
Steve Gladstone, the legendary, most successful collegiate rowing coach in history, has announced his retirement this past spring as Michael Gennaro is now promoted as head coach, a prep alum, Olympian, and Syracuse grad.
And wearing green in a yellow Empacher, bow 15 is another crew from Dartmouth. They're the second varsity 8, pacing it nicely, but they've got quite a lot of gap to close to the crew in front.
That coxswain has to make sure he takes an aggressive turn with his crew to make sure they go right through the bridge safely and sound.
I think this Brown crew are like soccer clubs. They have an away kit, and this is why they're wearing pale blue.
Yes, indeed. They're 3-seat, tall in stature, right in front of his 4-seat as well, tall in stature. And what does that help us? That does help us get much more water to get the boat moving. Yes, indeed. Is that Wisconsin? I believe that's Wisconsin.
Wisconsin.
Jonah Rain, the coxswain there, brother to Rachel Rain, the Texas world champion and national champion.
And here we have our first overtaking. Bow 19, Penn from Philadelphia, have overtaken Bow 18, which is the BU men. It's their top boat, the BU. They'll be feeling gutted. And of course, they've now got to hold off the following crews. So nice work from Bow 19, Penn.
Yes, Northeastern's, I believe, B entry, coxswain Ted Wilson. There he goes, the Montclair High School graduate. Ted's only a junior this year, doing fantastic things for the Huskies.
They've just picked their rate up a point as they're coming into the bridge. The steering is on, and they're sensing blood. Meanwhile, immediately behind them is the Naval Academy.
The midshipman. The midshipman pulls through. Yes, the largest roster in all of men's heavyweight rowing.
And these guys have taken the choice of rowing just a point higher than some of the others, and it's really paid off because behind them they have around 250 meters of clear open water. They have pulled away such a long distance between them and what's following, and I can only imagine there's going to be some pretty tight finishes. And an Amsterdam crew called Minerva are now coming through bow 22. They include talented Dutch student rowing experience, and they're very much hoping to send people back next year. But only 1/4 of a length behind them
is the Tigers. The Tigers only a couple seats back now, wanting to overtake against bow number 22, trying to go through Princeton.
The Dutch coxswain urging her crew on. She knows just how close they are, and of course she's not the one that knows the course. And let's see whether they yield as they go through the bridge. Not quite yet. I'm afraid it's going to be up to the next commentary point.
You know, it's great here. We have Netherlands, USA, France, and Canada coming right through the bridge now.
And the Université de Lyon, France, bow number 24, has been overtaken by bow 25, which is the Western Ontario boys.
Wow, look at bow number 27. What a unique rowing shell they have there. Drexel University, the Dragons, yes, as bow number 26. Bow ball is on coxswain of the Washington Huskies.
So there's an overlap now coming through into the bridge. This is going to be really interesting. Who's going to be yielding and who's there cutting across in front? This could be a penalty. It's looking super tight. And believe it or not, that is the end of the most amazing division.
Thanks.
Just tell me, is there anything you want me to do differently?
No, you're doing fantastic.
You are so great.
I have done this before.
Yeah.
Thank you for the compliment.
I love your energy, and it's like, you know, it's great. Whatever you pick up and learn here.
So back in the day, I was a blogger, and I was live blogging the London Olympics, and I got this phone call. I said, "Hi, we're the BBC. Would you like to come and commentate?" And I was like, "This is a friend doing a prank call. It was a really good prank call." It was not. I got to go into the studio for BBC World and commentate the finals of the London Olympics. It was all just because I was blogging.
Oh my God.
What's so interesting is when you're commentating something like this, you've got people listening who know nothing about rowing, so you can't be too technical. You go to the IRAs, only people watching know tons, so you can be super technical, you can say why they're going faster than the other crew, you know, all of that sort of race tactics, but actually here, they'll think we're talking rubbish, it's like Martian.
I think it's what I like is education. I love
That's always my shtick.
Yeah, it's giving them knowledge about things, and I love background stories.
Yeah, you've got them all. So how come you know all the coxswains?
Oh, I just had them on my show.
Oh, I see. So your show focuses on coxswains?
No, it's everyone. It's just I've been able to highlight certain people.
But he's a coxswain.
I guess. I had a small guess that you might have been a coxswain.
Yeah.
Moving into the next event, the men's lightweights 8s, who started at 2:09 p.m. We have 14 crews in this event, and the very first one, Harvard University, is coming through the footbridge now.
The wind is starting to get a little bit interesting
Frisky,
here.
frisky,
Yes.
let's say frisky. Frisky, interesting.
Frisky is a great word.
It's basically gusting into a direct headwind here, and you can see the gusts going across the water as dark patches along the water, and then there are sort of clear patches where it looks smooth. But I think that these crew from Harvard is going to be super excited, because at the moment they have put about 7 lengths on the following crew. I think you can hear the crowd.
The folks on the crowd, yes, on the dock as Harvard Crimson, the lightweight men, pull through bow number 1.
Now the lightweights are lucky in this regatta. They get to weigh in a day ahead of time.
Yes, a day ahead of time. The music in the background propelling the crew to keep pushing hard. Yes, yes, yes. We like those firm catches.
And if you look at them, you'll see their blades are really close to the water before they go in. Panning the camera back to the following crew from Princeton. Their oars are just a little bit higher over the water, possibly missing a little bit. That might be why they're somewhat slower. They look like they have held their distance on bow 3, which is the Yale crew. So they're about 5 lengths in front at the moment. But I'm afraid Harvard has really put a good measure on them and is way beyond the bridge.
Bow number 2, the Princeton Tigers, charging through the bridge as we speak.
Yale crew rating the same as the Princeton crew. They're going to have to work really hard if they're going to be catching them, because right behind we have the Naval Academy with their signature grey top, yellow and black blades. Similar rating, similar distance, slight gain on them, I think, coming from the Georgetown crew, bow number 5, racing in the black shell. The guys are really feeling the tiredness at this point in the race. This is where the coxswain really has a lot to say. What would you be doing if this was you?
Oh man, I wish I'd be able to be in this race right now. The wind is getting a little bit frisky, as you once said. And again, in the headwind, you have to make sure you're adding in that firm pressure as a powerhouse stretch to come through right now.
Bow number 6, Cornell University, which is stroking through the, coming towards the bridge. They've gained a little bit of ground, but behind them, dropping back somewhat, we have the Penn Crew A. They're taking a very different line, coming much more direct up at the right-hand side bridge arch. This is going to be interesting because, of course, they're going to take their steering as they come out of the bridge, whereas the Penn Crew were definitely steering before they got to the bridge. And MIT, the local heroes in a red boat, bow number 8. They placed 8th at the IRAs this past summer in 2023. And fortunately, every single member of that crew is now here for another year of rowing on the River Charles.
That must be amazing to come back to the head of the trials and be with your crew again.
It is a luck of sort of birthdays, but it makes it so much better. Your second year is always stronger.
Yes, indeed. Bow number 9, Princeton again. I believe this is their B entry, charging through. Not too far behind, bow number 10, Dartmouth. Yes, the big green. This program was cut several years back, now reinstated. I'm super, super excited and happy that this program lives on. So much history in this crew.
The Dartmouth crew have closed to 1 boat length, chasing bow number 9 from Princeton, and their coxswain will be encouraging their crew, giving them a really good reason to keep those catches in sharp as they pass under the bridge and out of our line of sight. Meanwhile, there is quite a gap back to the second Naval Academy crew, who are now just approaching the Weld boathouse. A slightly more measured rating, I think, here. These guys just haven't quite got the sharpness on rating that some of the other crews are, but they won't be disappointed because they're still putting distance on the Penn crew behind them, which of course is the B crew.
Yes.
Bow 12.
And sometimes the coxswain just wants to make sure they find their rhythm. You know, that the rhythm is very, very important in a race. So maybe the Navy coxswain there is trying to make sure that their crew is finding that stability. Bow number 12, I believe that is University of Pennsylvania. Yes, the Quakers. We've seen 2 entries with Penn and other crews here, similar to Princeton. We have bow number 13 here, I
Brock
believe,
from
is
Canada.
Brock. Yes, Brock.
And they've closed up really tight on the Penn crew. They're 3/4 of a length behind. And again, different steering strategies coming here into the bridge. Penn have steered early, going plumb through the middle of the arch. Brock much tighter on the right-hand arch. And that's going to be saving them a few yards, isn't it?
Oh, totally, yes. We do have bow number 14 to close it out. Yale Bulldogs, the other entry. We've seen Princeton, we've seen Penn, we've seen Dartmouth, we've seen several crews here having several entries. That must be amazing to have a stacked roster like that.
Now, you may not know this, but we get given a little bit of background information about the crew. So it's lovely to be able to name check people, to know what their results have been. Sadly, this crew announces the information is YALE, go, Yale, go. So I'll just say that now. But next year, guys, tell us who you are.
Yes, we want to know who you are, the faces behind the sport. Very, very important.
That was live? That was live?
The men's collegiate 8 is event 67. They started at 2:16 p.m. and the very leading crews are coming into sight now. Bow 1, Drexel.
Drexel did set the course record, the Larry Gluckman Memorial Trophy, back in 2022 with a time of 14 minutes, 20 seconds, .496.
They are not going to do that today because we can see very clearly that bow 2, Williams College, have closed significantly on them. I'm guessing at this distance it's about 3/4 of a length behind. I think they know that they're not quite as strong a crew as they had in prior years. And again, we now have bow 3 and bow 4 in sight. This is an amazing competition. Different coxing steering routes coming through. I'm querying this. Why is Drexel so far over to the left?
Sometimes these crews, yes, I know, they're very, 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 very far out, taking a very, very interesting turn.
You expect this with an inexperienced coxswain. They'll follow another boat because they don't know they should be looking for their own point.
Yes.
But maybe they're my theory. You should steer before the bridge, but I'm not a coxswain.
Well, when you add in more steering, the boat slows down, so you definitely don't want that here at the head of the Charles.
And it's a 1/4 of a length now distance between the Drexel crew and Williams College. Williams College crew closing quite hard on them. The boats are both parallel, and there's going to be some requests for yielding coming
They
up.
have to yield, yes. Bow number 2 has to yield against Drexel in front of them.
Holy Cross first V8 is 1.5 lengths behind and being chased reasonably hard by Temple from Philadelphia, who say go Owls. So
What a firm stroke there by the strokeman there at Temple. Firm stroke, yes. The stroke's lieutenant there in 7th seat, keeping the boat controlled.
They have a nice run on their boat and a really strong rhythm. They're doing this with a slightly lower rating than you might expect. And we have another battle royal coming up. Bow number 5, St. Joseph's from Philadelphia and Tufts University. Tufts are 3 foot away from getting an overlap, and they can scent blood. Bow 6 as they're going past. Oh, they've just overtaken the stern. The bow is level with the cocks.
Advancing there to the stroke seat there, the coxswain at St. Joseph's is looking around, trying to make sure they don't get cut off there.
But they know they're good because in their notes they say they're geriatric crew. What they mean is they've rowed for a few years. These are not newbies. Bow 7, Collegiate from Hamilton, New York. They were 3rd at the Dad Vales and 19th at the IRA, but they've got about 4 lengths of clear water to make up on the battling crews in front.
You know, I've noticed these crews are taking a little bit interesting turns here, different than the championship 8s we've seen here.
Yeah, there's definitely some coxing experience and local knowledge needed. Looking now at the Virginia crew who finished 5 at the HOCR in 2023. They are 3/4 of a length in front of bow 9 from Trinity, who are East Hartford.
Bit of a gap here now. You had a bit of a gap here.
Yeah, but we've got some battles royal. We can already see 5 crews approaching us. The glamorous electric pink of the Worcester, Massachusetts crew, bow number 10.
Bow number 10.
Have been overtaken by the Bates College Lewiston crew, who were 3rd in the 2023 IRAs. Bow 11 is leading bow 10, and the coxswain looks slightly over his shoulder. He's checking whether he has to give any space to the bow 10 crew, because you don't want to get a penalty.
Bow number 13 here approaching.
Tell them that you can see them closing, and they're not going to turn around and check.
They won't. You see the coxswain is looking in front, and the boat is turning the other way, so the rowers can't see what's going on behind them, so they have to trust the coxswain and lead them the right way. And that's why the coxswain is so important in an 8. You have to have a coxswain in an 8 in order to be successful.
Bow 16, we have Hobart College from Geneva, New York. Again, they probably also feel they're in a bit of a vacuum. They've pulled away really confidently from bow 17, Ithaca, but at the moment they're probably feeling that they're a bit isolated as they take a really nice line through the bridge. Look at that, parallel with the bridge arch. And I'm wrong, it's bow 17 is Ithaca. Here they come, navy blue and white.
About 2 boat lengths back now. Bow number 18 here. Bow number 18 is Marietta College. Yes, from Ohio. They were established in 1871. Marietta's Division I rowing program men's team races coast to coast every year. That's fantastic.
Now we're moving into another little bunch up, which I know you're going to enjoy. Bow 19, the Marist crew from... You're going to pronounce this for me. Poughkeepsie?
I might butcher it. Poughkeepsie? I'm not too sure.
There we go. We'll agree on that one. They have 2 lengths ahead of the Adrian College crew from Michigan. They're coming off their first ever requalification for the Charles. So these guys, their expectations will be high. And rowing a bucket rig in 2 and 3, both of them on the same side. But close behind, the Adrian College crew are really closing on them.
I believe that's Notre Dame approaching here as bow number 23. Yes, Notre Dame, the Fighting Irish.
They have overtaken a hell of a lot of people.
Yes, let me just mention something, too. They have a bucket there in the 7 and 6 seat there. They got a bucket, a starboard bucket. We see that here ahead of the Charles sometimes. It helps out with steering for some crews who might not have the best pressure and working together. So buckets are always of use sometimes.
Hamilton from Clinton, New York are bow 22. Their team is returning all but one graduated senior. They were 9th place at the NRAs last spring, and they've managed to put about 8 lengths on the crew following them. Bow 24 from MIT. I have to say this, but MIT look heavy and they look somewhat tired. These guys are knowing that it's a headwind. I think they're really feeling it.
They might be, but there's always a way to come back in this race. That's the beauty of the Charles River. There's a 47.02 meters, as you may or may not know, with much more room than a 2,000 meter standardized race here, as we do here in the States.
And of course, we don't know whether, in fact, that bunch of crews that just went through are all faster, because there is a massive gap now. So the MIT crew actually is probably really quick, because we have bow 25, Connecticut, coming through in the light blue and a royal blue boat, and there is overlap they have with Bowdoin from Brunswick behind them. Oh, listen to the cheers. So this is bow 27, URI Boat Club from Saunderstown, who are leading
here.
bow 20.
Bow number 28 from Temple, trying to take over that crew. Bow number 27, that coxswain there.
And isn't it
looking
always
over
the
from
way?
Rhode Island.
They take over just at the bridge, always at the pinch points. And this is bow 25 from Connecticut.
They call their boat Legacy there. Is that boat truly a legacy? We may or may not know. We have bow number 29, Orange Coast College there. Yes.
I want to give them a shout out because I have interviewed their coach on my podcast. Awesome college, very, very unusual setup, and a really enthusiastic rowing coach leading that program.
A 2-year college team there, a junior college in Newport Beach, California. Great program, lots of history.
Number 31 is next, the Delaware men from Wilmington. They've had a strong spring season, but they've been recovering from COVID. But they're not looking too bad here because they have 2 lengths ahead of bow number 32.
Bow number 32 is closing in the gap there again against 26.
Ah, this is where 26, so that's Bowdoin from Brunswick.
And bow number, is that 33 there we see there? Bow number 33 from Trinity, yes. That program, yes, coached by Mr. Graves. What a program there.
The famous Mr. Graves.
Yes.
And we've got another cluster coming. We have 4 crews almost side by side. You'd think this wasn't a head race, but it was actually a sprint. So leading the charge in their pale blue row suits.
We have bow number 36 approaching here now.
Which is San
University
Diego.
of San Diego, yes.
And we have 3
the
abreast.
Toreros.
This is going to be very interesting. Bow 35 in their electric pink. Bates College are a quarter length up from 34 and 30. 34 is WPI and 30 is the U.S. Merchant Marine Academy. Are they going to sort themselves out before
They have
the bridge?
to create space. That 2-seat there in the blue shell has to look over on that starboard side.
I think it's going to be okay. They're going to be overlapping but not touching.
They might clear. Watching those
All
port
eyes on the
blades going
bridge.
to the bridge.
Oh my, this is tight. It's tight. The crewmen are looking over. No, they're clear. They're no. Strokers stop rope. No, they're carrying on. Woo. 37 now. Catholic University.
Look at that charge in bow number 39 there. Bow number 39, Wesleyan. Yes, they want to create and close that gap.
Another 2 crews are going to be super tight as they're coming through the bridge. The coxswains again steering hard. They haven't yet gotten an overlap.
Look how far away is that bow number 38? Villanova.
Yeah, Villanova.
A little far out.
They say they're mostly V8 returners from the Dad Vales and the ACRAs, plus 2 experienced freshmen. But hot behind them is bow 40, the Oklahoma City Rowing Club. They have 1/4 of a length clear water behind, and they are closing fast. You can just see Oklahoma just have maybe a point and rate higher, and they're just making ground every single stroke. There's plenty of room. The coxswains are managing this really well, but you know that Oklahoma are going to push out of that bridge, and they're going to be through them in no time. We have 2 remaining crews in this division coming through. Bow number 41 is the RPI crew from Watervliet in New York State. And they're the Rensselaer Crew Club. They're actively building back, like so many, after the pandemic. This is bow 42 from Fairfield, Connecticut. And as they laughingly say, it's a long time since we tried our hand at the 8. They're not looking too bad. I very much hope that they're going to get a good result, and we'll be back here next year. And the final crew in this event, bow number 41, RPI crew from New York State, making stately progress, steady as they go, coming up level with the Weld boathouse right now. They know they can't see the other crews, but they're not giving up because they understand the ethic of rowing, which is the whole point, is to do your very best regardless of the conditions. And they've got 3 lengths now before they come into the next bridge turn.
For those of you watching on the live stream, you can see in the background Harvard Business School. Yes, the profound business school.
It made me laugh the first time I saw them and realized they had dollar signs on their oar blades. And I was like, oh yes, of course.
Yes.
All right, you're off. Just mime it. Let's do a selfie. You ready? Pretty happy? So how have they crammed all of the Harvard and all of the Radcliffe crews into this one boat for a year? They're pretty happy, aren't they? Do you know anything about the redevelopment of the Harvard boathouse across there? How long they're going to be?
No, I don't. I just know they've been under construction for like a while.
Yeah, they must have put all of their boats. They're sharing. Well, that's good for world peace. Do you reckon? I didn't say that live, did I?
Decent sized boathouse too.
Well, I mean, it's a palace compared with where I come from. The boathouse is kind of like the ceiling's only a little bit higher than that, and we can't put a sweep or vertical inside. We have to cut like a hole in the ceiling to let it through.
Wow.
It's an old building. Well, funny though, because old oars were much longer than modern oars. They were like coming up 4 meters long.
You still held them at the end?
Yeah, they were just much longer. The spoons were narrower, so they didn't, hold as much water as a modern oar. They weren't as stiff as they would, but they were heavier. Oh, they look pretty happy.
Did they place first?
No, I'm not sure we're allowed to say, are we? Women's Champ 8. Woo, woo, woo. So this first crew, Henry Fieldman, I've interviewed him on the podcast. He's the Great Britain women's cox now. He was the men's cox for the Tokyo Olympics. Here they come. Right. They're coming around. Kennedy!
Harvard got second.
Kennedy! And our next event, number 68, is the Women's Championship 8. They started at 2:32, and the leading crew is already coming onto the straight past our boathouse. It is the Great British Leander Club from Oxfordshire in the UK, coxed by Henry Fieldman. So although this is a development 8, just like the Leander men's 8 that we saw earlier, Henry is the British Olympic cox. He went to the Tokyo Olympics with the men's 8, and he is doing the Paris Olympics, or hoping to, with the women's 8. And these guys aren't treating this like a head race. They're making it look like a sprint. Their rating is right up, and they have put a ton of distance on the rest of the field behind them. If you're going to start bow 1, you've got to set out your stall and make it really difficult for the other crew. Just passing a bit of a squall now. Henry leading the crew. They're easily rating 33. This is a high rating head race crew, but they're making it work for them. And they must be loving the view as they look behind to the enormous distance they've put on the next place crews in this division of the Women's Championship 8s. Coming up, bow number 2 is Penn, who said that they had their best ever NCAA finish. They were 6th, and they also competed at Henley Royal Regatta. No, you can't do that every year, can you? It's an alternate year thing.
It is. Henley Royal Regatta is a legendary race.
And bow 3 from Washington, from Seattle. They were 2nd at the NCAAs. Earlier.
Michelle Chestner, she's in that boat right there.
This is the Scullers 8. Of course, they told us they were doing a Scullers and a Sweep 8.
Yes.
I had the honor of meeting her earlier this year at
Wow.
the Tuxedo Lake Regatta.
Oh my gosh. Bout number 7, we do have Brown University. Yes, Brown Women's Crew placing 4th at the 2023 Ivy League Championships.
And neck and neck, we have bow 8, which is Princeton, and bow 9, the Danish Rowing Centre. So the Danes are now 1/3 of a length behind the bow 8 crew from Princeton.
Bout number 9's Bow Balls trailing right on 4 seats. Princeton tends to trail ahead. And now we have bow number 10. Bow number 10. Yes, that was Yale. Of course, the Bulldogs, coached by Will Porter, legendary rowing coach.
Syracuse at number 11. They're around 6 lengths behind, and they finished 8th at the 2023 NCAA. Nice blade work in this crew. The coxswain again, she's going for the midpoint line on this bridge. She hasn't steered yet. She hasn't steered yet there. She's just starting now. So that's really interesting. She's only 3 lengths out from the bridge before she made the start of that steer.
Right behind there, I believe, is the Radcliffe women. You can hear it from the grandstands. Yes.
It's a bit of a clue, isn't it?
Yes, bow number 12. Yes, the Radcliffe women.
So coming up, we have Penn and Northeastern. 1 length difference, but they're getting very, very close to an overlap now as they're coming through. So bow 17, which is Penn, has overtaken and is pulling away from bow 16 from Northeastern University.
Northeastern here, the hometown heroes, as you mentioned before, other crews around here on the Charles River. Yes, Penn is trying to overtake Northeastern to push away enough to advance. Bow number 18 there, I believe, is Princeton. Yes, you can see it from the oars. The black and orange blades. Sharp catches there, yes.
And meanwhile, bow 19 is the BU women. Also, of course, local heroes. They'll know this river intimately. But they're not making it easy.
I believe we see a bucket there in the middle pair right there. You see that as well on port side.
I see that, yeah, 5 and 4. I've never rowed a bucket. Maybe I should fix this up so that I can do this before I have
Buckets
to
are one of a
try.
kind.
Bow number 20 is Syracuse from the shores of Lake Onondaga.
Onondaga, yes, Lake Onondaga.
Rowing
As,
in again, a little bit of a vacuum. They've pulled away from the guys behind them, but they've got a hell of a distance to chase the people in front.
Dave Reichman, the coach of the men's team at Syracuse, believes that Lake Onondaga is the best place to row for a collegiate rowing team. He might be a bit biased. What do you think?
I'm happy to go with the local knowledge. Bow 21 from British Columbia. We have the UB crew wearing white shirts and dark black unis. And meanwhile, immediately behind them, we have Bow 24, the Stanford women.
The Cardinal, national champions, yes, in 2023. What a crew
They've
there.
already done some big overtaking.
Yes. They're trying to advance against bow number 22, which I believe is Minerva from Amsterdam.
Yet more Dutch students. The Dutch are amazing at recruiting people in their student rowing clubs, so the core of a lot of their national team are often still students.
Yes, bow number 23, Oklahoma. Yes, I mentioned before with Sarah Trowbridge, OU returns to head of the Charles for the first time in recent years, competing with U23 team members and athletes from around the world.
Okay, who knows the colors of Drexel University? Are they orange?
Drexel University are blue and yellow.
So that isn't them.
That is not Drexel.
Crew 28. Turn the page, Rebecca. Virginia women from Charlottesville. They've also done quite a lot of overtaking already, and immediately behind them, bow 25, which is Drexel. There we go. Blue and yellow. Slightly shorter stroke in the Drexel crew, so you can see why their boat isn't quite as fast as the crew in front of them. And immediately behind, we have bow 26, Rhode Island. Now, I actually rowed in that boat yesterday, so go the boat. Great boat. Thank you so much for lending it to us, Coach. It was fantastic. It's obviously going really well now.
I believe that's the Duke Blue Devils, if I'm not mistaken there. Yes, bow number 29 from Durham, North Carolina. My apologies there, North Carolina.
And they've got about 5 lengths in front of them and another 6 lengths behind them between them and the following crews, bringing up the rear of this race.
Duke Blue Devils, they've had a story, haven't they?
Bow 30 from Washington State University.
The
nice
Cougars.
Pace, nice long, look at the swing. That middle 4, they've really got a nice swing going there.
Yes.
And they, of course, have got being chased by 32.
Talk about this race right here. We have bow seat of bow number 33 sitting right on the coxswain of bow number 32. Bow number 32 is Michigan, the Wolverines there, as bow number 31 from Western Ontario. My apologies, that is not. That is Stanford.
Yeah, so 31 must be a little bit behind. The reason we're finding it hard to see the numbers is it's clouded over, and this event has white numbers and a black background, and it's just harder to read than the other way around.
Very hard to see, yes, very hard to see.
I am quite short-sighted, but I apologise for having made some errors. Meanwhile, this definitely is bow number 31. The Western Ontario crew, purple and white. And bow number 34 has a half length just behind them.
Bow number 34
Washington.
taking a very interesting turn. The Huskies there.
They have quite a stop at the finish. That's interesting.
You know, we've noticed that in United States rowing with a little bit of a finish.
Pause,
Stopping at the finish. A pause. Yes, a gather we like to call it there.
We don't want to say pause these days. But it seems to be working for them. They're very close to getting an overlap. I think it looked like they were yielding when they probably didn't need to, because they're the higher place number. Little bit of a gap now while the final crew is making its way down this very gusty race course today. The wind isn't consistent, and that makes it, disheartening for you and your rowing, because you can really feel it on the back of your head, and it also presents challenges for coxes. When you're sitting in the cox seat, are you looking out for the gusts on the water surface?
Definitely want to look around before you get in the boat so you know what's going to happen and prepare ahead of time. I'd say established coxswains always want to prepare beforehand, so when you get on the water, you know what to expect and how to prepare for what's to come.
Bow 27. Avalon. And
Avalon.
sadly haven't given us much information about them. But Avalon, we're really glad you're here. And there you go. The crowd is also appreciating your efforts. So keep on keeping on, and we look forward to seeing you again in future years. Don't mention that the crowd isn't cheering Avalon. It's a real British thing to cheer the underdogs. You're like, you know, the guy who's coming last. Cheers, cheers. That's what I said earlier. Because we're like, oh, this must be the hometown. Exactly. See Daisy. Well, thank you, thank you. I think when you make a mistake, you admit it and move on. I have a commentating friend. He says, never admit that you made a mistake. Yeah, I turned up on the third. I first looked at it, I thought it was last. So I thought, I really want to go. I'll just then just take a bit of holiday, personal time in between. So I went down to see a friend who lives in New York. Then I drove up to Canada to see my business partner who lives in Quebec, southern Quebec. And then I came back again. So I've been all around and done the four clubs. Oh, these are the girls, of course. Yeah. Look at those units. They are ugly. Just saying. Right, next up, we only have 5 competitors. It's the women's lightweight eights. We have zero information about them. Do you know what the women's lightweight weight is? Is it still a 57 average? 59 max?
You mean kilos?
Kilos, sorry.
I believe it's 130. I could be wrong.
So it's a little more generous than the summer racing.
I could be wrong.
Here they
All right.
come.
You start off.
Our next event on the roster this afternoon, event 69, the women's lightweight eights. We have 5 entries only in this, but I still feel it's very good for women's rowing to have a lightweight event.
Oh, 100%, yes. We see lightweight rowing is kind of dissipating here in the States as coastal rowing was just announced that they will be at the Olympic Games in LA 2028.
The Radcliffe women are the bow number 1. Just coming down, can you hear, is that cowbells? There is some distinct enthusiasm from the crowd here.
Yes, the Radcliffe women hearing the cowbells from the stands.
And of course, we're in their boathouse, which they're currently sharing with the men.
Exactly, yes. There are 4 crews in this boathouse here at Weld Boathouse, home of Radcliffe women. And we do have bow number 1 charging through the Radcliffe women. Yes, you've heard it here before. Bow number 1, strong catches there. Yes, strong catches. Pushing through the lines.
Notice the backswing as well. These guys are light women. They are lightweight. They weighed in yesterday at an average of 57, 58 kilos. They're not making it, they're working really, really hard, and they're making it look easy as they go through the bridge.
I believe that's Charlotte Paley there in that boat as well. Charlotte Paley is a Miami Beach Rowing Club alum in high school. Great athlete there, competing at the Summer Nationals.
And rating a good 2 points lower than the Princeton women. Bow 2 are about 7 lengths behind and cruising towards the bridge. Meanwhile, closing quietly on them, bow number 3 from BU. BU now have about 3 lengths behind Princeton. This coxswain has steered early. Again, they seem to go for the middle of the middle arch.
Look at bow number 4 there we have. Bow number 4 from Georgetown, taking a very interesting turn, pretty far out from other crews that raced here on this stretch of land. Water. Not land, it's water.
It's all right. We'll forgive it. Now, they say they're returning to the head of the Charles, so I'm guessing they must have had a good finishing position last year. But these 4 crews are all now well past us, and we're just waiting for the last crew entered in this event from MIT. And, of course, they're the home course crew. They're even wider. They are almost on the return lane buoys for the crews going down for the warm-up. Maybe they know something that we don't.
Maybe. You know, we've seen some great racing this weekend ahead of the Charles.
We have, and one of the things that when it comes to race strategy, when you're now into the final third of the race, this is the time when you actually have to be hard on yourself.
Yes.
You've done the, yeah, I'm excited, I've gone off the start bit. You've done the, I've settled in, I've got my mid-race pace. And this is when it begins to really be the time when your mental ability to push your body when it hurts is really going to show the top crews from the rest.
Yes, spot number 5 here we have from MIT. Going right through the bridge here past Weld Boathouse.
No, you should just wait for that last bit.
Can you hear me okay? So that's live, right?
Are you worried?
So it's, voiceover for that, plus the speakers on either side.
Oh, you mean these poor people down here?
Well, it's a little bit over this side, so it's not on the top. No, you guys are awesome.
Yesterday they didn't put it up, so I know.
So are you from the road family? My husband. I should say, my son did as well.
Does he read books?
Absolutely.
Fantastic. Do you read books? Would you read a rowing book?
It doesn't hurt not to. Thank you.
Fantastic. People give me their rowing stories, and I've published them.
Did you come across Daryl Strickland? He was the wood boat, and when Early Wall came down, Rhodes found him. He was a preservationist, but he had a boathouse in Maine. He lived in Illinois. That's how we met him. And then he spent half his year in Australia, as well as he worked for IBM. Unfortunately, passed rowing, so I guess doing what he loved a few years back. But yeah, he was all row wood. He's got a couple books that were published about it. And then he actually, I work in the import industry, and he had me help him bring some Morris Miners in from South Africa.
Oh, cute.
So he's so great. Yeah, he was such a great guy.
Morris
All
Minor
wood.
drivers always flash their lights at each other when they pass.
Exactly. Yeah, but he was all wood all the time. Oh, Jim Dietz, yeah. I know
Yeah,
him.
you'll know a few of them. Yeah.
My husband will know way more than I do, but that name I recognize.
So I did one a year for 5 years.
Fantastic. This is great.
I just collect stories. Rowers tell stories all the time. Whenever they meet, they've got an anecdote. So I just started a megaphone malfunction. I love it.
I love it.
I know which athlete that was. I'm not allowed to say.
Thank you.
Yes, there's kind of one a year. I didn't do one this year, but.
Sure. 2018.
Watch, take a video of this. Take a video of this. We're going to toss the box in the water.
Are they going to throw the cocks in? They are too. Hang on. Here we go. Ready? Woo! You should have got your camera. That was your big moment.
That's got to be really cold.
Right, we're ready. We ready? The next 8's coming through. Event number 70, the women's collegiate 8s. They started rowing at 2:51 p.m. and the first 3 crews are already coming up toward the Weld Boathouse, where we have just had the pleasure of seeing a coxswain being ceremonially thrown in the water with good grace.
You always love that, to see the coxswain being tossed in the water.
Yes, unless you're the coxswain and the water's cold. Bow number 1 in this event from Mercyhurst College are 2-time champs of this event, and they are very fortunate to have many athletes returning from last year's crew.
The women's collegiate 8s, I believe these are all Division 2, Division 3 crews, not any Division 1 crews I see here on the chart.
Yeah, so that gives them, they're racing people of similar caliber, which is important, isn't it? You want to feel you have a chance in the race.
Certainly.
Here's bow number 1 wearing white unisuits with a diagonal green stripe and green shorts, the Mercyhurst College, and bow number 2 immediately behind them, Wellesley College.
We have seen several buckets here in rowing on this regatta today.
It sounds so funny. Who thought bucket was a way of describing it? We used to call it a frig rig, which again doesn't describe what it is. Bow number 3 from Tufts University. They're back after finishing 3rd in the NCAAs as a team. Sounds like this crew is staying together for a 2nd year in the sport.
Bow number 4, Bates College here. They were the 2023 NCAA 4th place team finish with several athletes here. Strong catches there we see there from Bates College.
Trinity from East Hartford, Connecticut are bow number 5. They're about 1.25 lengths behind the crew from Bates College. They were an NIRC 4th place this year, and obviously they'll be looking to further close that gap and see where they can finish up in the racing order at the end of this event.
Look how far away that crew is.
There's some waving oars there. This is one of the problems of wind. It can catch your oar as you square it up, and it can almost flick it out of your hands.
Yes, it can.
Sometimes they say you're waving to mama, but it is seriously challenging to get your oar close to the water when you've got gusting wind conditions as we got now. But bow 7, Williams College from Pittsfield are looking like they're making quite easy work of it, having obviously overtaken bow 6, which is the University of Calgary. Again, the royal blue shirts.
Bow number 7, the coxswain, just made her turn to enter the bridge, trying to pick a line and stay with it as they trail through this headwind. Bow number 8, we do see here from Wellesley College. Yes, in Massachusetts. Wasn't too far of a drive.
We're getting some close potential overtake maneuvers going in here. As you can hear the cheers, there's an entire crew jump in the river. No idea what's going on there.
We've seen lots of crews here at Weld Boathouse jumping in the water today. Must be great for Harvard.
Crew number 9 are 1.25 lengths in front of crew number 10, which is WPI from Worcester, Massachusetts. Come along, WPI. You've got about 4 feet and you'll have overlap. And this is where you can see the difference in rating is really helping the chasing crew. They're just a point or 2 higher, and that extra stroke per minute is making a big difference.
Bow number 12, I believe, is approaching here from Tufts University, also in Massachusetts. The Jumbo women are back after finishing 3rd at the NCAAs as a team. Tufts there, strong catches there from the women at Tufts. Yes.
And before them was the Wesleyan crew at bow 11. Sorry, didn't quite have time to mention them. When they come through several at a time, it's a little hard for me to prioritize. Clark University from Worcester, Massachusetts is coming off 2 fantastic years with appearances at the Women's Henley Regatta in Great Britain and the San Diego Crew Classic.
Crew Classic is always the start of the spring season here for collegiate crews, as well for high school athletes as well. So good to see how well they did at Crew Classic.
Bow 13, lucky for some. And here we have another overlap little battle royal going on between Bryn Mawr from the USA and Hamilton from Clinton, New York. Sorry, not from the USA. I'm sorry, Pennsylvania. I'm not very good at the states.
Pennsylvania's in the USA, though. You got it right. Yes, that not Empauker boat from bow number 14. We do see those yellow boats typically symbolize the Empauker shells, but we have almost a gold color. That coxswain must look around and as bow number 14 starts to take a bit of an aggressive turn.
Middlesbury, Vermont is bow number 16. Again, rowing on their own, little bit of a vacuum here. They have cow print oars. Like, isn't that cute? Or maybe they're polka dots. I think they're cow prints. Oh, is Vermont a cow state? Of course, it's where that famous ice cream brand that we're not allowed to mention live on air comes from. The University of Rochester women's rowing, who apparently are great kids, are bow number 17, but they're not the next one past our commentary point. That is the honour goes to bow number 16, who is from 18 from Ithaca, New York. And here comes number 17, a length and a half clear water behind the University of Rochester.
Rochester, New York. It's very cold up there. This weather might not be too much of a change.
Despite the cold, they are rowing with bare legs.
Fantastic.
You're very good at this trivia. We should do a quiz.
Well, after a couple podcasts, you get the hang of things and get to know certain facts, so it's fantastic.
I think your hobby is collecting information.
Well, I store it in my mind. I don't have notes in front of me.
Little bit of a gap here, as you can probably guess, while we're waiting for the next couple of crews to come alongside.
The headwind is still present. By number 24 here, we do have Mount
Holyoke.
Yes.
Now, one of them is not wearing the same shirt as the others.
Interesting there.
Yeah. We went to a regatta once in Belgium where we were told we all had to have identical hats, and if one person wore a hat, we all had to wear a hat. So you can imagine that was a good discussion in the crew.
That's when team chemistry has to be completely working together. You have to work together in a team. You can't be looking different and wearing different things in a crew, especially come race day.
Crew 25, WPI from Worcester, who were 2022 NCAA champions in the women's varsity 8.
The breeze starts to pick up now. The headwind gets a little bit more aggressive.
A little bit.
Just a tad, as you would say there in UK.
Well, just a tad.
Just a tad.
Do you know about the English art of understatement?
Enlighten me.
Just a tad means it's a hurricane.
I had no idea. I had no idea.
Bow number 26, Connecticut College rowing, just coming past our commentary position, and behind them we have 3 crews all trying to overtake each other simultaneously.
They have to create space. You have to create space here. We have bow number 27 here. Bow number 27 is URI Boat Club.
4th in the women's varsity Cox 4 in 2023, and 3/4 of a length up on the crew from 20.
Bow number 30 here, we have Wesleyan. Their bow ball is on the stroke seat of bow number 28,
Catholic.
which I believe is Catholic University from D.C.
This is going to be a yield challenge through the bridge because 30 is clearly the faster crew.
Coxswains have to look around and create space. That bridge isn't as large as people think it is.
It's getting very tight as they're coming under the bridge. Oar tips very nearly touching, just enough room there for bow 30 as they push away from the bridge.
Fans in the dock are now heading inside World Boathouse as the wind starts to pick up. Getting a bit chilly, as they all say. We do have bow number 29 trailing through now. Jefferson from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Jefferson is the Division II East Region champions, placing 6th at the NCAA Division II championships with a silver medal at the Doddville Regattas.
And with a 3-seat overlap, bow 31 from William Smith are beginning to charge through them, mowing down the advantage they once had.
And the Green Lantern boat. Bright green, you can't miss them.
Bow number 33 from Hamilton are the next crew, rowing again in a little bit of a vacuum. Nice rating. Coxon urging them on as they move towards the bridge. They had a 6th place team finish at the NIRC, and their 2nd and 3rd varsity were 6th and 3rd. in spring 2023. Ooh, is this bow number 6? They must have had some total disaster because they are now, either they were late on the start or something terrible happened. So this is the University of Calgary from Alberta in Canada. And bow 35, Trinity from East Hartford, whose NRC place was 9th for their second varsity this year.
Pretty strong catches there from the Trinity women, you would say?
Not disagreeing with your analysis there. 3 more crews coming into view.
Is that bow number 32 you see there? Bow number 32, we do have a crew popping up here. Yes. RPI. As they're trending through. We do have bow number, oh, it's hard to read there, folks. I'm so sorry. Bow number 21, we do have from Bowdoin College, yes.
I keep wanting to pronounce that Bourdain like the chef.
I believe it's
Anthony
Bowdoin.
Oh, he was Bourdain.
Possibly.
And bringing up the rear bow number 34 from Manhattan, Riverdale, New York. They've competed here for the last 2 years, so they'll be very pleased to be back here, 3rd year on the trot. As you said, it's hard to know what to say at the end. I do think the male-female voice thing works well.
They didn't give us one of these for my mother. She's a part of the team. They didn't give us one.
I believe this is the men's collegiate four starting up here now, event 71. I believe this is the men's collegiate four starting off here now, event number 71. We have 44 competitors here in crews.
That's a massive entry. Did
That's a
you
lot.
see the men's singles, champ singles was 65 crews? This
Did we
is
mention there
brilliant.
was a purse for the champ singles this year?
There was, but I have to say, what I love about collegiate events is it shows the strength and depth of the sport.
Yes. Couple of facts here. The top 10 crews are all returning from last year. Notre Dame led off at bow number 1 to defend their title. They're in this race. They were just 2.5 seconds ahead of bow number 2, LaSalle, last year. Collegiate Fours can always produce dramatic changes because crews change from year to year. So athletes can start or finish their academic studies.
So La Salle is currently leading this division, and behind them the San Diego crew of bow number 3. They said last year we finished 3rd and we tied for the best in the history of our program.
That must be fantastic there. We have crews charging through right now. Yes, I believe that's San Diego at bow number 3.
They have got something to go for because bettering 3rd place must be a hell of a target. And right now they're not only overtaken bow 1, they are nearly overlap on bow 2, which is La Salle rowing from
They're
Philadelphia.
making their push right now. You can see the coxswains urging stern pair there. Yes, strong catches.
And the thing about this crew is they connect with the water and they almost make it look like they're moving light. They are just spinning the oars through the water. They're very close to a clash now, but they're making huge headway. They've taken 2/3 of a length there in 10 strokes. Number 4.
Bow number 1, Notre Dame, charging through a Weld boathouse here. The club team, not a Division I sport at the university at Notre Dame. The women's team is, but not the men's team. They are a club team, which means that they are not varsity funded.
These 4 crews now have put quite a lot of distance on the next crew chain coming towards us, which is UNC men's crew from Chapel Hill, North Carolina. They're very excited to be here, and they're holding good distance on the crew behind them, but sadly, the crews in front have really gotten a head start.
Bow number 7 is charging through right now. Bow number 7, we do have, like you mentioned before, UNC from Chapel Hill.
Stetson 4 lengths behind them. Stetson crew wearing dark green.
From Florida.
8, then 5 in the pink.
I believe that's Bennett Rossell, the Sarasota alum. Also partakes in coastal rowing as well, the coxswain in the Stetson shell. We do have bow number 9 from Loyola,
Maryland.
Maryland, yes.
I've always liked saying that. Maryland.
Yeah, Maryland.
Not Maryland, as I would like to. And now we have an overlap situation, which is always exciting. Bow 5 and bow 8. Bow 8 from Bowdoin have got 1/2 a length in front of bow 5, which was Bates College from Lewiston.
Bates College, coxswain, bow number 5 is signaling to the other coxswain at bow number 8 to make some room. They don't want to clash their blades on port side.
And Vanderbilt from Nashville, Tennessee, bow number 12, coming through with a length head clearance over bow 11, which was from Michigan Rowing Association from Ann Arbor. They're the second varsity 8, and they have, it says they're returning 6 oarsmen, but we're in a Cox 4 event, so I think we've gotten that mixed up.
Bit of mishap there. Bow number 13, we do have Grand Valley.
Allendale, Michigan.
Yes.
May contain men from the varsity.
May
4.
contain. They have to mention
May
that.
contain nuts. Is that? Do you think it's a joke? Maybe they're just all crazy because in England we say he's nuts. You know. 3 crews approaching simultaneously here. Bow 15 from the University of Santa Barbara, University of California, Santa Barbara.
Margot Hart, the coast coxswain, transferred over here to the University of California, Santa Barbara at 21 years of age.
So
they got bronze in 2019, finishing 5th in 2021, gold at Weira's in 2022, and 4th in 2023 at Weira's, which is their championship race, besides Acra's.
2 lengths in front of bow 14 from Mercyhurst University, who are themselves 1.5 lengths in front of Virginia Rowing Association from Charlottesville. They say these are young guys gunning for the varsity 8 for the spring. Well, that's good. It's good to have a development boat where you can really make an impact.
It is.
Number 17, the University of New Hampshire from Durham, New Hampshire. They're described as being a hard-working crew, and they have a 50th anniversary of their men's rowing program this fall. Carlton crew from Ottawa, Ontario, are rowing bow number 18. And they are a good 9 lengths in front of bow 21 from Trinity, East Hartford, Connecticut. They call themselves the Bantams.
Bow number 18 does have some nice run there in the best bully.
And Boston College from Chestnut Hill are about 3 lengths behind the boys from Trinity, rowing in a scarlet red boat. These 3 crews now coming line astern as they come into the bridge approach.
We got crews shouting at bow number 19 here.
It's good to have supporters. You should kind of scatter your reporters down the course, shouldn't you? So there's always someone to shout for you.
Once you hear those cheers, it's endgame.
We've got a bit of a battle coming on. There's a half-length overlap now between bow 24. As she turns the page, we're looking at Colorado from Boulder, Colorado, who've made good progress. They now have a 1-foot clearance behind them on bow 23, which is the U.S. Merchant Marine Academy. So that's 24 has overtaken 23. They've now got clear water. They're going through quite quickly now, of course.
We have bow number 20 here, approaching here from Amherst. They're the 1872 national champions here, I believe.
Meanwhile, bow 25 is overtaking them. They've just got their bows in front, and that's Skidmore from Saratoga Springs in New York. So they're overtaking, and behind them, who has lost a bow number, what's the crew with the red and pale blue? Their number is missing. So I'm going to hazard a guess that it might be Dominican University from Orangeburg, New York, since I haven't checked them off on my list. It's unfortunate to lose your number, because that's a great souvenir. Do you have any numbers?
27 is coming down, followed by 29 here.
By number 29, we do have George Washington University. This program was cut. They definitely don't want to fall behind here, charging against by number 27, which is Wesleyan. In the blue shell, you can't miss them. By number 26, we have URI Boat Club. They finished 11th at the 2023 Acra Championship in the men's varsity 8, 4th at the 2023 Acra Championship in the men's novice coxed 4, with 3 team members part of the 2023 World University Games. By number 28, we have here from St. Thomas.
In St. Paul, Minnesota. It's a student-led club at the university, and they mainly do Midwestern regattas, but obviously we're really pleased that they made the trip all the way here to compete against this awesome bunch of collegiate coxed fours.
Boat 30 approaching here from Connecticut College in New London, Connecticut.
Oh my goodness, looking back, there is a crew who has taken the totally wrong route out of the Fuchs Bridge. They are heading straight for the bank. No, they're just making the turn. Geez, those boys, that's tough.
Maybe there's a rudder mishap there. Maybe the rudder broke off. We never know.
We don't. And that's part of the imagination of being a commentator.
Yes, it is.
Bow 30's just passing our commentator position here, followed by bow 31, the Mass Maritime from Buzzards Bay. Around 3 lengths difference between the two of them. And then we have about an 8-length gap. And the Coast Guard is going to be the next crew coming up the race course.
By number 32 here, we do have the Coast Guard Academy, coached by Randall. Yes, Coach Randall, a well-known rowing coach here. Pushing through now, we do have, like I mentioned before, in the Vespoli, bow number 32.
Bow number 36, the Southern California Rowing Club. They have an average GPA of 3.7, always good to know, and they placed 4th at the Acro National Championships, all the way from Southern California.
Bow number 32 featuring 3-seat Jack Larson from California. I actually rowed with him in high school. It's great to see my teammate out there doing his thing.
UC Santa Barbara is bow 35, just passing our poetry position, and 3 lengths behind them, bow 33 from Carnegie Mellon in Pittsburgh. They're a first-time Charles visitor, so welcome, guys. Welcome to the new coaching staff. Rebuilt, rebranded. We're pleased to have you with us.
You have 40 straight across in the blue trap.
Bout number 40, we do have.
And I pause.
The wind has changed our papers. We have UCLA. Yes, coached by Marcel Stiffy.
I've actually rode in Marina Del Rey. It is colossal.
It is a great
it's
course.
so protected from the ocean. It's actually a great rowing facility if you don't mind rowing on the salt water.
Yes. UCLA women's rowing team, a Division I varsity sport rowing team as well, but their club team for the men's team is not a Division I varsity sport.
Power 31 from Iona University, New Rochelle in New York, being chased by Bow 39, Georgia Tech from Atlanta, Georgia. I think they may have been the ones who went wide on the previous bridge.
That may have been them.
They look like they're back on the course, though, and chasing hard.
42 here, followed by 38.
42 from Illinois, Champaign, Illinois. They raced the men's varsity 8 at Accra for the first time in 4 years last season. So
That must have
this is
been
a
great.
move.
That must have been great.
It's not, I love a good comeback story.
You do. Bout number 38 here, we do have Manhattan from Riverdale, New York.
And 3 lengths behind Bow 43, which is Clarkson from Potsdam, New York. New rowers, new challenges, and they're making a good fist of it here.
Bow number 44, I believe. That is Pittsburgh, yes, from Pennsylvania.
The Pitt Rowing Club men.
They're coxing with bright gold garments. You can't miss her.
And number 37, the New York Maritime from the Bronx, New York, who promise they will provide information if and when we know who rows in it.
There you have it. What's next?
Women's Collegiate Fours, so same event but for women.
Mom, this is the last.
Where are the bathrooms? I'll be back.
What's up, Mom?
I had a lot of layers.
Mommy, I really don't need this.
She needed cozy, not windbreaking. She needed a blanket. No, why are they on the course? I don't know, they've been coming down.
Like, do you know the Malibu, California?
That's like here, right? Like down or down.
Yeah.
I go to school in Irvine.
Oh, nice. You
Yeah,
see
so
Irvine?
I'm from the Bay.
Oh, wow. What has it been like with AJ Brooks not being there anymore?
Wow, you are confident. This guy knows that AJ left. Huh? He knows AJ left.
What's it like not having him?
It sucked. I mean, I can only
Because
imagine.
of visits?
'Cause I left the team after he like the same year he left.
Yeah.
I can't imagine like not having him.
Who's the coach there now? Do you know?
Mike. Are you rowing?
Not right now.
You have a club out in Malibu?
No. I rode in high school for a club in Oxnard, which is around like maybe 45 minutes north of Malibu, on the Pacific coast, right before Ventura.
Okay, yeah,
You know
I think I've seen
Ventura?
it on the map and stuff.
Yeah. Our boathouse is like across the street from like the Navy Center. asked me to be here.
Hell yeah.
It's the great mystery. As long as I'm
What was your name?
I'm Hudson.
Hudson? Ethan.
Nice to meet
Nice to
you.
meet you. Oh, I guess it's pretty
I saw, yeah.
self-explanatory.
One of my good friends, her son, was supposed to play lacrosse in college and stuff. And in the summer, he said to her, I want to be a cop. She's like, excuse me? He's like, no, that's serious. She's like, I don't know what to do with it. I don't have hope. It's a whole crazy little story about her sister losing told and then they this woman that had this beautiful ranch.
I didn't miss anything.
Not at all.
No cocks and tossers.
Just this crew coming in.
Got himself into Texas to Alright, guys, there's another race coming down.
Mom, this is the last race. The women's collegiate fours are now approaching event number 72 here. The course record was set by FIT with a time of 17 minutes, 50 seconds, .817 back in 2019.
The increasingly windy conditions are going to be making it seriously challenging for these crews. I'll bet anything that they got a whole load of water in their boats when they were down in the basin in the marshalling area and going through the start.
The crews are charging down the river here, heading towards Weld Boathouse. Those of you who are just tuning in to watch this race, we just want to say thank you for tuning in. The women's collegiate fours are now approaching. We have 38 competitors in this race. A lot of entries here.
So if anyone wants to follow you online, how do they find you?
They can follow me online on Instagram. I am the host, owner, and founder of 4 Stars Podcast. I feature national champions, Olympians, junior athletes, college coaches, high school coaches, everyone in rowing. Check us out. It's a great podcast.
Bow number 1.
We have bow number 1 charging down here from Vanderbilt, down in Nashville, Tennessee.
They've got a 3-length lead over bow number 2, which is FIT from Melbourne, Florida, who say they're looking forward to coming up and competing again. It's something about the southern states, isn't it? They want to come north.
They do. The stroke seat there in bow number 1 setting a great rate for her teammates there at Vanderbilt. Bow number 2 coming down the course there, FIT from Melbourne, Florida.
They've closed on bow number 1, so they'll be quite pleased so far with their performance. Their boat looks a little bit more stable, slightly less rock in the balance and the set.
Very interesting here. We have the Clemson team coming down here now. They recently lost their boathouse. Construction is in progress. They were founded in 1988.
So a recent founding. It's always good to hear about new university and collegiate crews getting founded.
Interesting enough, Clemson does have a varsity-funded Division I women's rowing program there. They compete very highly there at NCAA's. A strong crew.
Our first overtaking in this women's collegiate fours, bow number 5 from Canada, Carlton, have overtaken crew 4. They're 4 returning members from last year's regatta: Caitlin McMahon, Emlyn Rogers, Kendra Hubertois, Abby Dyer, and Megan Elkes.
You know, I really hope that Clemson gets their boathouse back.
Yeah, it's terrible when something like that happens.
4 and 6.
Bowdoin College from Brunswick are bow number 4. They're the next crew who's going to go past our commentary position. They were around 8 lengths behind the Canadian bow number 5. but they've got 2 lengths of clear water over bow number 6 from William Smith in Geneva, New York.
It's getting a bit chilly out here today. We have crews coming down the Armada chasing down the Charles River here now. We got bow number 6, which is, pardon us, William Smith from Geneva, New York. Yes, about a boat length behind, we have bow number 7, Northwestern, a club program. These women placed 5th in the varsity at last year's Accra Regatta and have earned a guaranteed entry from their performance in this event last year.
1 foot behind them is
I wouldn't even
bow
say 1
number
foot.
8.
It's even a couple inches behind.
Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University. That's the thing, when you're overtaking, it goes from a foot to a couple of inches in one stroke.
Bow number 8 has to look around, making sure bow number 7 also keeps some water away. We don't want oars splashing there under the bridge, do we?
They wanted to be on the other side of the crew because you want them to yield to the opposite direction. That was unfortunate from the coxing point of view. They could have cut a few feet off their distance they have to row. Meanwhile, bow number 9, Wash U from St. Louis.
Yes. Bow number 9 charging down there. A bucket as well in the middle pair.
Really good driving attack in their stern pair. Look at the stroke. She's on it. 3 girl is right behind her. They'll be making good progress. Even though they're rowing in a bit of a vacuum, they shouldn't be disappointed at this point. Middlebury, Vermont, bow number 10. Audrey Peaker, Sarah Kimmel, Mia White, Lola Henderson Thomas.
Bow number 11, not in the M. Parker Brandon boat, as we all like to say. It's a gold boat here.
They're from Georgia Tech. We welcome Millie Buchanan, Anna Demisinuk, Naomi Malaka, Madeline Schoaf, and Isabel Trudell.
12, 13, 14, and then 10.
Pardon the sirens if you may or may not hear. Here in Boston, there's lots of sirens.
Bow number 12 from Gordon College. We have crews that have raced double sculls in the ACRA. And one of them went to the World University Games representing the USA. So well done, Tiana. And we have an overlap situation coming through here. Bow 11, Georgia Tech, and bow 14 with Jefferson from Philadelphia.
You know, we see bow number 12, we see in our notes here that Carly is a novice coxswain this fall. Being a novice in one of your first races in the fall with the team ahead of the Charles, that must be a lot of pressure.
Meanwhile, approaching the bridge, bow 13 is being overhauled by bow 14. So that's Bates College being overtaken by Jefferson. They're almost neck and neck as they go into the bridge. It always happens. It's the pinch points where people meet. It makes me laugh, but it also makes for great spectator racing.
16, 17 here.
From Illinois, bow 16, they raced the women's varsity 8 for the very first time in 4 years last season. They are leading by 3 feet over bow 17, the University of New Hampshire. They've been regrowing their boat club since losing all but 2 of their members during the pandemic, and they want to get some more strong performances. Let's face it, who doesn't?
2 members, wow.
That's something, isn't it, to go down to just 2?
2 members.
They're a quarter of a length behind. Good chance of overtaking, sadly not within our line of sight.
18.
Boats are trailing down the course here. There is still a headwind here at the Charles River, right in front of Weld Boathouse, the Harvard Radcliffe Boathouse.
Trinity from East Hartford, Connecticut are our next crew coming round. They have about 18 on their black boat. They're around 4 lengths ahead of a side-by-side race-off
19 and 15.
between Amherst and UC Berkeley lightweights. Cal Lightweight Rowing at the club has been growing, they say. They've been around since the 70s, and they're the only team in the Western United States dedicated to men's and women's lightweight rowing. Good to have you with us. Crew 15 being overtaken by the Amherst Crew 19. And another side-by-side contest here.
Bow number 22 and 20, we have bow number 22. I believe bow number 20 is Simmons, and we do have bow number 22, Central Oklahoma. Yes, a Division II team there. stroked by freshman Carlotta Martinez.
Meanwhile, 1 length behind from Tulane, New Orleans, is the bow 21 crew. They're only 3 feet behind and overlap themselves.
Central Oklahoma was a national team runner-up in 2023, second in the varsity 8 and second in the varsity 4 at the 2023 NCAA National Championships. We have 4 different countries, actually: Austria, Peru, Spain, and USA. Wow.
That's an achievement.
That's an achievement, I would say.
And a grouping of 3 crews being led by crew 23 from Carnegie Mellon in Pittsburgh. They're coming back better than ever, they claim. They again have new coaching staff and, as we already said, a rebranded team. They have about 3/4 of a length.
I don't mean to cut you off, but we do have bow number 25 and 24 close to clashing blades. Bow number 24.
There's a clash.
There's
and
been
another
clashes.
One. They're looking
Coxswains
over.
have to talk and get over. The coxswain gets out.
It's really important to keep an eye on your blade if you're going to clash. You want to put your oar in behind the other person so you can push your blade into the water and then push them out of the way. But we had a ringside seat for that.
That coxswain was not taking anything.
So that was 25 Pittsburgh who were doing the overtaking.
26, 27, 28.
Bow number 26, University of Tampa. U of Tampa's first time back ahead of the Charles in the last 10 years or so. Wow. Over a decade.
And they've got a length over bow number 27, Wellesley College. They were the NCAA champions in 2023.
Interesting that they're back in bow number
possibly
27.
Not this crew. I'm going to guess that.
Adrian College trailing in the gray and gold boat. Bow number 28 there. Adrian College having visited the regatta for the first time in 2021. The Adrian Women's 4 hopes to compete for the top half this year, coming off of 3 consecutive wins in the MARC Varsity Cox 4.
An overtaking crew is our next one coming up. URI Boat Club from Saunderstown, Rhode Island, are about 33. So they've done quite a bit of overlapping already in this part of this race.
What a great color of a boat there.
It's a bright blue, and frankly, it's the most cheerful looking thing around here on this grey afternoon on the Charles.
It sure is.
St. John Fisher College rowing from Rochester, New York is bow 31 in a black boat. They have a burgundy trow.
You can hear the coxswain up here in the grandstand. Bow number 31, I believe.
She's giving them a lot of encouragement. So she has a pretty prone position in the front loader. You can just see her head.
Look at that laid back in bow seat there.
But whereas behind her, this crew, bow 30 from Dominican University, their coxswain is kind of sitting up.
You want to get as low as possible, you know? Some coxswains feel they want to get up a little bit in the seat to be able to see things more.
Dominican's women's program, after just 2 years, has just moved from Club Division 2 this fall. So that's a great progress, and of course they're racing here with us today. St. Thomas from St. Paul, Minnesota are bow number 34. They are about 3/4 of a length in front of bow 29. 29 is the U.S. Merchant Marine Academy, and they are half a length of clear water in front of Assumption, who are making their return to the head of the Charles this year. Their coxswain looks like she's got a head cam on. I think she might be recording this race.
Most coxswains like to do that. You see a lot of those recordings on YouTube there for novice coxswains and other people to check out the race, you know what I mean? Because this is very, very interesting of a course.
You've got 35, 36, 37.
Skidmore are our next crew, bow 35 from Saratoga Springs, rowing in dark green. They're 2 lengths in front of bow 36 from Grand Valley, which may contain women who got 6th in the Collegiate 8 in the 2021 head of the Charles Regatta. But of course it also may not. However,
we got more crews charging down, I believe. That is Texas crew. And bow number 37, Texas crew rows on Lady Bird Lake as well, with the UT women's team as well, who won in 2021 and 2022 national championships. NCAAs this year.
I've actually visited Ladybird Lake, and I happened to be there the weekend of the Heart of Texas regatta, and I got
Wow.
this cute medal with a Texan-shaped medal.
Texas crew, the state flag on their blades there. You can't miss out on those athletes there, can you?
I had never been to a club that had deck chairs in the same colour as the club colours till I realised it was the state flag, so it was kind of easy.
Wow.
And bringing up the rear, crew number 38 from Wellesley College. That is the final crew in this division.
One thing to note, Texas crew were also grand finalists in the women's single, double, and pair at the ACRA National Championships in 2023.
Check off the list. Look,
Yeah.
someone else.
You
I am
just,
good. Lovely to meet you, buddy.
It was a pleasure.
Keep well. Thank you.
Yesterday was interesting. This was a whole different scene.
The idea is to make it so that someone who can't see what you can see can imagine it. Travel safe.
Thank you. This is a boat left over from the previous race.
Okay, so we won't worry about them. Fly safe.
Nice to speak with you. One is wearing 6, one is wearing 11. Oh, wait, I am.
It was great chatting with you. Take care.
The parent-child doubles? No, it's not the next race. The next race is supposed to be double sculls. Bow 5, bow 6. Wow.
Let me know when you're ready to turn on, and I'll come down and just spot for you.
Thank you. Bow 6. William Smith. They're men. Are they men or are they women?
Well,
Those are men. So they're like the previous race.
yeah.
Oh.
I don't know. Maybe they just needed to return the boat. Somebody stole it. Throw it like you stole it, right?
50 competitors in this parent-child doubles. Is this the first? No, it's not.
This next one's going to have 50 boats?
Yeah,
Oh, geez.
parent-child. My friend tried to get an entry. Entries opened at 4 a.m. New Zealand time. She said I was online 10 before.
Yeah.
She said by the time I'd gotten in there, I was already waitlisted. She said I was like 22 on the wait list.
So what was the young man's name?
Hudson Forster. Hudson.
Okay. Yeah, I was saying, Mom's a real housewife.
She's lovely.
You
Oh
know
my
that
God,
show?
Totally.
You know what I'm
She's
talking
totally a
about.
real housewife. A real housewife for somewhere not here. Oh, they're going
She's married
wide.
to some British guy.
They've seen the bridge. Event 73, we are into the fun and games end of the regatta. This is the Directors' Challenge Parent-Child Doubles. We have 50 competitors in this event, and it is very, very competitive. I know because my doubles partner tried to get an entry for herself and her daughter. She logged in at 4 a.m. New Zealand time in order to try and put in an entry, and by the time she had gotten her entry open, she was already waitlisted.
You have 2 coming down by after with 1 following. About 2's in
So the leading crew, steering a slightly eccentric course, but obviously very fast, is bow number 2 from Switzerland, SC Kuznacht, who came second. in the head of the Charles in 2022 and is a national finalist several times over. They are being chased by bow number 1 from Marin, Bjorn Lauberg and Niels Lauberg. So I think it's okay to say ages. I think we're going to say the ages. So Bjorn and Niels are 60 and 28 and the Swiss are 48 and 18.
Bow number 6 coming.
Bow number 2 just making their way back into the middle of the racecourse. They have 2 lengths of clear water over Marin. Following Marin is bow number 6 from Crabtree in London, Matt Parrish and his son Oliver. I'm fairly sure that Oliver Parrish is going to follow his dad. His dad was a very famous British oarsman. Mr. Matt Parrish, 52, Oliver Parrish, 22, and they are 3 or 4 lengths behind bow number 1. Obviously gunning for a winning position there. Meanwhile, bow number 3 from Pencoy Boat Club in San Francisco, John Roberts and his son Benjamin. They say they're repeat competitors. They've managed to do this event in the past. They are 1 length in front of bow number 4, Independence Rowing Club from Nashua, and Paul Canistaro and Lucas Canistaro, age 50 and 20. Number 8, following them from Great Britain, from Semple, Castle Semple Rowing Club in Glasgow, Scotland, Martin and Andrew Holmes. They say they love to race together. Martin's 61, Andrew is 32, and they have put a huge distance over the next following crew, which is bow 5 from Fat Cat, New York, Alex Morse and Stephen Morse. So mother and son, our first mother and son competitor. Steve was at Princeton in 81 and Alexandra was in Princeton in 13. So there we go. Bow number 11 is our next double scull in this parent-child challenge. Another British entry from Crabtree, Henry Pooley and Guy Pooley. Guy Pooley was the British single sculler. He is stroking the boat, making his son sit behind him. Guy has an enviable reputation as a very, very skilled racer and has won the Wayrib Silver Skiffs race many times and also raced the Veterans Boat Race with Crabtree Rowing Club. Henry was in the Eton College Boat Club first 8 and Guy is, of course, an Olympian. Number 7 in the Scarlet Boat from Cambridge, Massachusetts, Patrice Rio and Alexander Collias. They're a grandchild entry. Dig that. Patrice is 72, Alexander is 17. Go the grandparent-grandson entry.
Bow 15 is coming next.
Next is bow 15 from New York Athletic Club, Alexander Orth and Tom Orth. Tom is an Olympian and Xander Rose for Nyack and Deerfield Academy. Cracking pace they're setting, good 32-33 rating. This time they've chosen the youth in the stroke seat with the experience behind.
Bow number 9.
Following them, bow number 9, PRCA from New Rochelle, New York, Marcello Facciuto and Matthias Facciuto, who have already done this event last year, in which they placed 16.
Bow number 13.
We have a side-by-side contest here. Bow 13 from Potomac in Washington, Sherman Knight and Eloise Knight. Sherman rows for Potomac and his 2 daughters row for Brown and National Cathedral. They are very nearly being overlapped by bow number 14, which is College Club Seattle. Quinton Graddock and Caden Graddock, which is a father-son combo. Number 16, from Rockland, Nyack, we have Justin Bone and Colin Bone. This is their first trip down the course together, so welcome, and I very much hope they'll be back next year.
Number 12.
Bow 12, again from Fat Cat, New York, we've got Jacobs, age 26, and Philip Jacobs, age 63, a father-son combo. You can see them in the electric yellow-green fluorescent tops.
Bow 17.
And number 17 going slightly wide from North Palm Beach, Juno Beach, Florida, Ronan Jones, who's 17, and Jock Jones, who is 50. Jock rode lightweight crew at MIT for 4 years, and Ronan is a student at Pine Crest School. Just passing the commentary position, bow 18 from Redwood Scullers in Redwood City, California. Douglas Sanders and Sidra Sanders. Sidra's 16, her dad's 54, and they, of course, live in San Francisco. Sidra making a nice job of stroking the boat with her slightly taller father. Nice blade parallels there. I want to know what's happening because there's a helicopter hovering overhead. I hope that's because the pilot just wants to watch the races. Bow 19 from Saugatuck in Westport, Connecticut. Jack Keeley and Dan Keeley. Jack's 17, his dad is 51. This is Dan's third year in a row in this event. In 2021, he rode with his oldest son, Finn, who's now a sophomore with the Penn 1950s. Jack rose for Saugatuck Junior Rowing Program, and he also rode with his dad last year.
We have bow 20 coming behind them.
In the red boat, bow number 20, an unaffiliated crew from Address Anywhere, USA, obviously a very popular city. We have Alex Avenchick, who's 24, and Len Avenchick, who's 68. Again, a father-son combo. I can see that it's father at stroke, son at bow. I wonder who's giving the commands there. You know, this is when the parent-child relationship switches over.
Bow 21, their unis are reminding us to vote.
From Pettipug in Essex, Connecticut, bow 21, Casey Elfstrom and Oakley Elfstrom, a mom and daughter rowing for reproductive rights. Go the Elfstrom combos. And behind them, bow 22 from CRI, obviously here in Brighton, Massachusetts, Bonnie Baker-Polig and her daughter Katie Polig, who is 18. They're a length behind the Pettipug Scullers. And then 23 is next. PCRA from New Rochelle, Nicholas Ippolito and Charles Ippolito. Nicholas is 30, Charles 57, and they've been doing this event since it began. Long-time competitors. As they remark, even with an ocean between them, they do their best to get together each year here at the Charles.
Bow 25 and 30's working hard to overtake them.
Close run competition here. Bow 25, unaffiliated Callum Palmer and Henry Palmer, who are being overtaken by College Club Seattle crew Julie Dykema and Jordan Dykema. This is their first race together for this mother-son combo, and I have to say they're looking extremely good at it. So Callum Palmer in the 25 crew is 12 and his dad Henry is 40. Callum looking beautiful there in the bow seat. Nice catches and rowing with Macon blades, which is possibly a good thing for a young person who's still growing. His dad, though, with the hatchets.
28 coming.
A bit of a gap now back to number 28, where we have Kate Attia, age 49, and Ruby Barnett, who's 18. Ruby is a rower at BC, and Kate, of course, is their mom. They're in a red boat wearing black uni. They're being followed by a fast-moving bow number 35 from Riverside, Jamie Coven and Lucy Coven. Well, that's an Olympian for you. Dad rode single for the USA in the Olympics. Someone's going to give 28 a shout because they are definitely heading off the course. Go the Covens. Jamie's 50, Lucy's 22, and they've run this event several times together. Jamie taking a good look round there for the upcoming bridge. Lucy is in the stroke seat. She's setting the pace, and they've got K's on their blades.
24 and 26.
24 from Sarasota County in Osprey, Florida, Jim McNamara and Thomas McNamara. Jim's 62, Thomas is 28, and they also did this last year. And the New York Athletic Club, Caitlin Brisson and her dad, John Brisson. It's their 10th year doing this race. Meanwhile, it's an extremely close contest following behind them. We have 38 just overtaking them, which is Dragar from Denmark, Fredrik Juhl Hansen and Morten Juhl Hansen. Their father is the vice president of the Danish Rowing Federation. His son is an under-19. He is sadly heading off the course at the moment and he's going to get a penalty unless they make a very sharp turn. And then we have 27 from Cambridge, Carol Hollingsworth and Juliet Grisdala, a mother-daughter team. And 33 here, Rocky Mountain, Lachlan Flanagan, age 16, and Con Flanagan, 55.
29.
Number 29 from Cambridge, Massachusetts, Kurt Somerville, age 66, and Kate, who's 14. Kate rose at Nobles as an 8th grader, and Kurt was on the 1980 Olympic 8, which of course is a very famous reunion crew because they never got to race. Bow 39 is next up the course from Switzerland. SC Kusenacht, Bettina Duurkorp and Nino Duurkorp. Nino is part of the junior Swiss national rowing team, and he did the Coupe de la Jeunesse in 2022 and 2023. Bettina is his mum, and she's done several nationals regattas in Switzerland. Bow 31 from Augusta, Georgia, Christoph Jaeger and Catherine Jaeger. They're a long-time mother-son rowing who do it just for the love of the boat. Catherine is 65, Christopher is 33. Catherine's in the stroke seat here. Christopher taking a good look at the line as he gets his point to go through the bridge.
In yellow, you have bow 36.
Bow 36, wearing electric yellow tops, twin donut from Menlo Park, California, Olivia Stinson at age 17 and Jacob Stinson, age 55. Olivia raced for the NorCal Youth, and her dad previously rowed for Stanford in 1986-90 and Penn Athletic.
42 is just getting close to taking over 37.
42 crew, which is Cambridge, John Peters and Noah Peters, Noah's 17, are overtaking crew 37, which is from Potomac, Megan Wheeler and Barbara Ryan. They're a mother-daughter duo. Megan's 30 and Barbara is 67. Meanwhile, bow 41, we have from Swan Creek, Brian Price, age 53, and Scott Price, who's 25. They both rowed at Lehigh, entering their first head of the Charles this year together. Meanwhile, crew 40 from Saugatuck, Todd Freeman, age 64, and Louisa, age 28, a father-daughter combo. And here is 46. This is also from Cambridge, locals Avery Packard, who's 18, and Alexander Packard, who's 53. Clearly, dad and daughter.
32 on the Boston side.
On the Boston side, wearing a light blue shirt with a diagonal, number 32, Otsego area rowing from Cooperstown. Samantha Gehrig, who's 50, and Langhorne Keith, who's 87. Lang Keith rowed at Kent School in 1954, and Samantha was captain of the Brown lacrosse team in 1993. Wow, I bet he's one of the oldest competitors. Meanwhile, 45 on the Cambridge side, we have Cooper Rowing Club and South Jersey Composite, Piper Russo, who's 15, and Robert Russo, who's 57. And they got third place in the father-daughter in the head of the Schuylkill this year.
43.
Number 43, Laurel Fournier, age 23, and Brett Fournier, who is her dad. And 44 coming up behind them, Michael Ferguson, 57, and Hannah Ferguson. They've both medalled in the Charles before. They come from Canada.
49 on the Boston side.
Number 49 on the Boston side from Dallas, Texas, Teal Cohen, who's 24, and Kimberly Etting, 59, a mother-daughter combo. Different coloured blades there. And number 50, the last crew off the start, Marine Rowing Association from South China. Ford Reich, who's 70, and Sam Reich, who's 39. And they both live in Freeport, Maine. There are a couple of other crews just in the distance. Don't worry, there are still a couple to come. Wow. There was a lot. I tell you, my near vision was working hard. Thank you for the spotting. I couldn't have done it without you.
You sounded fabulous.
Oh, thank you very much. It's easy when you have the English accent in America.
Oh, right?
What does an official cyclist do?
Collect data.
Oh, right, you're running it back to...
Yeah. And I'll pick up the binders from you guys to go back. Yeah.
I don't know if you want to announce that it's 48 that's coming up last, or if you just want to let it go.
Well, there's a 47 hasn't been through.
Oh, really?
46 hasn't been... Oh, no, I did 45. Nah. I feel bad for them, but 34 hasn't been through. That's too bad for my friend who got up at 4 o'clock in the morning to try and put an entry. Or was it? Okay, 47 was a scratch. Okay. No, I know, she'll be really mad. How dare they? I came all the way from New Zealand, I could have raced. It's Look at that bank tub full of water.
It's 4:06.
What does that mean? It's nearly going
The
home
last
time.
race goes off at 4:22.
This is true. Right, we have mixed quad next. 22, yeah, but they won't get here for a little while after that.
How big a boat is it then?
It's there's a mixed quad is the next one, so they're quite fast. Oh my, this is a lot of data. And then the mixed eights is the last one.
Oh, okay.
So big boats, they'll be fast.
I saw the eights going down, yeah.
Uh-huh. I should take this home as a souvenir, shouldn't I? Harvard chair.
Wouldn't that be nice? Actually, you'd really prefer the Radcliffe one. It's a little bit harder to fit on the plane, though. Not quite a lot of room to fit on planes.
Me and my chair. Glad I bought these.
Were you a cyclist yesterday, too?
No, God, I didn't have to do it yesterday. It's not Good Friday, and I'm like, I got out of yesterday, so.
It's not a bad thing.
My God.
The back of you.
Well, yeah, you know, and I was
just being.
Yes. Yeah, no, they really don't. Yeah, they're just. Yeah.
Yeah, because you're like,
Yeah.
I don't want to go out.
Yeah. And
Driving yesterday.
yeah.
So my husband was getting a car, and so I just kind of pulled on and sank nothing different.
Yeah, right. Because, you know, it picked up, the worst of it started around 3:30, 4 o'clock, and the wind started blowing, and I can imagine being up here. So,
They said they were putting it back.
yes, yeah.
They said everything from here down.
Yep, yep.
There's advice from someone who knows.
Well, two of these might be taken.
Is that your friend up in the helicopter, or you just waving just because?
Oh, I wish I could. Oh yeah, that's actually Matt.
Is it? Matt's up there?
I did.
Parachutes.
I did wonder if.
Have you guys ever run out when the Google's coming by? When the Google Earth
One of my
camera-
girlfriends is in her single skull in Cambridge, UK, when the Google Street View van went by.
Yeah.
No, the girl I used to double with. She used to row at lunchtimes because she lived near the river, and there she is, and she has a bright blue boat. So it's like, Susanna, that's you.
Really?
And she's there on Street View. Yeah,
So that
not
was
Google Earth, just Street View.
Stacy Forsey, and her husband is David Forsey, who's Exports Direct boss.
Okay.
She was a social worker.
Do you guys read books? Are you book readers?
I do, yes.
So let me give you a small gift of a rowing tale. It's an anthology of kind of lots of different sort of stories people have told me.
Thank you so much. Oh, who wrote this?
I edited it. I collected them.
Oh, I'm okay. Thank you.
Mozzarella.
Mozzarella?
Thank you.
Did that roast beef have cheese today?
Yeah, they did. Yeah.
It did today.
Yeah.
Don't ask. I did one a year for 5 years. Sometimes, maybe the cookie is more interesting than the wrap. Yeah, there are others. They're all on Amazon. Yeah.
You know, but the chicken salad is they had like hotcakes.
They brought us
What inspired you?
I have one of each.
I saw a book online that someone had written about stories about people's dads. And I thought, rowing is a sport where people gather and they always exchange stories.
Regular walk.
It's made for rowing. So that was the inspiration. It was called My Old Man, which is an English phrase, literally means your father.
Yeah, but they must have distributed a lot earlier, so.
Your one has a few more kind of history, honor, like actually, mate. Thank you again so much. Enjoy. If you have a Kindle Unlimited, you can just pick them up through Amazon.
Oh, really? Oh, good to know.
Yeah. My fun thing, though, is finding the artists to do the cover artwork. They're always rowers.
Oh, that's cool.
I do poetry, so I've always wanted to pile them into something, for a while now. I just gotta jump on it.
Well, if you want me to, I'll happily show you around how to do it. I have another lady who has written a description of each seat in an 8 and what their characteristics are like, and that will be a long chapter. So I don't know if the two would sit well together, but it would be fun to publish some of that.
You don't have a bit
How do you mean? No, I call myself the publisher for that one. I edited all the other ones. He got bored after the first one. He said he didn't want to do it again, so I said, that's fine. He's a bit of an historian, you see, and I kind of wanted a bit more humorous stuff, you know, the kind of crazy zany things as well as the slightly more serious, and he was a little bit... It's all right.
Yeah.
He politely declined in year 2.
My favorite books.
White belt coming around the corner, 30, 35 seconds.
Whoa!
Called Pillow Thoughts.
Oh, funny.
But it has a lot of like poems and stories and different compilings of people's thoughts. Reminds me of it at school.
The penultimate race of the Regatta 2023, the Director's Challenge Mixed Quad. This is event 74, and of course, this is one of the most sought after events. They don't always keep the numbers from prior years. So we can't definitely say that these guys won it last year, but I have to say Bladework's pretty neat and they're scooting along. There's a long gap. I can't even see another crew. Oh, I have it wrong. This is bow number 2, Horizon Racing. They train in coastal rowing and they just came back from the World Championships in Italy. Oh, these guys must be awesome. They've also raced and medaled and done the America's Cup in Peru last year. John Hoppy, Rebecca Sawyer, Margot Saylor-Schmidt and Philip Hoyle. They're from New Orleans, the Open Water Rowing Center in Sausalito, Potomac in Washington. Oh, look at this. Hey, get your point for the bridge, boys. You're a little bit tight. Yeah, Bowman's just taking a look now. Strong rhythm here. Really good power. often as possible.
Bow number 6.
Following them, bow 6 from Maritime Rowing Club in East Norwalk, Connecticut, rowing a black boat and with black and blue, we call them row suits, all-in-ones, unitards, zooties if you're from Australia.
Bow number 7.
Here comes bow number 7, the Blood Street Skulls from Old Lyme, Connecticut. Dale Hoxie, Candace Fuchs, Thomas Stottlemyre and Charlotte Hollings, who of course is a well-known coach herself. I wonder if she's the one in the stroke seat.
Bow number 4 from Texas.
Number 4 from Dallas, Texas, we have Maria Esway, Scott Bowman, Dylan Chan and Lisa Culberton. Helpfully, if they've given their ages, there's an average. So those guys average 44. The crew who was first averaged 36.
Bow number 9, all in pink.
All in pink, bow number 9, Sarasota crew from Osprey, Florida. It's possible that they're a cancer survivor crew, often a sign if you're rowing all in pink, but wouldn't want to presume.
Bow number 8.
And behind them, by 6 lengths, the Treasure Coast crew from Palm City, Florida. Stephanie Faulkner, Maria Valicello Dunn, Chris Camel and Michael Cameron, averaging age 47. We have 3 coming through together now.
Here come our rowers with bow 1.
Here come our veteran crew. Here we go. Bow number 1, wearing dark red in a dark red boat. They're quite close to the Weld side of the river.
Bow number 10.
Number 10 from Cambridge, Blair Crawford's crew. He's 60, but he hasn't told us who his crewmates are. But they're rowing in the blue and white of Cambridge Boat Club.
Bow number 11.
Meanwhile, behind them, the rowing in colour crew from Denia, Florida, who remark, who said gender or race had anything to do with working hard? And working hard they certainly are. Bow number 11.
Bow 17.
Here comes number 17 from Potomac, Washington. Sadly, didn't tell us who they are.
Followed by bow 13.
And behind them, bow number 13 from Riverside Boat Club here in Cambridge, Richard Broberg, Melanie Allen, Anne-Marie Chouinard and Daniel Jablonski, average age 50. Hey, you guys need to come and do some Masters regattas if you're 50.
Bow number 16 is coming up.
Number 16 from San Diego Rowing Club in California. Say they're looking forward to this event. Their bow is looking round, taking her point. She's right on the stern of the crew number 13, just now deciding to take the inside line as they approach the bridge. The next crew has lost their number, but they are bow 15 on the back. And that is from Alexandria, Vermont and Hampton Roads, Norfolk. Average age 53, William, Erin, Pamela and Timothy O'Brien. Number 12 from New Haven, Oxford, Connecticut, Sarah Cussler, Edward Cussler, Jeffrey Brock and Nora Brock. There you go, 2 couples. They've often rowed separately and even together in their boat named Divorce Double.
She's off champagne. Bow number 14.
And bow number 14, the PCRA from New Rochelle, New York, Christopher Clark, Chelsea Heinzman, Caitlin Clark and Brian Clark. I do hope it's not a divorce double.
In the matching green hats here, we have bow 22. Almost looks like John Deere tractor hats.
Bow number 22, the Y-Quad Cities from Moline, Illinois. Their previous race for this boating, they said, was in 2014 when William was just 12. He's now 21. He'd only been sculling a few months. So it's Caroline Sharris, Peter Sharris, Elizabeth Sharris, who's 26, and William Sharris, 21. They must be parent and children. Looking good.
Bow 20.
Bow number 20 from unaffiliated Jessica Archibald, Joanne Kaufman, Sean Engel, and Hans-Jörg Weiss. Average age 50. Evans, average age 59, and their crew name is Little Dogs, Big Fight.
Bow 26.
Number 26 from Maine Coast Rowing in Brunswick. They put in their crew name as Androscoggin Flyers. Michael Totter, Leslie Critchko, Carl Mitz, and John Tunnicliffe, average age 62. There's a side-by-side race developing in the middle of the race course now. Between 23 and 24. 23 is Watupa Rowing Centre from Fall River, and 24 is the Meguntikuk from Camden. The crew name of the first is White Lightning, and the Meguntikuk crew is coxed by Olivia Godwin Cook. And there she is in the yellow boat on the far side. So we have Devin Guptill, Evan Walters, Amy Mitchell and Iselin Bratz. And the Watupa crew is Jeffrey Suarez, Patricia Brady, Anna Moon Van Erp and Scott Rivkees. Anna Moon is of course married to the very famous Ted Van Dusen. So she comes from a very, very long rowing heritage. Pedigree, I think we could call it.
About 25 in the yellow boat.
Coming down in a yellow boat, bow 25, the head of the Charles Bilicki, Earl Saunders, John Liddell and Catherine Liddell, average age 56. They've come a long way to race here today. We heard a little bit of a knocking noise earlier, and I was really worried someone had managed to row into the dock, but in fact it was a crew celebrating and opening a bottle of champagne, and all we heard was the pop of the cork.
Looks like 29.
From Ann Arbor Rowing Club in Michigan, bow number 29, Jill Gardner, Kathleen Hughes, Lawrence Yaffe and John Fromeming, average age 69, and they describe themselves as former or current members of the Potomac Boat Club, rowing as a tribute to their late colleague Cal Sutcliffe. He loved this and many other of the races won in this long career. We loved him and we wish to honour his memory by rowing our hearts out today. We support you.
Boat 31 is in the yellow boat.
Next up, the yellow boat number 31 from Hull Lifesaving. The sisters Miriam and Diekman row out of Cambridge Boat Club, and the father and son Craig and Chad row out of the Hull Lifesaving Museum. Although they've each competed separately, this is their first time all four family members have rowed together. Another family.
Bow 30 in the
And then we have
boat.
bow number 30 from Hanlon in Toronto, Canada. Barbara Previdello, Mary Ann Crichton, Harold Murray and Craig Thompson. They're long-time rowers but first-time Charles rowers. I think I know them because they are some of our faster masters from my business. They work with us. They are competing to support the head of the Charles and the sport of rowing and wish all the other competitors good luck as well. And that is the end of the penultimate race. Our last race of the day will be starting at 4:22. One race left. 31. But they're 8, so they should be going through really quickly. a rower as well as a cyclist?
No, I just volunteer.
You volunteer?
Yeah. Were you out here yesterday doing this? No.
Very glad I was.
Yeah. I too escaped that.
Just luck.
Yeah, the view is so nice here.
Is that how you're getting back? Where's it going back to? Falls? 11:20. Okay. Do you not even hitch a ride?
Yeah, I think there's space.
Oh, right. Maybe not. It's half an hour walk back from here.
Yeah, definitely.
A while.
If we have space, we would 100%.
No, that's all right.
I think we should.
Well, I've got room on the bike.
I'll go with you. I'm a bit heavy. See, lunch is always lighter when it's inside you. It has basil in it. Lovely. It has basil in it. Basil. Basil to me, basil to you.
Yeah, be careful with that because that just drains right through everything. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So where are you from originally?
Born in London, and now live in New Zealand.
How do you like New Zealand?
It's a very small town kind of feeling though. Like you don't enjoy the small townness. Great place to live. I don't mind it.
That's cool.
Living here, you're Australian?
No, I'm actually from California, so the West Coast. So. Yes, yeah. 'Cause a lot of the camera crew is based out of like Southern California.
So you work together regularly?
Whenever they have like regattas, usually like they'll invite me and a couple of other guys and go out, but it's not like a every month type deal. Me and Ethan are full-time students at University of California, Irvine. So this is kind of like our side gig that we do, but I've enjoyed it. It's really cool.
Number one, get your... Oh, they're coming. Here they come. All right. Please hold. And the last event of the Head of the Charles 2023 is event 75, the Director's Challenge Mixed Eights. The course record was held by Cambridge Boat Club in 15 minutes, 13.787 seconds, and they did that in 2017. Now, of course, today we have a headwind. Chances of it being a course record are reasonably slim. 31 competitors in this amazing event. Watch out for the fancy rowing apparel, because apparently a lot of the crews make an effort to dress up.
Looks like bow one is out in front.
Bow one is out in front. They were here from last year's winning time, Club Nautico de San Juan. And they are calling themselves Barbie Girls, trying to mend the rift between the Barbie world and the real world. So this is a very, very pink eight in the main. Yeah. They have bows and ribbons and various pink shades of pink shirts, and they have a bouquet, I think, on their sax board at the front. They're making a really good fist of this. That is awesome. Oh, it's a Barbie car that's on the bow of the boat. and then behind the coxswain. What a ton of fun. And following them, bow number 2 from Riverside, the average age 53 crew. This is their 6th running of the RBC Great Ache. Bow number 3, also called the Riverfront Recapture Crew from Hartford, Connecticut. They said we were the crew formerly known as Power 10, which of course makes me wonder whether the power went off and they're just trying to recapture it now. It's probably a little bit of an in-joke. Having said that, they are putting good distance on the following crews behind them, so they're probably quite pleased with how they're going at the moment.
Got bow 6.
Following them, bow 6, who's done a little bit of overtaking, from Boulder, Marin, Newport, Rocky Mountain, Saratoga Strings, and unaffiliated, a composite crew, average age 51. They were formed through friendships created between a Masters rower and the UW Men's 2021 Championship cream. They're rowing in honour of a wife, Susan, who passed recently. Bow number 4 is next. It's the Wimbleball crew from Great Britain in Taunton in Somerset. Jacqueline Snyder, Kathleen Dietz, Henry Herrig, Adrian Theed, Stuart Harries, Philip Monkton, Barbara Connolly and Rachel Alexander. Their average age is 64 and they've come all the way from the UK to race.
Bow number 5 wearing W jerseys.
Number 5 from Williamette Rowing Club in Portland, wearing W jerseys, and they are the PDXW crew, average age 59.
Bow number 7.
Coming up behind them is the Endeavour Racing Alliance, bow number 7. Leslie Wright leads and coaches the Endeavour Rowing Club. They've had a highly successful regatta this year, and she will be coxing this crew right now. She also lent me her gloves earlier, for which I'm very grateful. They're in the tent, Leslie, if you want to go pick them up, or I'll mail them to you. Their description is just a bunch of ragamuffins who still love to race, but let me tell you, these guys race hard.
Bow number 8.
Bow 8 is behind them, about 5 lengths behind. The Crimson Death Barge from Wellesley. James Gottesh has pulled this crew together. They rowed together in freshman 4th boat in college, where their spirits were forged and they came together for a 25th reunion row. And then they persuaded the Radcliffe girls to come and join them to form the Crimson Barge and the Black Death.
Bow number 10.
Number 10 from Nashville, Tennessee, average age 39. We have Megan Florentino, Joshua Herring, Michelle Bader, Sean Vloddarst, Madeline Crawley, Steve Grant, Dietmar Kuttelwasser, Ray Ruth Olenshansky, and Bruna Oshalansky as well.
Bow number 9 looks like they're wearing periodic table symbols. I don't know. Bow number 9.
Bow number 9. Definitely done some fancy dress here. They are from Narragansett, Providence, Rhode Island. 3 generations of rowing Mulligans, all descendants of J. Edward and Emily Mulligan of South Boston. Isn't that awesome? Average age 37. Congratulations to the descendants of the Mulligans. Some of them have different surnames, but we respect you. My family would really struggle to put an 8 together.
Looks like bow number 11 coming next.
Now we're on to bow 11 from PCRA in New Rochelle. They've been racing this event for about 10 years and they're returning with last year's veteran crew. Susanna Young, Susan Sales, Jane Carmody, Mary Kylefield, Julie Hansen, Patrick Wietzler, Michael Carmody, Chris Ives and Bertrand Spungberg. Average age 57. Nice.
Bow number 12 in all black.
Saugatuck from Westport, Connecticut. They call themselves the Saugy 8 and they're back and ready to mix it up. They're wearing black in a grey boat with white oars. Just coming past the Weld boathouse where the commentary position is and the camera crew who have flown here from Southern California in order to cover this regatta.
Bow number 16.
Coming up next, number 16 from Bayak in Redwood City, California, which is the Bear Island Aquatic Centre. They're a scratch crew from a fun club. Bella Shiros, James Hopp, Amy Vessel, John Lamb, Tracy Wilk, Athena Bradley, Daniel Jenkins, Amanda Hawkins and Ariella Webb. Average age 48.
Bow 13.
Number 13 is coming up next. They hail from the CRI here in Brighton. They say for some of our rowers, this will be their very first head of the Charles, whereas others have done 9 heads. That's going to average out to quite a high number.
Bow number 14, all wearing their seat numbers.
Number 14, Steady State Network from
In the bright blue.
coming down next in electric blue shirts is bow number 20, who hail from Station L in Portland, Oregon. They're at the heart of Portland, and their original location was at a Portland General Electric Center called Station L, led by Kim DeGutis, who is an acquaintance of mine, average age 50.
Bow 15 with 17 on their tail.
Meanwhile, bow 15 hotly being pursued by 17. 15 is the Harvard Waves, a crew of Chinese students, scholars, alumni, and friends of Harvard University. And Heaven 17 from CRI Brighton. They're trying to throw it down on the course. So they're certainly trying to make it happen.
And bow 21 is coming quickly.
21 is chasing them hard into the bridge. The Alex Manful Fund, rowing in memory of our friend Alex, who was a coxswain at Phillips, Exeter, Princeton and Boston Rowing Club, and to raise money and awareness for illness, pandas or pans.
Bow 19, all in pink.
Coming through,
Bow 19,
all in
then
pink, we have bow 19 from CRI. The job of this crew of Barbies and Kens is to row on the Charles. And then there's number 18 from Cambridge Rowing Club. Most of these members are long-time participants. Meisner is a managing director of the Head of the Charles Regatta, and Kohler is a member of the board of CBC.
And then bow 23.
Number 23 from the Pocock Rowing Club in Seattle. Rachel Lemieux, Sarah Korn, Wendy Lee Connors, Nicholas Maddock, Marco Bussadori, Margaret Radford, David Wilson, Jennifer Huang, and Scott Bolar. Average age 50. And you see, the thing about Masters stuff is you want to be in 5-year increments. And when you're 50, you're young in your group, going up to 54, because when you get to 55, you're in another age group. So these guys are going to be hot racers for the whole of this year while they're 50.
Nice. Looks like bow 22.
We're looking at the Tallahassee Rowing Club from Tallahassee, Florida. Bow number 22. This is their 5th time in the mixed eight. Their club was founded in 1992, led by Ann Zettick-Summer, Sharon Kelly, Margie Orrick, Don Tannhauser, Charles Orr, Jennifer Fitzwater, Joe Dobson, Barbara Hoyt, and Richard Boudel. Average age 69. They're in a red boat with mainly white shirts. And following them in the white boat with green shirts is bow 30. This is the Sammamish Rowing Association from Redmond, and sadly they haven't actually given us anything about them, which is a bit of a shame. Having said that, they've got a great swing going. I always find it interesting as to who is seated where in a mixed eight. Do you put the men in the back? Do you put the women in the front? Do you split the women and have them at each end?
Looks like bow 24.
Number 24, the Riverfront Recapture Crew. We had another Riverfront Recapture Crew earlier in the regatta. And they're followed by the Fluorescent Orange Crew,
Bow 26.
who are number 26 from Fort Collins in Colorado. They row on the Horsetooth Reservoir at over 5,000 feet. The club was started by the Olympic rower Mark Berkner, the former national team and Yale rower Eric Stevens, and collegiate rowers Molly Johnson and Howie Hisrich, and they're now home of the Colorado State Crew team. They host a half marathon yearly, and they fondly call this the Horse Tooth Ache. Love the pun, guys.
3 boats coming.
coming through the bridge, we have 3 boats, but I happen to know that there's one more behind, which is a very special cruise. Well, we'll have a little chat about after we've talked about the ones that are coming up to Weld right now.
25.
Number 25 from CRI in Brighton. These are the General Sweeps group. Lisa Laskin, Lillian Gu, Ruth Matson, Asa Nixon, Steve Conover, Jean Francis Del Rosario, Edge Genoza, Ashley Hall and Hannah Gaudet. They are average age 47.
Can't read the bow number. 20.
We have a crew wearing white, wearing in a white boat. Having said that, the stroke's wearing black. And they are 28. Deep dive from Shenzhen in China, Guangdong province. The deep dive Huangzhou and Nanjing combined team. They call themselves the pioneer of amateur rowing in China.
Bow 27.
And bow 27 behind them from CRI Brighton. We have another General Sweeps crew led by Jessica Voss, Sarah Ann Craig, Lisa Delagno, Hope Stockton, Kathleen Grellman, Georgie Bertocchio, Andrea Dannenberg, Alison Novak and Juna Perkins. Bow 29, also from CRI. Geez, these guys are dominating. Average age 53 from the General Sweeps group. Melissa Ludker, Lisa Schralia, Denise Ciccone, Mary Tara Ward, Peter Kaplan, Angie Piccone, Valerie Graybeal, Natasha Duthit and Katerina Battencourt. Now, there's a umpire launch in the middle of the river and they are just beginning to congregate because I am hoping that bow 31 is going to be coming up the course in a little time. Now, the note here says CRI Octogenarian 8. An 8 of people whose average age is over 80. Now, if this is the crew that I think it is, they are coached by a wonderful lady called Catherine. And Catherine told me a little bit of a story about them. She has more than 2 8s of octogenarians that she coaches. But she says some of them don't want to race and some of them are generally more interested in participating. Some of them learned to row this year for the first time. But anyone who's from the Boston area knows that the CRI boathouse is way away. It's up beyond 1.5 miles beyond the finish line. So to go from there down into the basin, turn around and race back's a long way. And she came up with an absolutely genius idea. She invited her novice octogenarians and her non-racing crew to take the boat as a taxi. She calls them the taxi crew. They rowed all the way down to the start and then they pulled in at MIT. And she said, I checked the rules. There's nothing in the rules that says the crew that races has to be the crew that goes down to the start. And as a consequence, they switched. And the taxis got out, the racers got in, and here they are, just coming under the Weeks footbridge now. I want to give them such a big clap. I'm like, I want to be that person in that crew. But actually, I'm just jealous of Catherine. You know, her vision and enthusiasm, no boundaries. If you can stand up and sit down, you can get in a rowing boat. And one of the things about rowing as we get older, masters rowing, which is what I do, we call it rowing with adaptations. It doesn't matter what your state of physique is. We will adapt and try and make it work for you. So you might have a replacement hip, you might have atrial fibrillation, you might have had a stroke, you might have a pacemaker, you might just be super stiff and not very flexible or perhaps a little overweight. It doesn't matter. The point about rowing as masters is we'll find an adaptation to suit you. And that's why rowing is a sport for life. That's why we are getting more and more of these octogenarian crews. Total respect to them. And the fact that they want to race as well, I think, is just a sure sign that you can always take on a new challenge in life. Here they come. I wish I had all of their names. Next time, Catherine, please register your crew so we know who they are. And here they come, just coming up to the Weld Boathouse now.
All right.
whistle.
Rate 24. And an enormous amount of enthusiasm here from the cast and crew, the film crew, the data crew, the rowing, the official cyclist who's taking the data, the guys down on the dock. Give them a cheer wherever you are. These guys so deserve our respect. I think this is a fitting tribute to the 2023 Head of the Charles Regatta, that these guys are the last crew that we're going to be seeing racing this year. Because let's face it, we want them back next year, folks, don't we? They have smiles on their faces.
Okay, that's awesome. You could have told me.
Alrighty, thank you. Did a nice job, guys.